72 damage both times. And both times he left damage on the board.
Oh no! Why are his cards green? Right, but why are his cards green? He got there! Oh. Sick!
It's so powerful, all these rushes. I can't even believe the value he's got.
Labby with a pop-off, well deserved. He stays in for another series.
Welcome everyone to Saturday here at Hearthstone Grandmasters. We had a fantastic day of action yesterday, an emotional day at the same time though, as we had to say goodbye to some of our players here in Hearthstone Grandmasters. As for a lot of players this weekend, it's going to be their last time on stream in Hearthstone Grandmasters ever, because at the end of this season we are going to be saying goodbye to over half the field after the playoffs are all said and done, and that's exactly what our players are all fighting for this weekend, those final couple of spots available in this very tight playoffs race.
That's right. I think Subtle and Ravid put it very well when they sort of categorize playoffs into tiers, where yes, just making top 8 means you get into playoffs and you have the chance to qualify through to the World Championship. But on top of that, there's also the top 4 to play for, in which you qualify for Grandmasters last call. And beyond all of that, the cherry on top is if you qualify to playoffs in the top 2 spots, you get that free win going into next week. And that's why it's crucial to get every single win possible here. Although with last hero standing, it doesn't mean that you have to do it with every deck.
That is exactly right. Last year's standing has been very interesting so far. We've seen a couple of sweeps, but not in the way that you would expect. As with last year's standing, you bring 4 decks, you ban one from your opponent, of course, same as with Conquest. But in this instance, when you lose with a deck, you can't play it again. And when you win with a deck, you keep queuing it. You have to play it again, which of course can lead to games where if you win with Druid, say for example, as probably the best deck in the game right now, there's a good chance you'll just win the entire rest of the series because there's few counters to Druid. Weirdly enough, in Asia Pacific though, it was the Control Warrior of all decks that was sweeping, as players really didn't seem to think it was necessary to bring a hard counter to that Control Warrior, which for some people, well, it meant their demise.
That's right. Control Warrior, even though it can take the form of either the charge version or the Kazakhstan, I think it was the Kazakhstan versions that we saw get 3-0 sweeps yesterday, just because it has so much game against even the matchup where it's supposed to be a little bit unfavored, which is Demon Hunter. That's the deck that people were bringing just sort of as the second best one in the current meta, one that tends to be left up because most people are expecting Druid bans. And because you don't necessarily bring the Demon Hunter as a hard counter to anything, it doesn't quite have those polarized matchups that are so emblematic of LHS.
Quite right. Can't wait to see how the rest of the lineups work out today, though. We're getting our first look at, well, first look ever on GM at DragonMan, who's bringing something a little bit different. I think, as you were saying, has only kind of swept with the Shaman so far, hasn't even needed to branch into anything else. But of course, what our players are all fighting for, as we said, is this this prize money that they get for each week of play. Even our players who go 0-2 still get to walk away with some kind of reward for their efforts this week, but they don't walk away with any points, unfortunately, which is why we are seeing Hyung, I believe, firmly down at the bottom of the leaderboard now after another 0-2 week here. It was a promising start for him, but then his last 2 weeks didn't even get on stream in Grandmasters. DragonMan also currently on 2 points after having gone 2-0 on stream, but still has that potential, that miracle streak he could get on to win the tournament and finish on 5 points, possibly getting himself into playoffs, because it's quite firmly set now that if you don't have 5 points, you're not getting into playoffs.
So it does have to be a complete weekly win for DragonMan to make that crucial threshold. And it's all about those 5 points, like you said, because that seems to be the magic number right now. Over at the top of our leaderboards, we have Mighty, definitely has cemented himself as one of the best players in APAC, despite being one of the newest as well. And yesterday, we did get to see Posesi move on as well, despite having maybe not as good of a season as we expect from the current world champion, but truly looking unfazed as he fought Trahizan in a very, very clean series. This is the kind of play that we expect from Posesi, just great hand reads and technical perfection.
Quite right. Yeah, his lineup serving him very, very well here. I like that he's not entrenching himself too much in a specific school of thought and is still leaving himself open to experimenting with different styles of deck lists as the format shifts week after week here. It was, of course, a somewhat somber goodbye to Trahezen. Like, losing this game here as well, if I remember, with the, 1 in 3 to hit the right target. Or 2 out of 3, sorry, to hit the right target and just missing and not taking any damage off the board. A couple of unfortunate things like that. Did go all the way down to game 5, but in the end, the Demon Hunter mirror, Posesi's just too efficient with his damage.
That's right. Trahezen, however, still a good sport, giving us a wave goodbye. I did very much enjoy his time in Grandmasters. And another series I enjoyed was the second one between Give Please and Okashinsuke, where Okashinsuke just seemed completely methodical in the way he picked apart every single matchup with his Kazakhstan warrior. There were a lot of interesting outcomes with the treasures that could have led to a different situation, which is why Give Please didn't go for a board clear that would have left him alive to Embers of Ragnaros. But I don't know if he's regretting that a little bit later on, and at the very last moment tried to get Okashinsuke to concede maybe with a 27 damage Galvangar combo, which he knew was not going to be enough with that mana available.
Yeah, I appreciate that play. It's a very Derek play of just doing a lethal attempt, even though you literally know it's not going to get there anyway, just because you're a bit frustrated at the end. And like you said, trying to bait out an early concede. You take what chances you can. And then for Alutemu here, the Burn Shaman looking very strong indeed. I love the way he's piloting it. And it's clearly just getting the job done. I think it's a very clever inclusion this week overall. As we've constantly been talking about, with Druid and Demon Hunter being #1, what do you bring to prey on those? And then what do you bring to prey on those? And I think Burn Shaman has a pretty good coverage overall. But then Alan, of course, as is a rite of passage here in Asia Pacific, Gia, we have to make a mistake as to something very clever Alan is doing that actually turns out to be genius, even though we can't see how it works all along, with playing a very nice line where he didn't allow his Embers of Ragnaros to be put up to 12 mana. And then the lethal here with the mutating injection was just so sick.
Yeah, just the 2-turn setup of double swings with the Rakara weapon was just enough to get there because Mega Gliscor was putting big threats and he had to on board to try and pressure Alan, but Alan had enough armor to make it work. And at the end, they're very unfortunate to see sort of a meltdown from Mega Gliscor, not really figuring out a way to stay alive on board, but Alan completely unfazed, well practiced on his lineup, seems like a favorite to win the entire week. But his first opponent will be the winner of last week in Chonsu, so that is a match that I'm very much looking forward to.
Indeed. For the first match, though, we're going to have DragonMan, as I said, for the first time on stream, even if this isn't a win for him. I'm so glad that we're getting to see him on stream and that every Grandmaster has had a chance to show us what they've got after 2 pretty unfortunate 0-2 weeks. Especially as he's got some pretty cool decks. His Demon Hunter, which I think is going to be queuing up first, is a very, very spicy inclusion. And then, as you said, Chonsu Allen, Gur, Posesi, Gur, another player right down towards the bottom that needs, I think, at least a second place here to be able to save himself, if not a first. And then Mighty Alutemu, Mighty right up at the top of the leaderboard after another 2-0 week. Honestly, for this season, putting a claim to the throne that players like Alutemu have had for so long of these top players in APAC.
Yes, I think that is really going to be yet another hurdle that Mighty has to scale to prove that he is one of the best indeed. So far, he's been playing amazing. He's had great results, even though he hasn't had a weekly win yet. I think a win over Alutemu would put to rest any doubts in anybody's mind that Mighty deserves to be here. And in that first series, like you said, DragonMan, I do wonder if Okashinsuke, his opponent, has gone for a non-standard ban. If I recall correctly, Okashinsuke's been banning Druid quite consistently, but DragonMan so far has only ever won with Shaman this week. He's gotten 6-0 with it because this is LHS, you can just sweep with it. And we do see that in LHS there is room for experimentation with the ban strategy. I think especially so when the Druid on the other side is not Kazakhstan but Ramp instead, that maybe leaves it a bit more vulnerable to aggressive stances from the opponent. So I'm super curious how Okashinsuke tried to get a leg up in this one.
Well, I mean, the way it looks like he's tried to get a leg up in our match tracking sheet is by double banning both Shaman and Druid, which is, I think, just a slight graphical mistake that for us that you can't even see. But yes, with a double Druid ban, So okasinnsuke has clearly gone for the level of you bring the 2 best decks, Demon Hunter and the Druid. You have the Rogue to counter the Demon Hunter, sorry, is the general thinking after you ban the Druid. And then if your opponent has also gone for those 3 same decks, you have the Warrior to counteract the Rogue. Warrior, as opposed to Shaman, is kind of a more all-in tech inclusion, I would say, to be able to just hard counter the Quest Rogues. But of course, comes at the expense of a lot of the other matchups. It's a lot worse into the Druid a lot of the time, worse into the Demon Hunter, which is a big difference when compared to the likes of the Burn Shaman that DragonMan has. And so I think for okasinnsuke, getting a good first Q is very important, lest that Warrior be in a pretty rough spot against everything except the Shaman on the other side.
Yeah, the main upside of bringing Warrior is that while it does have a good matchup into Quest Rogue, it also catches the other expected counter Q into Quest Rogue in its crossfire, which is that Shaman. But as you said, it does have the Warrior quite a few worse matchups into other decks in the lineup. So if it fails as its counter Q snipe, then you're putting yourself in a very, very vulnerable position later on. But we'll see how the Q goes down. For now, we can take a look at DragonMan's stats. He is, of course, best known for coming second place to Shouty just a few Masters tours ago. Still fresh in my memory, honestly. And right after he qualified to Grandmasters, he seemed more excited about it than anybody I'd ever seen. Just tweeted in all caps, "I am a Grandmaster." It's very nice to see that enthusiasm. And even though it's unfortunate that he's only got 1 season to shine, he can make this week count for sure, Derek.
He can. If he wants to actually make playoffs, as we said, he does need, I believe, to get a win or bust. Even then, it's going to be a close deal with how tiebreakers are shaking out on that crucial 5-point threshold. But even if he doesn't, I just want to see some strong Hearthstone from him here, because he really hasn't had a chance to prove himself outside of that Masters Tour appearance, like you said, where he was doing very well indeed to get all the way through to a finals, even if he didn't end up winning. But this is the deck I really want to be talking about here, is his Kazakhstan Demon Hunter, and a very weird build of it. I kind of took a double take here when I was actually running through it, thinking, where are the brutes? Like, this is the core package of brute Demon Hunter here, with the Razorglaive Sentinels, the double jumps, and even the Sigil Runners in there as well, sorry, towards the bottom, that just give you such a strong draw package. But I guess counteracting the fact that Kazakhstan is often a dead card in Demon Hunter by just trying to draw your entire deck by like turn 8 when you're going to be playing it anyway. It's a very weird approach that I have never even seen considered for Demon Hunter, but I'm very much willing to play ball here. I can see the merits of it.
That's right. When we think of Demon Hunters right now, it's either the Fel version that has Kazakhstan and the Fel version that has the Expendable Performers combo. Or maybe you're like Mega Gliscor and you run both. But having only the Kazakhstan at the top end without the Expendable Performers combo, and also not Jace, which is in the other 2 versions as a, I would say crucial part of the deck, just removed here, it kind of brings to mind Hunter Ace's approach from last Masters Tour, where he is just more about quest completion, getting Kurtrus Demon Render out quite early to get that damage and stabilization through, and then using the quest reward of Kurtrus to make sure that the Kazakhstan treasures are cheap. I'm really excited to see how it plays out, because this version is very much all in on the Kazakhstan as an endgame win condition, because you have neither the burst from Jace nor the burst from the Expendable Performers combo. But in particular, the Razorglaive Sentinels are going to be quite fun as well, because that's a draw engine that is so addictive. I can't explain it. There's just something so fun about playing Stargazer Luna and both sides of the hand.
It's true. It's a very, very fun package. I mean, that's kind of why I liked Brute Demon Hunter, and why I'm still kind of a fan of Brute Demon Hunter, honestly. It's obviously becomes quite a lot worse. It's probably the most vulnerable deck to weapon destruction after Weapon Rogue, I think, right now, because if you lose that second half of the Lion's Frenzy, very often that's just game over against some of the more control-y decks. But if that doesn't happen, then of course you get to play all your brutes, you can just stomp aggro, you can stomp control, it can really be anything. Whereas this version is, I think, obviously going to be a little bit slower to get online. And we have seen Kazakhstan be a little bit flimsy, if I'm honest, in some of these games. Like, it's still just about winning, which is all it needs to do most of the time. But there have been a few instances where you're just offered one too many bad treasures, and some of the more control-y decks can run you over at that point. But this is, of course, not a controlling matchup. This is Quest Rogue up against the Demon Hunter. And this is really the ultimate test for DragonMan, because this is the hard counter, even though it's not that hard of a counter, the best counter that people have available to Demon Hunter at the moment. And if this build can beat the Quest Rogue, then it's just looking fantastic.
Admittedly, the Quest Rogue is only favored on paper against the Fel Quest Demon Hunter that we know of. It could be that it also lines up favorably against this Kazakhstan-oriented build, but it's not as though that this version of Demon Hunter cuts the main removal cards of Immolation Aura, Fel Scream Blast with the Talented Arcanist. There's no Jason there, and perhaps more importantly even, no Fel Barrage to get through stealth minions, and I could see that being a problem. But it does have the capability of getting on board a bit earlier with even just Spirit Jailers, giving you the potential to trade into small minions from the Rogue and also heal up a bit more with the fragments. Pretty curious to see how it pans out, but first and foremost for DragonMan, it is all about fast quest progression here, and he kept the hand that supports that with the Sigil and the Tusk Piercer. With the other build of Demon Hunter, we're seeing players not necessarily prioritize quest completion every time, but that all changes with this build when you're trying to get Kirchhoff down as soon as possible and cheapen your Kazakhstan treasures.
Yeah, when you're running 2 Need for Greeds in your deck, quest progression just kind of happens later on in the game. You don't worry about it early on. Maybe you get given a perfectly outcast Spectral Sight and you can do it that way. But for the most part, that's just not what you're looking to do. And so here for DragonMan, I love him. Turboing through his quest, as you said, just trying to get his win condition online. And a turn 6 Kurtras seems very reasonable to me indeed. As okasinnsuke going with the coin here instead of just getting down the Skulker, clearly trying to ramp up the damage as quick as possible before the answers come online for DragonMan.
Yeah, I think the usage of coin looked a bit dubious for okasinnsuke there if he just went for Skulker. And then between the choices of 3 drops to coin out, I do like Agent because that's the only way you're comboing out in the near future, and then you can follow up with Operative. And the usage of coin in the first place, I would say, is as early as now paying respect to the possibility of Glide, which is, of course, still a 2 of in the deck. Want to keep your hand as trimmed as possible as the Quest Rogue and also still work towards that quest progression. So first Gizmo for okasinnsuke is going to be the Mole. Not a bad one whatsoever. Any stealth minion has value, I would say, against a non-Fel Barrage deck.
All right, there's a lot more outcast cards available to DragonMan here, so wow, okay. He's not guaranteed to be able to hit the Glide or the Spectral Sight as you would in the other version of the deck, but Glide off the top is just instantly glossed over.
Yeah, I think he thought there were maybe 1 too many cards in his hand to go for that, and that he could get quest progression a different way instead with a Studies and a Viper in hand, and he does pick up the Spectral Sight, which is a big deal, and that means that he is guaranteed to have Kurtras in hand next turn if he wants it, with just Glide and a potential Kurtras on turn 6. Very, very quick, but the problem is this Glide is a bit difficult to outcast, which is something that DragonMan would rather do because okasinnsuke is starting to pile up resources in hand.
In terms of just getting the maximum pressure online, which I think should just be your directive every single turn, I do just like Mole plus SI7 Agent. You could definitely make the argument that it's an overextension, but if you put the Mole in the middle, you're not even that vulnerable to Fel Scream Blast, or as vulnerable, I should say. It's really only the Immolation Aura that really punishes you. And given how strong of a start your opponent has here, I think you really need to start going quickly and actually closing out this game.
Yeah, I do like this a lot. Even though there's the potential for a clear with Immolation, like you said, it's not as though okasinnsuke has 0 follow-up. At the worst, he could go Skulker, Tenmu Skulker again on the next turn. Just keep progressing his own quest that way and not be too vulnerable to Glide at any point. But for now, we can see DragonMan going for quest completion without Glide, and it did seem like a very likely prospect given his draws off of the double jump. And that means that he is just going to take a bit of pain this turn and probably go for Demon Slayer Kurchus the next turn, although it does mean he won't get a board clear again, so I wonder if he goes for the hero card instead.
Gabs is interesting now. It's getting to the point where developing more onto the board does start to feel like overextension now. Like in the world where you could go Extortion, the 1/1, Scabs, Assassin, Skulker. You just play all your as much threatage as you possibly can on this turn. But at that point, if they do have the removal, you still don't have Scabs, the quest reward, in hand. And so I think prioritizing more getting quest completion more so than board development should be Okashinsuke's main concern here.
And if we're talking about quest completion, then that would involve going Tenwu to get more SI procs. Even though you don't end with Scabs in hand, you make sure that you have all 3 remaining SI cards needed played on the board. I'd like that he starts seeing what's in the mole, and the Cane is not a bad outcome whatsoever. It's burst damage at the very least. And we do see Okashinsuke utilizing his Tenwu here on the SI7 agent, and he can also play the Skulker at the end of it.
I think this is absolutely bang on from Okashinsuke. He get himself not quite Scabs in hand next turn, I don't think, even if he played the Skulker here, which, okay, yeah, he did just manage to get in. But depending on the draw, if he gets Skulker off the top, or, sorry, I guess actually just the Extortion, he can get himself Scabs in hand anyway.
Yeah,
if there's a target.
Exactly. And it looks like there will be from DragonMan here, going for a very nice clear. Even though Okashinsuke positioned pretty meticulously with his stealths to not make a single Fell Scream Blast super effective here, it still is vulnerable to the Immolation Aura. And DragonMan, with this turn, I'm pretty sure has bought himself the time to go for a Kurtrus, because Okashinsuke, while he is able to play Scabs this turn, can't immediately stealth it. Although he may or may not take that risk, thinking that if DragonMan just wants to go for Kurtrus quest reward, then that's not answering his Scabs. But little does he know there's also Kurtrus, the hero card here, which could punish a Scabs play from Okashinsuke.
So I wonder if you take the logic of they want to play Kurtrus quest reward, the 7/7, and instead of playing your own quest reward, you just go wide on the board. You go Operative or something like Extortion, Scabs, Cutter Butter, and then both your other SI cards in hand. Just to go as wide on the board as possible. You put more attack on board than you would with your own Scabs quest reward. And then you just get to follow up with a punishing amount of damage plus the Scabs next turn.
Yeah, seems very good. Even though the Assassin feels like a waste just to use on a 1/3, it's fine. He's going to get another Fist Flash on top of the one he already has in hand to sap back the Kurtrus quest reward on the other side. But in the end, Okashinsuke decides to go for Scab's quest reward, just hoping that this is enough to deter DragonMan from going for his Kurtrus quest reward. But we do see Kurtrus Demon Render in hand, which can make pretty quick work of this. I'm not quite sure how big the bats are, but I assume it's enough.
It's got to be right. He's been swinging with that Tusk Piercer turn after turn here. If he's doing this, then yeah, they're going up to 5. He even gets to keep 1 on board. And so now with Okashinsuke taking an overdraw, I don't think there's anything too disastrous here. Smuggler does hurt, though, to be fair. It was getting pretty juiced up at this point. Right. And so now we're, of course, just going as wide on board as possible, whilst also clearing the board, which Assassin does a great job of.
That's right. There's also room to use Scab's Cutter Butter here to discount Cane, even down to 1 mana, because all of the other SI cards are quite cheap. But it's the question of what gadgets do you want to use, and the Gyroblade does make sense to get rid of the Spirit Jailer alongside the Assassin to just get rid of the Bat as well. So it is going to be the Scabs played out here. Cane hits the board. He can play 2 more cards after this. Oh, 3 even, because the Assassin's going to go down to 0 even after the Scabs discount has been applied.
Yeah, could just get the...
Biomatic?
I was going to say Spiomatic, but maybe the Mole to mess once again with Fell Scream positioning.
Okay, can see that. I mean, if he wants to double stealth, he can, like, rush the 2/4 into the 1/3 as well before he swings into it. Or just leave up a 1/1. It's not very threatening, although it does leave, I guess, a bit of a breakpoint on Kane's health. Okashinsuke himself seems unsure. A very difficult turn, it has to be said. But for DragonMan, the turn looks like searching for Arcanist once again, and he gets it right away. Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness. So you can go... Obviously, there's Arcanist Immolation Aura, but I think you can just get away with Immo Arcanist Fellscream Blast, right?
Oh.
This is a little
No,
than that because of the positioning.
Yeah, there's just a little bit too much health on the stealth minions to make that good. So I think he does have to go for the big board blow up with Immolation Aura. At least your Kurchus lives as a 7-1, and that's honestly not the easiest thing for Okashinsuke to deal with. I mean, he does have the Gyro Blade, but outside of that... Oh no, it's a disaster. He really needs an informant or a smuggler here or a passage.
Oh, there we go. Okay.
Yeah. Gonna start Spyomatic, sure.
I think I actually just like maximum mana. Like, maybe you can stop your opponent from getting a card draw, but it's so likely they have something in hand already.
Yes. DragonMan pretty upset to see the secret passage, but for now, Okashinsuke's hit nothing. Air. He has to keep cycling.
Which is not bad. Obviously, he gets to keep these cards now, but he doesn't need value necessarily. He needs tempo. He needs to get on board, and he's not doing that here. This is a disaster.
Yeah, I mean, you maybe even just dump the Shadow Step because you don't want to top deck it at this point also.
Yeah, with one Smuggler already down as well, the value of Shadow Step drops heavily.
Yeah. But he disagrees. 15 cards still in the deck. Not particularly good odds to find an informant or smuggler, I don't think. But for DragonMan, here we can see the Sentinels shine with the Kurchus Aura in play. All of the cards are cheap. He gets to draw through to the entire deck, it feels like. Kazaka-san, not quite playable this turn, but it's fine.
Wow, glides his opponent's hand away, which obviously Okashinsuke is going to be ecstatic about. Like, DragonMan knew that was almost all just gizmos.
Right. But there was no way to play the glide non-outcast, and perhaps he just wanted maximum card draw. And it looks like he will continue to do so. Did he run out of time?
I mean, I think it was his only way to draw it, but yeah, still an interesting way for it to work out. Yeah, no more ways to keep the draw going here, but ahead on board, Kazaka-san essentially guaranteed available to be played next turn, and probably a couple of treasures alongside it.
And Okashinsuke gets back a largely similar hand to what he had prior to the glide. That Shadow Step maybe haunting him a little bit. One trade to find passage. Okay. Probably commits a Wicked Stab. That 5-4 is just too scary.
The outs, we're looking for the remaining assassin. Swindle is obviously very good as well.
Smuggler.
Yeah.
Informant also, just to have a big threat. But I really think he should not leave this 5-4 on board. Like, he has to hope that Kazaka-san is not in hand just yet, but maybe he's hoping to get the other assassin to get rid of it. Okay, both Swindles have appeared. So at the very least, he can swindle, stab, and trade the Cutlass.
Yeah, just hoping for the assassin first now here. If he can Shadow Step it, play it again. But that is no dice. He gets the Smuggler, but you're going to have to wait till next turn for that one, I think.
Yeah. Trade the Cutlass at the end. Nope, just going to play Skulker. So he only maintains Shadow Step and Smuggler into the original hand, which, to be fair, that's a lot of gas. He can build a big board, but the question is, does he have time? I'm going to say no, because DragonMan has guaranteed Kazaka-san in hand.
Yeah, for just 6 mana as well.
And in fact, he can glide into a treasure immediately if he wants.
Didn't even see what he picked in the first one. He's going so fast. What is happening? The spectator keeps shifting as well. What is happening? Okay, there's some treasures in there.
I thought there were even more than 5 treasures or so. Yeah. It just went so quickly. The only one I'm sure you picked is Book. And he got booked. Playable right now. Sigil Runner playable too for Outcast.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I think he played the mutating injection on something that didn't attack, which is, I think, a little bit weird. But DragonMan, just the fact that he got through the turn, I think is enough to be proud of there, pouring himself some more lemon water. Good job, buddy. You did it. You got through it. You're winning this game.
He's a multitasker if I've ever seen one. And there you have it, the Kazakhstan Demon Hunter getting a very stylish win at the end there. I'm gonna go ahead and say the treasures didn't feel very necessary. I felt like maybe just a Brute or Alliance Frenzy could have done the job a bit more cleanly. But who knows? I mean, maybe the Kazakhstan really helps it cover other matchups, but just the turbo quest completion from DragonMan and making sure he never really lost a hold of the board with all of this removal just seemed like the matchup was very one-sided.
That's right. Yeah, it's just showing us the power of the original quest package in Demon Hunter, because even though the modern builds have deviated away to just running Spectral Sight and the Glide in the Outcast slot, and obviously Need for Greed to mainly complete the quest, Tusk Piercer and Sigil, and even the Crimson Sigil Runner, are just so powerful at completing this quest. It felt like it was just the easiest thing in the world to get down Kurtrus on turn 6 or 7 for him. And from there, just ran away with the game, which of course means that okasinnsuke now needs to deviate over to his own Demon Hunter. He feels as his best shot of taking the win, which is, I think, reasonable. His only other choice was the Warrior, which I don't think favor. I don't really see it consistently outlasting 10 Kazakhstan treasures. And so just going for a more aggressive plan of his own, trying to get the burst damage in with Jace, is an interesting idea. And as I said, given that I've never seen DragonMan's build to the Demon Hunter before, I don't know who's going to be favored here. I would guess DragonMan, because I think he gets down Kazakhstan early enough, but it's going to be really close.
Yeah, I actually feel like okasinnsuke would be in the lead simply because he can get a lot of damage in the early game that's not available to DragonMan. Of course, there's still a lot of disruption on either side with the glides, and on average, DragonMan should complete his quest a lot more quickly. But in the meantime, for okasinnsuke, there's Aldraki Warblades available to keep healing with, which is not available to DragonMan. He does have Talented Arcanist Fellscream Blast, but there's not going to be very many minion targets in this battle. And then just the last time we saw the Demon Hunter mirror, it was a different build compared to DragonMan's. It's essentially what okasinnsuke has on either side, but the Magtheridon coming down early can be a very big deal, and I expect that if it's available to okasinnsuke to play early and just stick on board, that's going to be extremely problematic for DragonMan.
Well, it's a fantastic start for okasinnsuke, all things considered, I've got to say, with having the ability to complete quest very likely on turn 3, if not turn 4. And then just the Kurtrus alone in hand, as we talked about, the early damage feels so much more impactful for okasinnsuke because he has Fury, he has Chaos Strike, he has Fell Barrage, he has Jace, he has all these ways to complement that damage with more damage, whereas DragonMan is relying much more heavily on turboing that quest, getting the Kazakhstan down. And so the way these two hands are shaking out right now, even though DragonMan has nice, clean ability to complete quest next turn, he's going to need a little extra spice to actually get there.
That's right. And his deck is built to make the quest completion a lot more fluid and consistent compared to okasinnsuke's version. But for okasinnsuke, like, we can already talk about how interesting it was that he still went for hero power on turn 1, where a lot of people have said you can just quest on turn 1 when you have the coin, because you might want a coin Need for Greed if you get it. But I think with this particular hand from okasinnsuke, he's holding onto coin for Kurtrus instead, just playing that as soon as possible and getting the chip damage in with the hero power wherever available. For DragonMan, the draw of Kazakhstan this early is kind of like drawing Il'gynoth in the old OTK Demon Hunter early. It locks a lot of your outcasts. It's a dead card in hand, and you essentially are just begging for a glide to solve your problems. But at least he can still progress quest with Need for Greed potentially as tradable or as played in 2 turns.
Yeah, okay. Probably it is just this one. I was considering if it was Star Student Stelina, because your opponent has so few cards in hand that, you know, you can see their entire hand if you coined it out on this turn, and then potentially could have just sniped a Glide or a Spectral Sight, something like that. But instead, just much more focusing on his own game plan here instead. And given that you have Kurtrus in hand that you really want to coin out, I do probably agree, but that was a very strong disruptive play.
It's true. I mean, The glide, if DragonMan had it in outcast position, would have been extremely punishing to okasinnsuke here, but I think he saw that none of the current cards for DragonMan were kept in mulligan, so he is just kind of taking the risk that the glide is not there. For now, it looks like he'll be rewarded, but we are looking at this double jump from DragonMan if he wants to use it next turn to try and fish the glide out, which is still going to be before Kurtrus Demon Render is playable for okasinnsuke. And if DragonMan can shut down that Kurtrus, then okasinnsuke's plan kind of falls apart, but we do see DragonMan shaking his head that he drew the glide a little bit too early.
Obviously, this now opens up possibilities for okasinnsuke, given he just drew an outcastable, or sorry, an expendable card in the outcast position, allowing for glide to be played if he wants to. But it's right on the brink of power here for okasinnsuke, where he could try and complete quest via other methods with the spectral sight he has in hand. But I think with the discounts your opponent has, I would rather just glide their hand away and hope to give them back one less card and just lower power overall.
But the thing is, I feel like okasinnsuke's entire game plan was leading up into early Kurtrus. It just feels kind of bad to give that up here. However, he is taking the middle ground of at least expending coin and going for the glide. Like you said, maybe just a bit of deviation from the original game plan because he sees that he himself is a bit too vulnerable to glide at the moment, and DragonMan is in a rare position where he actually has more than 4 cards in hand. This build of the deck seems to dump cards from hand a lot more quickly than okasinnsuke's.
He'll strike as well. I think that's fine here just to get it played, because generally you want to save that to corral all your card draw into one turn and allow yourself to complete the quest more efficiently. But with glide in hand, that shouldn't be a concern. As with the glide off the top, such a big draw for DragonMan, because for okasinnsuke, next turn with the discounts he had available, he could have gone Aldraki Warblades into glide, thus shuffling the Kurtrus that is in DragonMan's hand back into his deck. Whereas now, DragonMan, first to complete quest, gets Kurtrus in hand, does not seem very happy about it at all, but he is in the lead now.
Oh, DragonMan, just add him to the ranks of APAC players whose expressions don't seem to match the position they're in the game. I mean, he's just praying that he's not getting counter-glided, and for now, it doesn't look like it. okasinnsuke won't even have the mana to play it if he gets it off a draw from Spectral Sight. So DragonMan, your prayers will be answered for now. However, what is the next best way that okasinnsuke can approach this? Because there is still the chance to get the quest done. Okay, DragonMan's popping off. That's not a glide. And he is a very, very happy man.
What an absolute beast. I love to see it. I mean, we can see the emotion already big time from DragonMan. At the end of the last game, the relief and, well, the stress every time his opponent hits Secret Passage, and then the relief when it still ended up in a win for him. He's really going to be believing he's cursed at this point, honestly, after 2 weeks in a row. And now he's venting all that stress in the weirdest way possible.
Oh my gosh. He's casting a spell. He's doing something with these hand gestures. You know how production asked us for different expressions of our faces for thumbnails? Don't use ours. Just use every expression from DragonMan in this one clip and you'll have enough for a whole year of content.
He's about to chop a hole in his desk right now. Like
oh man. I hope he's fine. I hope his blood pressure is okay. I'm worried, Derek.
Oh, I'm happy for him. Like, good for you, man. This is exactly what we want to see. It's a big moment for him. First match on stream, and his weirdest deck of all is low-key just kind of getting there. He's got himself Kurtrus online on turn 6. Plenty of card draw to follow up. okasinnsuke isn't even guaranteed to get quest completed on this turn. He doesn't have Kurtrus Demon Render. He's really got very few proactive avenues in this game at all, and DragonMan just has everything he needs.
Kudos to you for actually watching the gameplay rather than DragonMan's camera. I cannot take my eyes off it right now. But you're absolutely right. I mean, this turn is still awkward for okasinnsuke, even though he does have a clear with Immolation Aura. It involves tanking the 7/7 Kurtrus, and instead, because of that, he's going to use Fell Scream Blast and heal up that way. Still has to tank it. Still means he's not even finished his quest, but he's maybe relying on just Magtheridon getting the job done next turn. It's difficult, though, because he's used Fell Scream Blast and doesn't have a guaranteed way to proc the Maggie T. For DragonMan, though, man, this is looking so clean now. He can just keep cycling through the deck. He can very likely get to Kazaka-san, play it the next turn, and even if he gets glided, all of his stuff coming back is going to be cheap. And there's still so much card draw stacked in the deck. It's not a problem at all.
That's right, yeah. By using this Razorglaive Sentinel, the kind of hidden benefit you get is that not only does it provide you lots of card draw, it doesn't have to use up your card draw in order to get that card draw. So if you get glided, you're still going to be left with double jump, spectral sight, sigil runners, glides of your own, need for greeds, all these really powerful, dense card draw effects left in your deck that will then repopulate your 4-card hand afterwards. And again, it's a rough spot for okasinnsuke. He can go for quest completion, which has a reasonable chance of working out, given how there's not too many cards left in his deck. But then what? You're just going to leave all this damage on board? Like, we talked about how it's more important for okasinnsuke to get damage than DragonMan, but this is still killing you.
It absolutely is. I mean, he doesn't really have an answer to the follow-up. It's the problem, even if he goes for the board clear this turn. Maybe it's just a Hail Mary with the Spectral Sight if DragonMan overextends on board but doesn't quite have lethal. And I don't think he should have lethal, even with the ability to play Kazaka-san and some treasures. It seems very unlikely to work out. Then maybe okasinnsuke can go for the big board clear with the Magtheridon on top of that.
Wow. Arcanist Immolation Aura now, before Kazaka-san even hits the board. Feels very liberal with his use of resources, but I guess he's just saying, if I can have one clear turn, one turn where he doesn't play big threats one after the other, then I can complete the quest, sorry. Maybe get Kurtrus down on the same turn and go from there and hope to maybe salvage this game.
Kazaka-san still not active for DragonMan because I think there's an Arcanist still in his deck, but that is fine. He's not in a rush. He is just so far ahead here. And honestly, even the 8/8 body could be a winning line. I don't know, but I don't fault his patience whatsoever. But this is the window of breathing room that okasinnsuke bought himself. Can he complete his quest? Yes, with one more tradable or draw effect. No, he can't! Disaster. And DragonMan knows, right? Once you see your opponent go for 4 out of 5 and then hesitates, you know that you're in a good spot.
Oh, yeah, yeah. It hasn't quite sunk in yet. He hasn't turned into a human helicopter, but when he does, we'll know he knows.
Yeah, we'll find out why he's called DragonMan in just a bit. Well, Fell Barrage, just to clear a Viper, feels terrible. Let's think of the best case scenario for okasinnsuke. Is it even completing quest next turn with a top deck Need for Greed, or is it maybe like a top deck Jace that can save him from this? In which case, maybe having the Fell Barrage preloaded is pretty good, but in the end, he goes Magtheridon instead.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it makes it so if Kazaka-san is played next turn, then you're still able to just go for the expendables, kill the acolytes, and then obviously take down Kazaka-san in the crossfire and have a 12/12 in play. Maybe that can get there.
Makes sense. And as it happens, DragonMan is in a very awkward position where all his card draw effect is either Glide, which helps okasinnsuke, or it's locked in by the Glide. In the end, DragonMan doesn't want to wait any longer, hopes to get back all the minions and still have Kazaka-san, which would technically be playable still from this position. Doesn't find it, but Skull, you're going to take that.
I do think so, yeah.
These are the cheapest and most discounted sigils you'll ever see. It costs like -4 or something at this point.
Yeah, true, actually.
Okay.
The DragonMan obviously needs to be considering, what do I do if the Magtheridon does awaken next turn? In which case he could go for... Yeah, it's not quite there. He's probably just going to have to ignore it for the moment if it is resurrected next turn, which does obviously mean he really, really wants to find Kazakhstan for the very next turn.
Right. And that actually presents a huge problem for DragonMan, that he hasn't played the Kazakhstan yet, because he doesn't have even a guaranteed clear on the Magtheridon itself. The way that okasinnsuke wakes it up here doesn't involve damaging the Magtheridon. Okay, this is not a human helicopter. This is this is something else. This is a rock star right here. Right, so okasinnsuke wakes up Magtheridon with either Curchus and Hero Power or with Expendable Performers. And honestly, it's very close as to which one matters more, because the demons, like sticking on board, the bats I should say, are pretty relevant after he's seen so much removal from DragonMan. But the Performers too represent a lot of potential damage later on.
That's true.
And okasinnsuke is really not concerned about quest completion at this point, I think. It's more about just finding his combo so that by the time Kazakhstan hits the board, he has burst damage with the Performers and the combo, or maybe he just has Jace to close out the game.
Wow, he's not even clearing off the Acolytes here. Again, I love to see this patience from players. It's like Chonsu, who did this last season as well, if I remember correctly, where it can just buy you so much extra time. You realize there's no need to pop the Magtheridon right now, and instead saving it to blow up that big 8/8 later on is probably more important.
All right, DragonMan, you have one job. Find the dragon. There you are. And he can draw the Peddler back by breaking the Tusk Piercer, and I believe that's the only other minion in the deck, so that should activate the Kaz.
No.
Oh, wait, no. What's still in there? Tracker. Oh, Sentinel, maybe?
Yeah, I think one Sentinel left.
Okay.
So he's getting down the Sigil Runner on this turn.
Oh, man.
That obviously meant further weakening the Arcanists. Oh, this is so scary.
Yeah. I mean, he is just desperate to activate the Kaz preemptively, which makes sense. Okay. Need for Greed, he has to trade it if he wants to play Kaz on this turn, but he plays it straight up instead, which means he is going to just take 2 ticks of fatigue. He's going to replace the deck with 10 cards after this.
Oh, this
he is
so
stressed out.
Oh, man. Okay, so okasinnsuke, again, could go at this point for saying, okay, I've delayed on the Magtheridon, but maybe now actually is the time. I've just seen a bunch of removal. My opponent obviously wants to play Kazakhstan next turn. So what if I just make a 12-12 here and pray that that's enough to beat them down, plus a little bit of fatigue before Kazakhstan? Maybe not.
Okay, the question is, what treasures can they play for 3 mana or less? Because you know the Kazakhstan costs 6, and you assume they have a tradable, and they can get 1 treasure. That actually deals with Magtheridon, and that's exactly Necrotic Poison and Vampiric Fangs. So it's not as though there's no answers for DragonMan, but it also kind of presents an argument for leaving the Magtheridon still dormant, just getting in damage other ways instead, hoping to hit your Jace that way, but ideally play Curchus instead, which is also a huge threat here, and leaving the Magtheridon for the position where it can actually clear the Kazakhstan instead. All right.
There's actually more than that, because the discounts as well. It could even be like 1.
Oh, true.
Clear it, so
Vampiric.
gets tougher and tougher.
I don't. It's too quick. Staff
He's
probably.
going too quick, yeah.
He just needs removal. So Looming Presence, most likely.
I think probably the presence. Again, it's annoying. We can't even see which ones he clicked on there with the way the animations work. So we'll just have to pray. Oh, with 8 cards in deck, it looks like he got Quell de Lava, right?
Oh, yeah. True. Both halves. Hilt and Blade. And another weapon.
Wow.
Yeah, I've just never seen people really pick that outside of like the Brim Paladin matchups.
Right.
But it's cheap. He was just picking cheap things so he could cycle treasures with the Razorglaive Sentinel. But trade stops short at Keldelar. And that means that okasinnsuke is very much alive still. and he can clear the Kazakhstan, but he needs to heal a little bit. On top of that, and that's a Jace.
Oh, okay, so what's left in the deck for him? Hasn't played a Barrage, but pretty much everything else he's actually played at this point. Maybe one Fury still in there as well. And so if he goes...
I mean, he needs Fell Scream, right? Because, okay, we can see that the hand for DragonMan has the Keldillar, which represents 8 to face if it goes face, right?
Cool.
You deal 4, and then the 4 from the weapon effect, and then the Pure Cold, 16 points of burst. So okasinnsuke needs to heal. He knows for sure that there's a Keldillar pick treasure because he saw 8 in deck instead of 10, but the rest of it he can't really have a read on. So who's to say whether he feels the need to Jace immediately or if he feels like he can stay alive and just threaten lethal with the Magtheridon inside. It is very close. That's not Jace played though. That's Performer's combo available, but no board space. No board space. It's not enough damage.
It's not lethal. It's not there. Oh, it's so close.
Yeah, there wasn't the time either, even if there was the board space. Oh my goodness. Which means that DragonMan escapes very, very narrowly with the Keldillar. I think one of the first things I said when we cast Kazakhstan on stream is that I'm just not a believer in picking Hilt or Blade because it feels not particularly likely to get the other half, but for DragonMan, it worked out perfectly here. Even goes Arcanist Pure Cold. Sorry, it's 2 more damage than I calculated. I haven't really seen that. That's pretty cool. Even more satisfying than Arcanist Fel Barrage.
Great job, DragonMan. Already cementing himself as one of my favorite players in APAC here. Sure, over in APAC, they got Gab Jam with his sunglasses, but here we are channeling true Dada a wedding energy with DragonMan's dancing there. That was just so adorably lame. I loved it.
Oh, man. Yeah, that's gonna be you in a few years, Derek.
Oh, I'm on my way. I'm well on my way.
Okay. I mean... Man, this deck just looks unstoppable, and it's crazy. Even though DragonMan had like, what, 3 to 4 dead turns where he just couldn't really glide without giving okasinnsuke too many resources. He couldn't activate the Kazakhstan quite yet, and he waited till the last possible moment to finally glide, and it worked out still, even though okasinnsuke had just a pretty good Magtheridon setup. It was just the fact that the quest completion was too quick for DragonMan and that he had the most disruptive glides, that he got so far in the lead that even literally no cards in deck left Kazakhstan was enough to win the game.
Also, it seems very clear as well that DragonMan is a man of extremes here, as he goes 0-2 in the first 2 weeks. And now it looks like he might just not even lose a game this week, let alone a series, as he's gone 3-0, 3-0, 2-0, very possibly another 3-0 here. As, you know, as we were talking about, I really don't favor okasinnsuke's position here. He is also playing a Kazakhstan deck technically, so they could, in theory, hit Kazakhstan around the same time. But I think what we're seeing is that the ability to cycle through your treasures and also get them all for 2 mana less, actually really valuable. It opens up the speed of your lethal so much.
Hunter Ace was right. Your deck list name is correct. I mean, just very, very surprising to see that a deck that wasn't quite so refined when it first appeared actually still had its merits, and I'm excited whether people will really pick up on this version of Demon Hunter, because, like, apparently the prerequisite for playing Kazakhstan in a deck is mana cheat, as Druid does, and that's also somewhat available to Demon Hunter as well. Not a hard rule though, because we do have the Warrior for okasinnsuke, which is not a mana cheat deck, but still runs the Kazakhstan. But something tells me it's gonna be going a little bit too slowly, and the glide is gonna be a huge backbreaker.
Yeah, even with Kazakhstan in hand for DragonMan, you just do not care 1 iota, because of course you need to draw the rest of your deck first anyway. And so the more okasinnsuke is filling up with cards in hand, the better and better that glide becomes. And it just could not be any more perfect, right? You have the Sigil Runner to complete the quest, glide next turn. You can even go 0 mana Sigil plus the glide if you wanted to as well, just to guarantee yourself easier quest completion the turn after as well. It's so clean.
Works out perfectly, and for Okashinsuke, all he can do is play Corsair Cash, but all those weapons are getting shuffled back in the deck. He probably should just coin the Onyxian Drake if he smells a glide coming up here, but even using coin feels awful, right? Because if you do hit Kazaka-san, that means you're one turn further away from playing it without the coin. I honestly don't know, maybe the matchup is so terrible that he has to pray that the glide isn't there and just hold on to coin.
I could see that being very reasonable, to be honest.
Hovering
One of those weird ones where,
Storm.
because you don't have to draw any minions to activate Kazaka-san, I kind of feel like the coin is not a bad card to have in your deck, weirdly enough, because you can talk about you just need to get lucky to win this matchup. The way you might just need to get lucky is drawing exactly coin plus Kazaka-san back again. And so here for Okashinsuke, even though I probably would have favored the idea of going for the Blade Storm, maybe he's come to the hypothesis that removal is actually just good in this matchup anyway, because you need to get through all their treasures later on. Like, he could be going for an Outlast game plan instead of going for a proactive Kazaka-san game plan.
That's true. It's very reasonable, even if DragonMan gets a relatively early Kazaka-san, and even if Okashinsuke gets glided, there's so much redundancy in the removal from the warrior deck that he probably still draws enough to deal with, like, at least 3 waves of minions from DragonMan. And there's always, as we know, such a high variance on the treasures. Maybe DragonMan gets only burst and no board development, and maybe it's not enough to get past the armor. We shall see. It's not as though Okashinsuke can only win by going for a counter Kaz. But for now, DragonMan is making very timely progress on the quest. It feels like he's just finished it by turn 5 every single game so far. That's the strength of this build, the consistent Kurtrus hitting the board by turn 6. Trade.
Yeah, I think so.
The Blade Storm now, he at least has an answer to the Kurtrus, so he doesn't have to hold on to a heavy plate for the shield shatter, I don't think. But, too many weapons! Are you the helicopter man now? Just a miserable turn for Okashinsuke. DragonMan knows exactly the damage he's caused with the glide, making Okashinsuke's resources so limited here. And meanwhile, DragonMan has just powerful play after powerful play. It's the Kurtrus into Hero Kurtrus, into glide again for disruption if he wants, or just Razorglaive Sentinel. And of course, Air Cash, that draws nothing!
That is actually just a literally dead card. Oh, this is so sad. Okay, at least he can draw a card on one of these 1/3s, which is a blessing I did not think he would be afforded in the near future. As, okay, yes, wins the brawl. That needed to happen for there to be any semblance of hope whatsoever. And there are still a few cards left in DragonMan's deck, which I know he is going to get through instantaneously. But it does mean that at least Okashinsuke has 1 or 2 turns before the Kazaka-san is likely to come down from DragonMan, which of course means he has 1 or 2 turns to draw his own Kazaka-san. Because even though I was talking about the possibility of a removal-based game plan, it very much felt like a plan B to me. I think Kazaka-san of his own for Okashinsuke should definitely be the way to go.
Well, for Okashinsuke here, he first hovered over Bladestorm, which is, of course, a guaranteed board clear, but he can go Minefield, which will always give him an Outrider's Axe target, although it's not particularly likely to clear both of them. The only outcome in which he clears everything with Minefield and Outrider's Axe is 4 on 1 and 1 on the other, but every outcome will leave 1 bat at least at 3 HP or lower that you can Outrider's Axe to kill it, and I do think he needs the card draw, even though it's painful. You effectively take 15 most of the time with this play because you have to swing into 1. Oh, sorry, just 10, and then the other will come back the other way. But you have Buckler for the follow-up, so I think it's fine.
Going with the clean clear. I mean, I guess if you are trying to be as efficient as possible with your removal, Bladestorm is unlikely to get better than this at any point in the game, because everything's going to have different health totals instead later on.
depends if they have a banana split board, but I can appreciate the sentiment. There's going to be a variety of other minions as well. But I'm not sure if okasinnsuke can get away with not necessarily taking every card draw that he can.
Wow, ripping the glide in outcast position right out the gate, which okasinnsuke is going to be delighted about. He gets another shot at hitting Kazaka-san on curve now, which he would not have had otherwise. And all of a sudden, the game is actually in with a chance for okasinnsuke.
He's just going to play it first.
Yeah, straight up.
Okay. Well, DragonMan might still be able to be the first one to actually play a treasure, though, because if it's just Kazaka-san... Oh, sorry. With the damage on the Sentinel, the swing of the Outrider's Axe can actually also clear that. I didn't realize DragonMan was so willing to give targets for Outrider's Axe here. But all right.
Oh! Embers!
Embers, yeah.
That's got to be better than Book.
Yeah, I don't think there's quite enough minions that have died to justify Book yet. Wax?
Wax? Yeah, I think it's Wax.
Does Beastly Beauty do anything as an 8/8? Not very much. Okay, now it's Book.
Now I like
probably,
Book. Yeah.
because the others suck.
Enough's died. It's going to be playable at least, which is the really important thing.
Okay. Did he take the army knife? I didn't quite see, but that's a horn. Yep.
Damn, that was a good Kazaka-san.
Yes, it was.
Ember's Book and Horn. My
Yeah.
goodness.
And I think army knife also.
Yeah, not bad.
Not bad at all. Meanwhile, for DragonMan, he can probably get to play Kazaka-san this turn.
Yeah. Probably.
Selena?
Yeah, it's not outcastable. Oh, no, sorry. I was thinking there's a Razor Glaive on board, so no, of course it is.
Took the Chaos Leech just to help deal with Kazaka-san. Fair enough. That is...
That's still not
Why is it
playable.
green? The last card is a minion, then I guess.
Viper or something?
Oh, it's
Yeah,
Viper. Okay. All right.
Man, there's
He
a lot
got there.
happening right now.
Okay, Horn,
Right.
Wand,
Horn, Wand,
Bubba, Embers,
Bubba, Embers,
Boombox.
Boombox.
I mean, he's going so fast. He
Yeah.
doesn't know anything.
I mean, you and I clearly agree at least. I don't know if DragonMan is going to be on the same page. He hasn't spent the majority of his adult life talking with the other.
Is he gonna glide right now? Is he just going to make this a full treasure?
Oh, there's no way. Really? Oh my
Madman.
god.
The madman!
He's just going full chaos. Oh my god.
He just wants full treasure on treasure action. He says that my hand is better than yours. I discovered better than what you did. And I actually think that he's gonna get called out on his bluff.
So Ember's, Book, obviously the obvious play that you could go for, just to clear the board, push 8 damage. Rakara plus hero power, I am kind of looking at, because you could go Rakara swing into the Kazaka-san and then hero power to finish it off, pushing 16 damage on this turn, which is kind of tempting.
Definitely not insignificant, but you also have to tank the 8, which means you only
True.
gain 2 net armor from Rakara, which is also scary because they might have Book and Embers too.
Yep.
I'm not sure. I think I'd go Looming and Book.
Oh, but Book could be so good. Like, imagine if they have like Horn or some way of going wide on board. I don't know, like
True.
maybe you go Rakara and don't swing in order to keep your armor total high for shield
Right.
shatter, and you just go trade hero power face, swing face.
Yeah, I mean, it was really close. I mean, this play means that your shield shatter's probably never going to be active
Yeah.
for a decent amount. Like, there's still looming presence for armor, to be fair, but it does push the most immediate damage, and it's okasinnsuke calling DragonMan out on his bluff, essentially, that I don't think you have the damage right away, and he's just setting up his own lethal. Fair play. Vampiric Fangs and Chaos Leech is a lot of healing.
If he did pick Embers, he could go Razorglaive, Arcanist, Spell Power Embers at that point if he hadn't traded there, because it would have cost 8 mana. Now that's obviously not a possibility anymore. So I guess it's just going to be Razorglaive Bobber.
Yes, it looks like it. Arcanist Embers, even better than Arcanist Pure Gold. But it still wouldn't have been guaranteed lethal there, right? It would have been 20 to face in most outcomes.
Right, yeah.
Okay, I love that he's going for the Fangs just to heal up here. Full respect with the Chaos Leech as well. He is just cycling. He can push the damage with the hero power as well and set up for the Arcanist Embers. 30 damage.
But it's never even gonna get there. Book Embers. I don't even think you need the second one. It's just gonna get there. DragonMan, it looked like he was gonna get the full 3-0 sweep, but Gia, of all things, it was just a wayward glide that turned out to be his doom. If he hadn't played that, yes, it would have slowed down his own card draw, and it's impossible for him to know this necessarily, but okasinnsuke wouldn't have had Kazakhstan, or would have been much less likely at least, and DragonMan could have got there.
I mean, it's crazy. It's just so impossible to evaluate whether or not this is the right line, because DragonMan has no inkling that okasinnsuke got all the good burst treasures.
Right.
And DragonMan thought that he had enough of the good treasures for himself, that on average, if he just plays them quicker, then he should get there. Didn't pan out in this instance. But man, if anything, I've just learned that DragonMan is not afraid to play with fire, and he absolutely deserves his battle tag.
Man, that glide at the end, I still can't believe it. And I still don't know if that was right. Like, giving your opponent initiative with their, 4 or 5 potential treasures, obviously depending on how many of their actual cards they draw back, surely that has to ramp up the power level of their next turn. Whereas if you just go glide on your turn, you're going to be able to play your own treasures instantly and maybe hit lethal with Embers. It felt a little too cavalier.
Well, in any case, DragonMan is not out yet. His perfect game record has been broken here. Previously, he did sweep with the Burn Shaman off stream, and he was on his way to sweeping with this Kurtrust Demon Hunter, I believe was its original name, Typo Care of Raven, which actually turned out to be an amazing name for it. But he now has a chance with the Mozaki Mage instead, going into the Kazakhstan Warrior, which is a decidedly good matchup. There's just a lot of damage here, literally infinite. And while there is a Bulwark for okasinnsuke, it's okay if DragonMan doesn't even get the full kill in one turn. He can just deal enough that ignites on the next turn will be enough to finish okasinnsuke off, even if his Mozaki gets removed. And DragonMan will have all the time in the world to draw up to it.
I do agree it's a good matchup for the Mage. Yeah, having seen it a little bit more, I do think it's not necessarily the auto win or close to it that I once believed it to be, because to be fair, even though you do have, as you said, infinite damage, the Mozaki Mage turn, I'm sure I'm doing something wrong. And to be fair, when you're playing on ladder, you're always afraid of Mutinous that can potentially mess you up as the Mozaki, so you have to go a little bit quicker until you see the dragon package that confirms it isn't. But it's difficult to necessarily do the amount of damage you need to kill them in one turn, especially if they have a Bulwark in play, as often I find the cap tends to be, unless you have the perfect hand, around 40, 45 damage. I kind of start to peter out a lot of the time. And in that instance, if you are met with not lethal, yes, you can finish them off with the ignites later on. But at that point, the Warriors probably starting to get their own game plan online with Onyxia and Kazakhstan. And so for okasinnsuke, the game plan should be gain a lot of armor, as he's absolutely doing here with Buckler on turn 2, which feels arguably even a little bit too liberal, not getting his hero powers in, but just trying to outlast that initial burst from Mozaki and then clean up afterwards.
That's right. I mean, okasinnsuke's consistently not been a hero power on 2 gamer. I was surprised to see the buckler as well. Like, not only because you lose out on a weaved in hero power, which, you know, every turn that you get hero power is extra armor, which might be the breakpoint you need to survive and get lethal on the next turn. But also saving buckler for a little bit later on kind of acts like a pseudo bulwark. Like, if you save the buckler for the turn you go bulwark, it can effectively act as another charge on the bulwark, right? Because you can get the full value out of the 10 armor instead of just 5 after you get the minus if the mage is trying to deal maximum damage anyway. But that's a low on curve for DragonMan, which solves a lot of the issues in terms of being able to deal even more max damage. The cap is a lot lower when you don't have flow added in the equation and siphon mana, preferably.
okasinnsuke diverging here once again, as this could have just been heavy plate hero power in order to keep loading up on that armor total. He's going a little bit more aggressive here by attacking with the weapon, which does have its merits, because as I said, if you can survive that Mizaki burst at first, then it does become a kind of race where you're just trying to kill them with your dragons and weapons before their ignites slowly chip you down. And so I don't hate this line, but I do kind of feel like I still would like to see him prioritize armor in the next few turns.
Yeah, I think it's fine as well. Now that the ice barrier has been laid down by DragonMan, it does feel a little bit bad for okasinnsuke to have equipped the weapon, because it's going to take 3 whole swings to actually gain net damage from this point. But he will get there eventually. I think he has to commit to keep swinging at this point, because he'll also need the Rokara weapon going face at some point. There is also just 1 barrier for DragonMan, so he can't continue to abuse the fact that okasinnsuke needs to swing to actually get damage through. But for DragonMan, it's actually a pretty big deal that his studies gave a whole bunch of terrible options, honestly. The Aegwin, too expensive to play alongside Mizaki on that turn, but maybe her aura, if he discovers on the 2nd primordial studies a guild trader, can be pretty useful later on.
And to be fair to okasinnsuke, he's kind of getting up into that breakpoint of where it's difficult to actually kill you. 46 health now, Rokara potentially next turn brings you up to 55. Heavy plate yet further, like 60 armor this game, or 60 health overall, sorry, is a very, very realistic prospect for okasinnsuke. Which, of course, again, further incentivizes DragonMan to get those discounts, as you said, really wants to find the second flow as soon as possible, but maybe even to go for something like siphon mana to reduce his hand rather than necessarily to go face, which, although does technically lower your overall amount of damage in a sense, okay, that's fantastic. It does allow you to get in more spells in the turn, which kind of recoups that damage very quickly.
Right, it's lower overall damage, as you said, but within a single turn, ups your maximum damage. Very awkward, the Arcane Intellect results for DragonMan here, because he just doesn't have dumpable cards, right? You want to save Siphon Mana and Runed Orb for the big Mizaki turn. You want to save Biscuit for the Mizaki turn. There's a world where I can see him just accepting Overdraw, because I feel like the average card from his deck right now is worse than all of these, but it still kind of begs the question, how is he going to free up hand space the next turn? And that's only through Aegwin and shooting her with the First Flames and Brain Freezes, maybe.
I do think you have to dump something here. With 0 card draw in hand, so much of your deck is that valuable card draw in the form of, multicaster, a cram session even would be fine. Even just a fire sale to shuffle back in, I would not hate at all. But he is just going to accept it here. And okasinnsuke is going to quite happily keep marching along, gaining armor turn after turn after turn, which just means that DragonMan's sights have to be set higher and higher each turn. And at the moment, it's looking like it's going to be a couple turns off at least before he can get there.
Biscuit lost, which is, again, a bit of a detriment to total damage output within a single turn. But I think it's fine. DragonMan is committing 1 Ruined Orb here to look for a card draw effect. Doesn't get it, but Evocation can maybe provide him with something to do next turn. There's not much space to work with, but he can create a little bit of space by going First Flame. But, oh, he goes Siphon instead. Okay.
Right, I really thought that was going to be Evocation, just because you can use it post-Mazaki.
Yeah. I mean, I'm surprised it wasn't Evocation, and on top of that, I'm surprised he used Siphon Mana on like 3 cards discounted, and a lot of them are cards that he can't even dump from hand right now. I thought he would take that opportunity to use First Flame, Second Flame also, or both Brain Freezes or something, to just free up some hand space by the time he actually hits Multicaster. For okasinnsuke, he did give up the guaranteed armor hero power, but it's fine because for now he is very, very healthy, and I think his priority is finding Kazaka-san. So it's also a matter of hand space here. How does he free up the space to then play cutting class? Starting with Corsair to make sure he tutors Outriders makes sense as well.
Yeah, he still has mana to just go heavy plate hero power.
Kazaka-san, bottom 12, still a bit elusive, but okay, it seems like. Oh, he goes Bulwark now.
Wow.
Right. Fair enough. He has just seen Siphon Mana and double flow played, so he smelled like he was going to get hit with lethal on the next turn, but it wasn't quite there. We can see from DragonMan there's no cram sessions just yet.
Well, he saved the coin this entire game, right? There was probably one play in his mind all along, but now it's actually staring him in the face. Coin Onyxia, you know it's going to unlock a lot of your opponent's hand. They haven't played First Flame, Brain Freeze, Flurry, all of these very, very cheap cards that need minions to go on. Does Onyxia even do anything here?
It does kind of beg the question whether they can answer that board and also deal lethal, because I feel there's some merit to putting the threats on board while you have the Bulwark equipped. So it's kind of saying like DragonMan will want to clear the board, and that means using cheap spells. But if he does that on the Mazaki turn while there's a Bulwark up, then a lot of that damage gets soaked by the Bulwark. And if he just takes a clear turn without playing Mazaki, then that's a lot of the fuel used up on a turn that doesn't involve gaining spell damage. Oh my gosh, this is a disaster draw for DragonMan. He just has no targets.
Yeah, and I think weirdly enough for okasinnsuke, it's what he would be afraid of is not like his opponent being able to use the removal to clear his board. It's like actually activating the Mazaki turn itself, because very often you'll realize with these Mazaki turns, you go Mazaki, you first flame your own Mazaki, you brain freeze your own Mazaki, and then if you do anything else, it just dies. You have to stop there, or you're not going to be able to get them all in. And so, yeah, I really like this for okasinnsuke. Just going for the pure control game plan here, punching them in the face, kind of literally every single turn. I think it just gets there, or it gives him the best shot at getting there at least.
It could. Really depends on DragonMan's next couple of draws, because for now we can see okasinnsuke looking very resigned, just hoping and praying he draws Kazaka-san. Even he, one of the calmest and most stoic players we have, has been throwing out some gestures here. And still doesn't find it, but he is continuing the onslaught of weapon damage, slowly but surely getting there.
Just winning. Punching them every and chopping them with the other. It just gets there. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Nothing dumpable.
Oh.
The shooting star. Like, even if this were an evocation, at least you could dump that. Even if you don't get any useful spell from it, it at least dissipates at the end of the turn.
So, just...
Hot streak?
Hot
I feel
streak?
like that's the least useful spell here.
Well, the biscuit? Okay.
Why though? Like, it's... Like, hot streak is kind of like biscuit, but less flexible, right? Kazaka-san!
Ooh. Okay, this one he seems much more interested in playing, as there are a lot of treasures he could get that just end the game next turn. Looming Presence for card draw, I like. It gives you more chance of finding Book if you discover it. Horn?
Sure. Book's not playable yet, is it? Like Onyxia
good point,
and
actually, yeah.
Aegwin, that's it?
Oh,
that
no,
have died?
good point.
I mean, Onyxia and Drake. Blade of Keldor, honestly. Yeah, oh my gosh, so terrible. Hyper Blaster can go face.
Right, yeah, literally. I mean, I'm thinking it can go face and it can kill Ozaki cleanly, which you can do a million other ways. Maybe knife.
Oh no, what are these?
Oh,
no Book, no
disaster.
Embers, no Pure Cold. It's just... Ay.
Poison? Ugh. Okay.
Yeah. He's even just gonna blow up his own Kaz, and you know what? This is very smart. Denying targets. I think okasinnsuke knows what's going on with DragonMan's hand. The fact that he had to dump a biscuit of all things means that okasinnsuke is just kind of getting towards his lead. And DragonMan says he can't wait anymore. What?
Now?
There's no crack session.
Why is now the time? This
He's
never
scared of
gets
Embers. He's scared of
there. Never.
Embers.
You have to take the risk. This is never lethal.
It never is, but if the Rune Orb contains a cram session, maybe it's a 2-turn lethal setup? I don't know, man.
Even then, I really would be surprised if this deals more than 40 damage.
I do not know. He needs card draw, Spring Water. Both the multicasters are at the bottom 9. Kind of unlucky as well. Not even close. What the heck? He doesn't even remove all the armor. Have you ever seen a Saturn Mozaki turn?
Yes, every single game I've played with it ever.
Okashinsky is ecstatic. He's like, "What? That's it?
Oh my god, it's so
Simply winning.
mega over.
Doesn't matter if he has just garbage treasures."
If you go Onyxia and it's Mirror Entity, that's fine.
Yeah, you can just rush Onyxia into Onyxia.
Yeah. Yours has invulnerability, theirs doesn't. Not
And
even there.
like DragonMan did have a very weird order of the way his cards were shuffled, but he had multiple opportunities to target his own minions to free up some hand space, like with First Flame, like when he had the Aegwin.
Yeah.
He instead went Siphon Mana, which is one of the spells that can go face, which granted it discounts his hand, but I feel like that's paying very, very little respect to your opponent. Because that kind of play can work on ladder, where you just expect them to play minions anyway, and that's how you free up hand space. But okasinnsuke, he knows what's up. He's taking a swig of whatever that was as well, because he's so
that
pleased.
explains a lot. That does explain why we're getting some emotion out of him. I mean, well played by okasinnsuke. I think, towards the end there, even though, as I was saying, right up until turn 9, we knew what he was saving the coin for. He thought he knew what he was saving the coin for. He reached for it, and then he was like, hold up, why has my opponent done nothing for 4 turns? What is this Onyxia gonna do? And very cleverly came to the conclusion, it's just gonna activate their hand. I do not want to do that. Clearing off his own Kazakhstan as well was a real spot of genius from him, and leads him to be the deserved victor. As for DragonMan on the other side, what he did was not a 0% play, because like you said, he could have hit Cram Session. But even if he hit Cram Session there, I really don't think that was actually going to be lethal. He just didn't have enough mana, because he'd used already the mana biscuit, sorry. His ignites were costing 2 again, because they were played and reshuffled after the Incantus Flows had already been played. I just don't think that ever got there, and the more likely play to win was just pray they get bad treasures and hope to top deck Cram Session next turn.
Yeah, again, tough to evaluate because you have zero knowledge of the treasures. It feels like DragonMan is kind of an all-in player when it comes to playing Kazakhstan or also just facing it, but he is not out of it just yet. One last chance here. okasinnsuke right on the brink of reverse sweeping with his warrior, but DragonMan has the deck that has gone undefeated for him so far this week. The Burn Shaman started off with a pretty good opening mulligan as well. I love the keep of the Primordial Studies and Bloom for Multicaster. That's 2 spell schools already spoken for, and then the Multicaster is your most important cycle tool.
But I mean, if we talk about the unbeatable deck for DragonMan in the Shaman, it's the same thing for the Warrior for okasinnsuke. He went 3-0 yesterday versus Give Please. He's gone 2-0 already today and very possibly looking to go with the full reverse sweep. As you say, it's a terrible matchup for the Burn Shaman. And okasinnsuke just has to try and survive these next few turns. And I think he should be in a fantastic position. I don't think this requires any great expenditure of resources. Just hero power, I think, is fine here.
The thing is, if you hero power this turn, the next turn, just hero power Shield Slam's not enough to remove it either, because it's going to shave off your armor. So if we think about the amount that he's actually going to lose from the Vaj staying on board, it's quite a lot. And that's why I like the pick from DragonMan of just going Lady Vaj on curve. It's of the shape that is actually quite awkward for Warrior to deal with on turn 2. They need Coin, Outrider's Axe, or exactly Minefield to deal with it cleanly. It's going to be Buckler Shield Slam now.
Yep, very clean indeed. Next turn, there's a decent chance that a Nixie and Drake can get there to kill off whatever comes down, especially when paired with the Sword and Board and the Coin.
Fleet Breaker, a nice pickup for DragonMan to fill out the curve a little bit nicely. He would rather save the Bloom for something other than a multicaster, and now that he has the Frost Spell School played, all 3 of them can be represented for the full 3 draws next turn. Just a Nixian to clear the Sleet Breaker looks decent to me here. But he could also take a preemptive Rancor if he wants, if he just doesn't feel like there's going to be that many targets. But using the coin to also fit in the Sword and Board feels so expensive when you have Rakara in hand.
Yeah, I was going to say I like just a Nixie and Drake here because, I mean, there were a couple of other lines. It could have obviously been Sword and Board, Coin, Drake for a full clear, Sword and Board, Coin, Rancor for a full clear, and gaining 4 armor at the same time. But I think all of that was a little bit too aggressive, needlessly aggressive in terms of clearing the board. Whereas just Drake or Hero Power Sword and Board, as he went for, should be fine. Leaving him in, again, a bit of an awkward position in terms of if you actually want to clear the board. But I think, again, he can quite happily just not have to clear the full board. Just Drake alone is fine here, I think.
True. Feels a little bit bad to miss hero power, but it's fine. I think it's more important to save coin for Rakara if he wants. Because this is honestly not shaping up to be the type of hand that outlasts the Shaman in terms of just stacking armor. He hasn't really hit enough cycle to justify that, it feels like. Nor the big armor totals. So maybe taking a more aggressive approach could be the way. Whether or not that works out is also highly questionable, though. Because we can look at DragonMan's hand with the double Brilliant Macaws to just keep the cycle going with the fully juiced multicaster. He could build up lethal combos much quicker than even the Mizaki Mage he had last game. Wow. It's Shield Shatter, which feels painful if you haven't seen Wild Paw Cavern, but okasinnsuke just not willing to take any more damage here. Wants to weave in the hero powers. And we see DragonMan commit a Bloom to make hand space. I think this is fine.
Yeah, it's so interesting, isn't it? How you already see that even in these matchups where you're under literally zero pressure, you still can't necessarily save every combo piece for when you want to go all in. Like, because hand space becomes the concern here. You have to use a Lightning Bloom, which means that you're doing like 2 less damage with a sorry, later on with an overdraft. Yes, apologies. Which just makes your combo so much harder to go for. And I think it's correct, obviously, to go for this just to maximize your card draw. But it just shows the Warrior really doesn't have to do anything too quickly because the Shaman will eventually just burn through a lot of its own combo pieces just through the process of drawing its deck.
Right. DragonMan still definitely has maintained enough to deal, I want to say, upwards of 24 damage in theory. Like, he'll still have to draw towards those cards. But, like, all of the actual burn spells, Frostbite, Lightning Bolt, outside of one Serpentine Portal are intact. And he's only used one Primordial Studies. There's the other one on top of the 2 natural zappers in the deck, which now can be joined by a Thalnos if he likes. It's just the cheapest spell damage option available to him here. Lady Vash also has her merits. Picks the Kobold, which I feel like is just strictly worse than Thalnos because that 2 damage is never going face.
Right, and would you not rather the card draw? I feel like I would. I mean, unless he's that afraid of not having cards that can be dumped from hand.
True, but you wouldn't want to dump the spell damage minion anyway until you're going for the combo at this point, I feel. Okay. First overdraft is fine to use before the combo because it's really only one that gets a ton of value. The other one is only dealing as much damage as spell damage that you have on board.
Well, he is absolutely tearing through his deck at a blistering pace, and with Brukan to come down on curve, that can often be the missing link that gets you the necessary damage with a couple of key fire invocations to actually hit lethal later on in the game, especially as Okashinsuke is only at 30 health right now. It's not like he's skyrocketed up to 50 or 60 health like we saw last game. And so I think this is still very doable for DragonMan, despite being in a very poor matchup. As long as he just keeps the pressure up, as I said with the Brukan, this is very winnable indeed. And
However, we are looking at a 50-50 for Bulwark. Sorry to cut you off. I think that's the key thing that we haven't really talked about is from the Corsair Cache. If he can hit the buffed Bulwark, that's going to be so problematic for DragonMan because he's not running a Viper in the deck. That cuts so much into his potential burst damage and buys Okashinsuke tons of time to get to Onyxia, to get to Kazakhstan, and present a counter-lethal opportunity. So I'm curious about the timing as to which he goes for the Corsair Cache because right now this could still be weaving in hero powers and maybe even getting a little bit of armor with Rancor while there's a target. Still waiting is Okashinsuke, and it's fine. DragonMan taking the Brukan turn. I don't know if he even takes the taunts, does he?
Yeah, I think you might just go water or air just for literally nothing, but disagrees. I mean, I guess 2 damage is 2 damage. Even if it gives them an extra card, you are kind of just slowly chipping them away.
Fair enough. If we're talking damage that DragonMan has stacked up in hand, well, this Macaw is currently copying Brukan, and he has the Fire Invocation hero powers. So that could be another, like, 6 from the Macaw by itself. There's the Bulwark, though, for Okashinsuke, which does have all the charges on it, and he could definitely go for it this turn. I feel like it's already getting super scary, especially with that hero power. But if there's a way to cheese it one more turn, then that could be even better. And he does have heavy plate, so maybe that's the line.
Yeah, I count on DragonMan's side 20 damage on this turn, excluding what Parrot could do alongside it, which could, I guess, potentially buff it up to 28 if you get the perfect outcome of Fire Invocation, obviously. But, I mean, even though Okashinsuke won't be able to perfectly figure out what the damage thresholds are, you know roughly what they're going to be doing. And so he knows that if you stay above 30, I think it's reasonable to say you're not going to die, even if you don't equip Bulwark on this turn.
Yeah, I think that's very fair. Gets to weave in the hero power too, and every single one of those is... Oh, never mind, he did go Bulwark. Honestly, I was looking at hero power coin cutting class there, because you did talk about damage thresholds. But the Macaw casts no additional damage. Huge for Okashinsuke here. And that means that DragonMan is just gonna chill for a bit. Minefield and then Rancor gives you a chance to gain even more armor.
Yeah, pretty good chance. Nice. That's huge.
Perfect. It's so funny. Usually you want Minefield to actually clear something, but in this case, it's perfect that it left all the targets up. DragonMan has to chew through 4 charges of Bulwark, and he doesn't have like small sources of damage that he would happily expend, like the ping from Mage. It's just not there. Bash Prime is a very interesting proposition here, which does lead his overall damage output in one turn to be greatly increased because of the spell discounts that he gets. But the problem still remains is that he doesn't have small ways of dealing damage to get through the Bulwark.
That's exactly right. And not only that, it's that like everything this Vash is getting him is not that useful right now. Like he gets the Wild Boar Caverns, sure, fantastic, but okasinnsuke still has ways to answer that. I guess it's just praying that eventually you overwhelm them with just 1 extra minion before they can equip Rakara, for example, to start swinging off the minions themselves, because they still have the Bulwark equipped. But right now for okasinnsuke, he still obviously has plenty of ways to answer the meat of this board.
Right. And since he knows that DragonMan is now trying to switch to minion pressure to get through the Bulwark, I think it's important for him to take a turn to get his resources with the cutting class, even though he'll miss a turn of hero power, because I assume he's just going to Brawl Shield Slam after that. I think it's worth it to make sure he can answer the next Wild Paw Cavern, because meanwhile, DragonMan's actually gotten the Fire Invocation hero power again, and that's the best outcome so far, is like getting it every other turn, which is the maximum. Okay, instead of Brawl, he goes Drake plus Shield Slam, and that is fine. He does put a taunt in the way, so it's not super likely that the Kobold gets to go face. But DragonMan can leverage this into face damage by using the Landslide. I mean, I should say Bulwark Shavings, not face damage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it doesn't get through it though, so he is going to be not attacking with the 2/2 for a turn. Okay.
My bad. I thought he had second Landslide, but it's not there, and that means okasinnsuke can finally start putting the counter pressure on. He has just seen a Snowfall Guardian and both macaws. There's still a very reasonable chance that the second one is there, but he can probably still answer it with a Brawl at the worst, right?
Yeah. Or, I mean, honestly, even like ignore it for a turn. Like, even if it shaves off 1 charge of Bulwark, that's still, you know, not taking any actual damage itself.
Yeah, very good point. He is wondering, though, if he should trade more than the minimum amount of whelps to be a little bit less weak to Snowfall Guardian. I could see that happening.
True. Yeah, the Onyxia still wouldn't be frozen, right? Because it's not actually damaged.
Yeah. So we can talk about breakpoints of how big is too difficult of a Snowfall Guardian to clear. And I'm gonna say it's all roughly the same because he has enough armor that second Shield Slam or second Onyxian Drake will be able to deal with it either way.
Yeah, 6/6, 7/7. Like, when you get to 7/7 instead of 6/6, you can go Rakara swing hero power, but he's obviously not going to be doing that anyway, because he wants to keep the Bulwark equipped as long as possible. Yeah. But now, finally, DragonMan has wiled his deck away entirely, leaving himself in a fatigue scenario. So we have to start counting up very rapidly the amount of damage he can actually do, even through Bulwark charges, actually, which obviously is not going to be lethal quite yet.
It's hardly anything if he has to use 3 burn spells in the Bulwark.
Right.
It means only Frostbite, Serpent Shrine, and Portal can go face with 2 spell damage. That's hardly anything. So if we assume the best case scenario, which is the minions can go face, all of them, and that shaves the Bulwark charges, then we are looking at 5 times 5 damage in hand. Plus the overdraft, because I think he has the mana to play all of it, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, it's actually just perfectly 10 mana for all the burn spells and both the novice zappers. So that would be 25 plus overdraft would be 4 overloads plus 2 spell damage, so it's 6, so it's 31. But obviously, not all the minions can go face. Not a single one of them can go face. So, like, 15 of that 31 has to be committed to removing the Bulwark. And that math means he is nowhere close.
It does mean he's nowhere close, but there are still these stags that can maybe make up the difference as the last semblance of hope for him available. If they can chip away all the damage and maybe get in 9 extra chip damage aside from just getting off the bulwark, then maybe it can get there, but obviously that's just such a long shot. It's not like okasinnsuke is completely out of removal.
He was even cheering that the 3-drop that came from the portal was 4 health, leaving a perfect Blade Storm with the stagger that he knew was going to come out. And I think okasinnsuke knows that he's in a great position here. DragonMan, I guess, pretty happy with the hero power because minions are more relevant, honestly, than the Fire Invocation at this point with the Bulwark state. However, okasinnsuke is not short on resources whatsoever. I don't think he has to take any risk with the Kazakhstan. He could just brawl here and chill. Maybe play heavy plate and hero power. But he's doing the math in his head. What are all of the spells remaining? What is DragonMan's maximum damage output now? And he did use a Serpent Shrine portal, so we have to take 5 off of the 31 we counted. 26?
6, because that's 1 less overload as well, unless he does it this turn. But oh no, wait, the overload's already gone. So yeah, so 25 I think is the max now.
Okay, I probably did the math wrong the first time because I'm counting 26 right now.
I am also counting 26, yeah.
Okay.
So it was 32, now it's 26. All right, we got it.
Okay. Oops, sorry.
It's very hard. It's very, very hard. I always mess it up. Or just rely on you to do it and don't bother.
In any case, 26, still eons away, and there's still 1 more charge on this Bulwark.
Oh, Blade Storm.
The Blade Storm, yeah.
That's it.
He can just pack it up. The fatigue is going to catch up with him too quickly, not even mentioning the Kazakhstan.
Yeah, he needed, like, literally perfect fire something, fire something, fire something, fire something to have even a sliver of hope.
Like fire taunt every time.
Right.
But yeah, DragonMan's just gonna wave goodbye. Doesn't even want to see the treasures. And okasinnsuke, 2 days in a row, just reverse sweeps with this Kazakhstan warrior. He's just undefeated with it on stream. And boy, has it served him well. Biggest smile we've seen from him all season.
okasinnsuke is just looking unbelievable right now. I think this metagame, this warrior in particular, just suits his playstyle so perfectly, so methodical, so well thought out at all points of the game plan. Like you can see in so many games, he's not just thinking, okay, what am I doing this turn? He's mapping out, like, how does the rest of the game look? What does my opponent theoretically have they can do for the entire rest of the game? And then he distorts his game plan or shapes his game plan around what his opponent can do there. And with this control warrior, I think it complements that style of play beautifully here, as we can see with a 6-0 on stream with the control warrior over the last 2 days is truly impressive. Puts okasinnsuke now up to, I believe, 8 points, currently tied with Mighty in first place. But obviously Mighty still left to play, which could keep his leave him to keep his spot at the top of the leaderboard. But yeah, for okasinnsuke, a huge win, not only to secure, I think, basically 100% his spot in playoffs, but also to make him much, much more likely to get in that top 4 to get through to Grandmasters' last call next season. And I personally could not be more happy for him. I think it'll be a great addition to the global Grandmasters, in which all regions will be against each other.
Oh yes, can't wait to beat up on those EU and America's Grandmasters. okasinnsuke leading the forefront, but we shall see who will join him. Of course, very sad to have to bid goodbye to DragonMan after his only streamed match. I do think he gave us a very, very good show. That that Demon Hunter, I really feel has something going for it. I don't know if that's quite the refined list yet, but I feel that its style of the fast quest progression, people have sort of forgotten the utility of just getting Kurchus online super quickly and then utilizing Kazakhstan instead of Il'gynoth feels like there's definitely some potential to be had there. Could be a sleeper deck. I'm wondering if more people will bring it to the Masters Tour. If Hunter Ace will bring it again, who knows? But for now, that's only match 1 of today, Derek. Already feels like we've been through a gauntlet.
I know, yeah, that was a real long one. Another game where we have 3 control warriors, a game 5 this time. It's going to be even longer than yesterday. But with games like that, I couldn't even complain. As we're saying, congratulations to okasinnsuke. A farewell to DragonMan, but I'm sure given that he's one of the few APAC players to have made the final of a Masters tour, that won't be the last we've seen from him, or at least I hope not. As we are all done with that first game, as Gia said, moving on to game 2 now is going to be Chonsu versus Alan. Chonsu, a player right towards the top of the leaderboard, I think just below Mighty and okasinnsuke after his win last week, looking to double down on that with a win this week as well to firmly supplant himself top of the leaderboard. Alan, however, looking for that miracle turnaround after a very weak start to the season. He needs something strong here to get him in with a chance of playoffs, and that starts with a victory over Chonsu, which could happen after this break. It's Hearthstone Grandmasters. It's week 3 of Hearthstone Grandmasters for our first season here in 2022. It's going to be a 4-week season overall, as I've said a couple times already, leading into the playoffs in a couple weeks' time. We have a Masters Tour next week to break things up, but then the resolution of the season will be in the playoffs in 2 weeks' time. Playoffs will, of course, be the top half of the players here in this initial season with 16 players overall. 8 of them going to playoffs. And one player who is in a very good spot to get there is Chonsu. After winning last week's play, he's right up towards the top of the leaderboard, and getting through to the top 8 again this week, of course, puts him in great standings with another 2-0 start. But Alan, as I was saying on the other side, does pretty much need to get a win here if he wants to be able to score that spot in playoffs. And after some gorgeous play yesterday, I think he's in with a really good shot of getting there.
He is, but Chonsu has been on a tear lately, not only having won last week and having gone 2-0 of Thursday of this week, he's just been tearing up ladder as well. I believe 2 back-to-back rank 1 legend tweets, both by playing Kazakhstan Druid and Mazaki Mage, of which neither is in his lineup. So if anything, Chonsu is showing quite a lot of diversity with his deck selections. He did play Kazakhstan Druid last week, but if I'm looking correctly, he's he is still on Kazakhstan this week. I thought it was ramp when I saw the Onyxia at the top, but it is just Kazakhstan with the Malago slotted on top as well. It's kind of a different build. None of the token variant that he was running before with the Glowfly Swarm and the Arbor up, but it is still a force to be reckoned with. Perhaps the most interesting part of his lineup, though, is the Libram Paladin, which I've always kind of questioned its overall power level, but going into this week in LHS in particular, I'm like, sure, that's a pretty decent counter queue into Demon Hunter on paper. It's a favorable matchup, but he also has a Quest Rogue to fill that sort of slot, so I'm not quite sure what the Paladin's role should be.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a deck that can do decently well against the Demon Hunter. As you said, if his opponent bans away either the Paladin or the Rogue, it can do well against Warrior, in my experience, just because unless they have a very early Kazakhstan that hits all the broken treasures, Charge Warrior is really going to struggle to get there, because you just have 3-4 Librams of Hope over the course of the game, plus Variant, plus Devout Pupils, plus Truth Seekers. It's a lot of Taunt, and even if that wasn't enough, Mutinous can often chomp up one of the key combo pieces in order to take that down. And I've got to say, I don't mind it. I know that we joke about Paladin being very weak and never getting the job done in Asia Pacific. I net decked Chonsu's Libram Paladin last night and played through quite a few games after having a monstrous losing streak on every other deck I deigned to play. And it just feels pretty good right now, to be honest. Against the aggro decks, I think it can keep up the vast majority of the time. Against Druid, it's close. I think it maybe needs a little bit of extra tweaking to actually have a good matchup against Druid by slotting in like a Blessing of Authority, for example, in the lower end just to be able to get there. But against Demon Hunter in particular, it really is the business. It's so difficult for Demon Hunter to clear all those big threats.
I can also see it getting the job done versus any control warriors running around, because Libram Paladin consistently can put threats on board, and the value that they can get from regenerating Librams after playing Lady Liadrin is often too much for warrior to deal with. And if we take a look at Chonsu's build, which has taken out the double trogs that we were seeing from last week and replaced them with a Viper in there and a Mutinous, the list definitely seems a lot better versus warrior and these slightly slower matchups as well. Alan, however, his opponent, of course, just looking pristine with his play recently, just thinking miles ahead in a different dimension. And I'm very happy to see that after I tweeted out what we made a mistake on while we casted. A lot of other pro players also didn't quite understand the genius of Alan's play at first glance, but they all held the L at the end as they realized that, yes, Alan did have to go for Embers of Ragnaros, even though it left him a small shot of dying on the backswing if he hadn't cleared any minion, because it left himself to not being vulnerable against the Frostbite, just thinking very much ahead, and that is the mark of why Alan's such a good player.
Absolutely. I could not agree more. I think he's been playing very, very strong lately, as we usually expect from him to be doing. If anything, the thing that lets Alan down is never his gameplay, it's his deck selection, where he it's stupid to say he has 2 next level of a bring. He just overthinks it, right? He expects people to outguess each other, and in this double, triple, quadruple bluffing mind games that can occur, he sometimes ends up the loser, is the biggest criticism that I could lay towards him, but that's very, very difficult to predict. And this week, I think he's got much more baseline, good decks, play them well, and that should be able to get there. To start things off, we are, of course, going for the Demon Hunter mirror, but slightly different builds of them, of course, as we have the Kazakasan variant for Alan, whereas Chonsu is going for the expendable performance version with the Deadeye. And I think, having seen that matchup once yesterday, any revelations or predictions as to how this initial one might go?
Having a little bit of deja vu, because you asked me which one I thought would come out on top, and I just said that I favored the Kazakasan in that instance, because I feel like a good Demon Hunter player shouldn't leave enough targets for expendable performers to actually get the job done. And outside of that, like, the decks are very, very similar. But the actual pan out of the matchup that we saw had nothing to do with the late game. It was all about a Magtheridon hitting the board early and just sticking around. I think it was Posesi proving that that damage just snowballed into having to force Trahizan into removing it, and also gave Posesi 24 extra damage that he could close out the game with the Jace very easily. So it doesn't quite speak to necessarily whether Kazakasan is better than performers, but I think it does teach us a lot about the early game mattering way more than you think it does, even with the differences in the lists, because whoever can hit a timely glide and disrupt their opponent should be well in the lead, and whoever can get a lot of the foul spells played leading into a timely chase can just get a surprise lethal as well.
Yeah, they can. It's the hidden factor of Demon Hunters across the ages is that the win condition kind of doesn't matter quite so much in most matchups as what you're doing in the early game. Like, yes, the flashy part is Il'gynoth, Moarg plus Fellscream Blast, or Brutes plus Lion's Frenzy, but the real meat of the deck is those early turns, sailing through with early quest completion, having that strong removal for whatever your opponent does, and then eventually you'll hit the finisher later on. And I fully agree, hitting early quest completion, hitting early Kurtras is just so important to get that chip damage in and juice up your Jace yet further, which both players do, I believe, have access to in this matchup. We've just been informed that they have to perform another test game just to make sure there's no disconnectivity issues, which of course we greatly appreciate after our debacles in APAC, and I believe for Killing All Day on Americas last night as well. But in terms of the context for the rest of the series, with both Druids banned away, Demon Hunters on both sides here, it appears to be a pretty even situation where, you know, whoever loses is obviously going to be in a bad spot. But is there any player who you see this as being more important for them to get a win for in the series overall?
I would wager that that would be Alan, because it looks like Chonsu has two favorable counter cues into Demon Hunter in both the Paladin and the Rogue. But for Alan, if he loses into the Demon Hunter, he still has his own Rogue. But if he loses that one, then he could just get the full sweep, right? Because I think even though our stream games haven't necessarily supported this so much, Demon Hunter should be a favorable matchup going into Kazakhstan Warrior. Although if we take it all the way in the theoretical, if Chonsu does lose with his Demon Hunter in the mirror and, say, chooses to queue up the Quest Rogue first, he gets the win then, and then Alan counter queues it with the Kazakhstan Warrior, then Chonsu can pretty happily counter queue his Paladin. It gets left with a potential Paladin on Chonsu's side versus Quest Rogue from Alan, which I would wager is going to be favorable for the Quest Rogue, because the power of SI7 Assassin and the Fizz Flash Distractor is just a little bit too much for Paladin to deal with on average, because they like to play individual big threats and buff them, which is very, very weak to sap.
Yeah, it felt a little like Chonsu couldn't quite make his mind up, as you said, onto what should be the Demon Hunter ban, because the Demon Hunter counter, that he had available, because the level 1, as we were figuring out during practicing, is definitely the Quest Rogue, just because Scabs is so hard to deal with once you apply stealth to it, and then usually Battlegrounds Battlemaster plus all the other tertiary effects can deliver lethal. Paladin is still very strong against the Demon Hunter, but it's much weaker against the field, specifically against Rogue, also against Burn Shaman that you can expect. Mage, I don't especially like my chances with it. Druid can be a little bit of a close one. And for Chonsu, it does mean that weirdly in this series, I think it works out for him because Alan has that warrior, which Paladin should be such a nice matchup into. But with the combination of the rogue and the paladin, I'm curious to see. It almost feels more like a conquest lineup for Chonsu than a last hero standing lineup where he's got this kind of double target on the demon hunter. But either way, we shall have to see. For both of our players, once again, it's very important for Alan to get the win here, as I believe he's entering in today with 4 points, which means he is currently outside of the playoff zone. So if he does get the loss here, he is, I think, done with his stay in Grandmasters overall. One more win potentially gets him there into playoffs, but of course, then the tiebreakers will start coming into effect. So it's crucial, again, for Alan here. The pressure very much on, which he has traditionally dealt pretty well with, I will say.
Yeah, Alan, the master of grace under pressure. And I do think that a lot of people are rooting for him even outside of this casting desk, believe it or not, on Twitter, as I, sort of sung Alan's praises about the amazing play he made to secure himself better odds at winning versus Burn Shaman as Kazakhstan Warrior yesterday. We had the likes of Fury Hunter and Gabby saying that Alan's a genius, Alan's God. It's just, I mean, a lot of people have high respect for Alan because he has consistently proven his level of play. Even though the results of this season haven't necessarily reflected that, there's still time to try and shore that up. But we do finally have the feed now. Chonsu with the double studies opener has a lot of potential to be the first glider, but Alan also has a glide that is very easy to move to the left as soon as he gets a target to dump the Fell Scream Blast into.
All right, taking it nice and slow here is Alan. Always a treat to know where Alan might be on any given Grandmasters stream.
True.
Looks to be in some kind of, I don't know, European palace here with those big red drapes. And if you take that picture as the window behind him instead.
Oh, window, okay. I was like, that doesn't look like a palace, but okay, if that's a window, then sure, he's also just time traveled back into the 1600s or something. All right, quest stage 1 done for Chonsu, nice and early. And the need for greed off the top for Alan also makes his quest progression a very simple matter. And already, Alan has the potential to go for an early Magtheridon. Doesn't have the guaranteed wake up on it, but a lot of top decks could make that an easy matter to solve, just like Immolation Aura or Talented Arcanist. I wonder at what point he will commit to this, because again, as long as there's no targets for Fell Scream Blast, he can't outcast his glide.
Quite right. And so instead, are we looking at a potential tempo Magtheridon here? It does mean that you are potentially leaving yourself open to glide to get rid of your removal pieces for it. But should that not happen, you can of course then just go Fell Barrage plus Chaos Strike next turn to clear it off and get a 12-12. I really like this plan.
Yeah, it's true. It's not the immediate wake up, but it's a clean setup, which is very difficult for Chonsu to actually disrupt outside playing a Magtheridon of his own. Okay, since Chonsu knows that he can't quite stop the Magtheridon from waking up, the next best thing is to prepare for clearing it, which Arcanist and Fell Barrage does go a long way towards doing so, but it's not quite enough damage. That's only 8, and the rest of the damage will probably have to come from his Weapon Swing and Fury, which means he'll still have to face tank that 12. Definitely detrimental, because it's also 1 turn off of quest progression.
Okay, this makes sense. I was actually wondering on this turn if Alan would deviate away from even killing the Magtheridon, because he could have gone double jump glide and get a really strong glide on his opponent's hand, and then all he'd need was like an Immolation Aura to complete or to wake up the Magtheridon next turn. But I guess the odds are you're going to get a really good glide next turn anyway, and you can punch them in the face for 12. Right. So this ordering does seem to be have a more focused game plan.
And the Viper just has so many implications here hitting the board. Not only does it remove the Warblades, which is some of Chonsu's clear potential, and also lifesteal, which is crucial if you are going to swing into Magtheridon. It's also just another minion on board as a 3/4, which would soak the Fel Barrage damage, and thus eliminating Chonsu's easy clear on the Magtheridon. He can go for a 2-turn setup with the Arcanist Immolation Aura, but in the meantime, the Magtheridon is going to hit face for 12, and Chonsu has to commit a second turn into clearing this, whether it be with Kurtrus or the spells. It's still another turn off of quest progression. Meanwhile, Alan can just progress quest very easily, whether with Glide or Spectral Sight, but if he's starting studies, looks like it's a Glide turn.
Yeah, I do think I like the look of this Glide, right? It just means your opponent is that little bit less likely to hit Kurtrus, which is the cleanest answer to the Magtheridon on the following turn. Forces them to hit Spell Power plus Fel Barrage, Immo plus Fel Barrage, combos of cards, unless they find that Kurtrus once again to just easily clear it.
Yeah. So again, 2 out of 2 times this matchup has not been about late game, whether you run Kazakhstan or Performers. It's just about Magtheridon, because Chonsu has no way of clearing it, and his Spectral Sights are locked in the middle. Oh, disaster.
So trade Kurtrus is obviously not a possibility anymore. He would have to go trade. The mana just doesn't even work out. Like, he can't even hit Fel Barrage.
Exactly.
It's just not there, is he? He just has to tank it again and pray he's not dead. Oh my god, this feels awful.
So many outs for Alan. Fury, Eldraki Warblades, Chaos Strike, Fel Barrage. It's all lethal, and there's the Fury. And just like that, Alan takes game 1 off the back of Maggie T, dealing a casual 24.
Man, Chauncey feels like he's joining the rest of the world in not actually playing Hearthstone here and playing Elden Ring instead, just getting beaten by some giant demon to death there over and over again in very, very quick fashion. Yeah, I mean, well played by Alan. I think that the tempo Magtheridon was, you know, not necessarily so difficult of a play to spot, but the way you follow that up, I do think was there was kind of some complications there, because it was a really good Glide, and we always talk about in Demon Hunter mirrors not going for, going for the Glide disruption as much as possible to slow down your opponent's quest progression. But he very quickly identified, destroy the weapon, get Magtheridon on board, protect the Magtheridon, as he very cleverly put, with getting the Snake online to disrupt the Fel Barrage. And there's just nothing Chonsu can do. It's a very easy game.
Right. It more and more feels like the only efficient way to answer Magtheridon in this mirror is with the counter Magtheridon. And even then, it's not guaranteed to work, because then your opponent can target the 1/3s on their side of the board, which would work out in their favor, as we learned the hard way. That stuff gets very, very confusing. But basically, last Magtheridon to wake up wins in that instance. Okay, Chonsu here with the Quest Rogue as the counter queue is exactly what we theorized when we were waiting for the practice game to end. And this does feel like a pretty consistent counter queue, because they're able to play minions on curve very consistently. Not often that they're too vulnerable to Glide, and the stealth minions are quite problematic for Demon Hunter to deal with traditionally. And by the time they have cleared that board, usually the Quest Rogue has enough SI cards played that the Smugglers and the Informants become huge threats as well.
Glide left-hand side in any other matchup would be absolutely nuts, but I think here he is making the correct choice of trying to find cheaper card draw and also just efficient removal in these early turns. You don't want to let your opponent run away with the board, and so trying to find Barrage, Immolation Aura, all of that good stuff does make sense.
That's right. Glide, while it can disrupt the Rogue, it generally doesn't happen as early as turn 3 that they have 4 or more cards in hand, because they play Quest on 1, especially when they're on the play. They have less cards that they can copy as well. And that Foxy makes for a very high tempo start from Chonsu. Even though Vanessa doesn't copy anything, it is fine just to get maximum tempo here. Chonsu running Vanessa at all is not a standard choice. I think a lot of our other GMs have gone for the stealth package instead in the Quest Rogue. But even in the Foxy with Swindle version, Vanessa has often left the list. I wonder what Chonsu was trying to hit by playing Vanessa.
Honestly, I kind of like it. I think for me, the Foxy package was just shy of being good enough. And if we do think back to the old, what was it, Temper Rogue? Or was it Garrot Rogue that played Vanessa at some point as the last deck to actually do so? Vanessa's just good. Like, getting this play on turn 2 is really, really powerful. And already it's kind of tempting Alan, I think, to go for an immolation or a clear on this turn.
But not at the expense of not playing Quest, even though it is quite painful to set up the clear by having to tank an additional 2. And Chonsu goes in with SI7 Agent. Alan will be pretty happy that he gets to sweep up the entire board.
Yeah, it's absolutely perfect, isn't it? You can just use the hero power, Arcanist not even necessary, and Chonsu is gassed out. We are looking for passage pretty much exclusively here to be able to refill his hand, as even the Swindle is going to be uncomboable. Tenwu, absolutely nothing unless you just want to play a 3-2, which I do not.
And the problem with Chonsu's early board development was, even though it was super high tempo, it was actually only one SI card played in the SI7 Agent, so his quest progression is not particularly fast either, and Alan is just taking the opportunity to get ahead on board with Vile Fiend Trainer picked off of the studies, not a common pick whatsoever. But the Skulker is a huge top deck for Chonsu just to make sure that he has a cheap enough minion that he can bounce and immediately replay with the Tenwu, get that SI7 Assassin a bit cheaper, get the quest progression rolling, because for now he is falling so far behind.
Yeah, obviously considering whether he should hold on to the Tenwu, because Tenwu plus Assassin is such a notoriously powerful combo to get a double kill on any key minions. But against Demon Hunter, it's unlikely they're going to have so many powerful effects, so I do like just getting quicker quest progression instead. I also like drawing Kurtrus Demon Render on turn 5 to coin it out and pull even farther ahead on board. Alan is just defying every expectation that this deck has set out. Last game he was playing like big Demon Hunter. This game he's playing tempo Demon Hunter. It's just every deck at once for him.
I mean, that's sort of the power of this build of Demon Hunter, that you can have so many win conditions slotted in there, potentially even Kazaka-san, although not everybody runs it. Alan even has late game should this somehow fizzle out, but I get the feeling it is not going to. Chonsu needs a miracle gizmo here.
Not bad.
Terrible. I'm gonna say he needs a miracle outcome from the mole, giving him like Skull of Gul'dan. Probably give them Kazaka-san. Yep. Okay, surviving.
Yes, yeah, the mole could potentially bail him out. Like, there's the insane ones, but just Gull, Spectral Sight, Glide. There's quite a few decent outcomes. There's a lot of draw in Demon Hunter.
Very true. Not sure if Chonsu could have, and yeah, he definitely could have positioned this so that the mole was in the middle by the end of it, right? Which would have been superior into Fell Scream Blast. Alan self-gliding makes a lot of sense here just to get the quest progression rolling. He's under a, not an insignificant amount of pressure, but he can at least clear the 3-2. All right, mole. Gotta give Chonsu big money.
Come on, mole. Oh!
I saw the yellow border. I was like, that's an outcast card, but not one of the draw cards.
Moles can't even see. That doesn't even make sense. Use I-beam.
Closed I-beam.
Yeah.
I mean, he's got the little flashlight on his helmet, right?
True. Oh, that would be cool. You can just like shine a torch in your face and it does 3 damage.
Build your own kobold. All right, this is actually not a great position for Alan. He's kind of out of removal, and he's staring at 8 damage on board. 1 Wicked Stab or a BGBM away from disaster, so this glide needs to give him also big money.
I mean, I kind of thought he'd play out the the Aldraki Warblades there, if I'm honest.
This hand, though.
But drawing them and then discounting them as well does seem even better. I agree.
All right, what's the best order to go about this, though? Because if you Imo and then Hero Power and then Fell Barrage, it does mean you only tank 2. Is there a way to tank 0 here? and still get the full clear? I'm not seeing it.
I don't think so, yeah. I'm just wondering if there's a way that you can not use one of these removal pieces, but killing the mole is just too important. Okay, yeah, sure.
True. Right. If you just accept that you're not dealing any face damage with the barrage, you can tank 0. Nicely spotted. Okay, pretty good top deck for Chonsu, all things considered, because that is Scabs alongside an 8-8. So even though he gassed out super early, Alan is in a world of trouble.
Yeah, just straight up, what, 15, 17, 20 damage available next turn, with all the gizmos factored in as well, which means that Alan needs something a little extra. He gets a perfect need for greed. But can he heal enough to survive? He can get up to, what, 5 healing, 7 healing, 9. He can get to exactly 20, which I think just leaves him exactly dead.
Like, that's if he goes face, right? Okay, sorry. I was assuming it goes into a minion, but it's sort of the same thing in this instance.
It's the same.
Because, yeah, only one attack needed within the span of 1 turn. So he is indeed exactly dead. And that is Chonsu's Quest Rogue doing the counter Q as expected, getting the favorable matchup. Although that pan out, it looked so far in Alan's favor. I just couldn't understand how quickly it all went so wrong, but the SI7 Informant into Scabs was certainly too much stats for Alan to have to deal with, even, especially rather, after he had played the Kirchhoff hero already.
Yeah, really, really weird way for the game to pan out, and I do think that Alan handled it correctly. Like when he went for the glide, yes, you want to play glide, yes, you don't want to play it in outcast position because your opponent has like no cards left in hand. He was 1 card away from it being insane because he had the Magtheridon plus the Arcanist. He just needed an Immolation Aura or a Fell Screen Blast and he would have won the game pretty much on the spot, I think. But he was unable to get it there, which does mean that his removal just wasn't quite good enough. His own win condition couldn't come online quickly enough, and Chonsu was able to hit the top decks, whereas so many of our other players have fallen by the wayside as they just draw, I don't know, Wicked Stab into Shadow Step into a bunch of other nonsense that just doesn't even get there. But the list working out well for Chonsu. That Vanessa package at the start was very impressive.
Yeah, even though it did just get blown up by Immolation Aura, that amount of tempo in many other matchups could be far too much to deal with. However, Warrior is not one of those matchups where they'll be faced by some piddly 2-3s and 3-2s. Very, very heavily Warrior favored this matchup, I would say, because there's so little value generation for the Quest Rogue. Like, the most that Chonsu can do to generate additional cards is actually play Vanessa, and I don't think Alan really will leave himself in a position where he just feeds Chonsu a Kazaka-san out from Vanessa. I don't know. But in terms of just removing all the threats, Warrior has more than enough capability to do so.
I mean, even then, you'd have to have drawn your entire deck, right, for Kazakh-san to even be active for the Quest Rogue. But yeah, it's something to consider. You never know. As Alan already has it in hand, it's not really his win condition in this matchup. I think just honestly, good old-fashioned fatigue can get you 9/10 of the way there. It's just that last little bit extra that you need that Kazakh-san can deliver.
Sure. Other X factors for Chonsu include SI7 Smuggler, where I actually think it's not necessarily 10 drops that are the scariest for Alan here. Anything that generates value, like a 6 drop into Mage Scribe or something, could be scarier. On 10, perhaps the most threatening minion is already Scrapyard Colossus, which is, you know, not that hard to deal with for Warrior if they've held on to at least a Shield Slam and a Nyxian Drake. For now, though, Chonsu already did just play Vanessa out on curve to make sure he had some tempo, which means we are not going to enter disaster territory with copying Kazaka-san.
No weapons in the deck at all, right? So yeah, Corsair Cash being copied does nothing, so we don't want to use the Shadow Step there.
But the Outriders Axe for Alan looks very clean here. Just get the swing through on Vanessa. Using coin means that he probably doesn't have that great of a next turn, but even if you just have to go Minefield Hero Power, I think he's perfectly happy with that.
Now that I look at it, I kind of actually like the idea of just going either Hero Power or Minefield, probably just Hero Power, and then just Axe next turn. You're still not overdrawing, and then you have access to Coin Kazakhstan, or maybe even more importantly, Coin Onyxia as just a really potent board clear.
It's true. I mean, I do agree with you that overall my mindset in this matchup would just be not on the Kazakhstan, but on the base deck, which is removal. And Onyxia definitely counts towards that, while also creating a big enough board presence that they probably cannot swing it back unless they've saved at least an assassin. So we do have Alan being a lot more conservative here, like you laid out. He can still Outriders Axe the next turn, gonna tank a little bit more damage, but it's fine. His deck on average should give him a lot of sustain. Ugh, not the Fizz Flash, the worst one in the matchup.
That's the bad one.
Yeah, Undercover Mole was also potentially a way to generate something extra, because the way we lay it out, card for card, Quest Rogue just struggles too much to get there against all the removal.
Okay. I mean, definitely not technically wrong to do it this way instead of going doubling down on the SI7 agent, because it has more health, even though you missed the 2 damage, and he might have wanted to play a Gizmo depending what it would offer. But yeah, a little unfortunate that he misses out on the damage and doesn't get to play a Gizmo. But quite happily moving towards quest completion, I think, is the main headline here.
Right. Informant, a pretty good play as well. It's a lot of health that's not weak to Minefield or Bladestorm at the moment. The 4 health on the Operative is pretty clutch as well. And Chonsu now does hit a Mole. Kinda nice. I don't think this is overextending yet.
Yeah, me neither. If they brawl this, you're perfectly fine, right? You just go Assassin Agent next turn. Get yourself that Scabs. It's pretty good.
Bladestorm does leave things very clean for Alan. He's going to take the card draw over 2 health, because the Minefield could clear either way. And I do agree with this. I think his health is still pretty safe here. And if we're talking burst from the Quest Rogue, it's really not that much reach they have if they're off board. It's only double Wicked Stab. And then all the other additional damage relies on there having been minions pre-developed for the Battlegrounds Battlemaster.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I was going to say I don't know if the card draw is necessary because your hand is so full, but because he doesn't have... Bladestorm in order to deal with the Scabs, I was kind of more so on board with it.
Yeah.
But I guess a lot of the time Bladestorm doesn't actually kill Scabs because they play the Mole alongside it as well. So it starts getting a couple layers deep very quickly.
Yeah, I was still interested in card draw even outside of just having an answer for Scabs, but just armor gain to activate the Shield Shatter. Feel like there were quite a few things that Alan's still lacking in this hand. However, he is maybe planning in advance for the cutting class, which he didn't necessarily have all the space for. Heavy Plate does make this a clean Shield Shatter turn, but it still presents the problem of how do you deal with Scabs on the follow-up.
Right, which kind of incentivizes you to not clear this board in a weird way, because you want to be able to go Brawl in order to clear off the 9-7 next turn, or at least have a 3 out of 4, 2 out of 3 chance of doing so.
And because of that, Alan is just going to go Heavy Plate. Oh, sorry. I thought he had held the Shield Shatter at the end. He doesn't want to tank the 7. So he does preserve his health total and doesn't have a guaranteed way of dealing with Scabs, but he did make hand space, so cutting class can get him closer to second Bladestorm. And even if he misses, the Bulwark will give him at least 1 turn of breathing room.
Yeah, Chonsu is playing no Vipers as well, so it'll be guaranteed to save him the health on this turn. So yes, I agree. I think it's safe enough for the moment, and then just buy your time until either Brawl becomes good, or you hit a more apt removal piece.
Yeah, it's really all about having the perfect removal as Control Warrior, right? Since age-old times, like, ideally you have Shield Slam and Sword and Board for a board which is a big and small minion rather than having to use a Brawl. And ideally you have a Brawl instead of like 5 different single target removal pieces if your opponent goes wide. And the best way to play versus Warrior is trying to make those removal as awkward as possible at all points. But when they've drawn this many cards, it's almost impossible to play around every combination. That Battle Master, though, huge pickup for Chonsu to just front load quite a bit of damage. Well, it's going to go through Bulwark, so only 9 will actually get to go face after he commits the Gyro Blade as well. But it's decent.
Okay, not the worst generations here ever. Just going for the Hatchet, I guess, instead of the Gyro Blade. Works out fine.
Because it's just chewing through Bulwark anyway.
Right.
Crush is an interesting prospect. Like, the armor won't be particularly relevant to Chonsu, but just additional weapons, that's value in its own way. No armor gain for Alan here. But there is a clear if he wants to start Shield Slam on Scabs. Oh wait, no. I was gonna say after that, then you swing and then Blade Storm, but no, not quite.
Yeah.
Not quite. I think it's just gonna be a Brawl turn then.
Agreed. Yeah, Brawl, and then maybe Blade Storm, but you evaluate afterwards.
Is there any way to make this a bit cleaner? I don't think he can maneuver his health total to make him not have to use both Brawl and Blade Storm for the full clear. But, you know, we have been known to miss many things that Alan does not, so we'll see. So Shield Slam on the Mole instead and then Blade Storm. So is he gonna tank the Scabs damage? Oh, he's just gonna use the Drake. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, works out fine as well. Nice preserving the Brawl here because he hasn't seen any smugglers yet, and that is a built-in 2 minions in 1, and does not leave it like immediately vulnerable to Brawl, but the second a 3rd minion is played, then Brawl becomes a much better prospect.
Yeah, it's kind of close as to whether the Drake or plus Shield Slam or Brawl was better, but I do think I agree with your evaluation that with the Smuggler still available, you want the Brawl. Kresh does come down though, and it's a very threatening minion. Even if you just value it for the 2/5 weapon, that's going to push 10 more, which just makes it harder and harder for Alan to keep up. But for now, undeniably, it's Raid Boss and Nixia. Take the value trade where you have the immunity, trade, clear up the board, pull miles into the lead. And obviously with all these whelps in play, even Fizz Flash cannot be used to deal with the Onyxia until they're all cleared off because it can't be targeted at all.
Yeah, that is annoying. That Turtle Spike can deal with one whelp, but the other one is still a big problem. Chonsu definitely doesn't want to commit a rank 3 Wicked Stab on that. Rancor, however, does make it so that he can clear both whelps and sap the Onyxia, but it's coming back in 2 turns time. Oh, sorry. That's not a mole.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's going in sap casters for sure. Fizz Flash. Okay, Smuggler. Would have really liked an Assassin here because he could have used Operative and Swing.
Yeah.
And then Assassin on Onyxia. Maybe he can find it off of the second passage, but he still needs a way to deal with the other whelp, and it's just not there.
Trade and hit Extortion.
Operative?
Yeah.
Feels so terrible to leave the 8/8 like this, but he has at least gone super wide on board. Oh my god! No way!
No way.
Alan with the slow blink. Like, excuse me? Chonsu? Okay.
About to Rumpelstiltskin himself into the flat below, stomping through the floor.
Wait, that just changes the entire landscape of this game. Alan can't just brawl this.
Bust now? Like,
Wait, he has to live on board first.
Right.
He can't play Kazakhstan here.
No, yeah, but just for the future. So, Brawl, how does it work? So, the Rattlegore was the last minion to come down, so you could go Kazakhstan Provoke in order to clear everything except that, and you've already seen the BGBM, so I think this is actually a very smart play by Alan. Ancient Reflections for 1/1 Rattlegore. What does that do? I think that summons 8/8s, right?
I mean, the 1/1s, when they pop, will summon 8/8s, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, I honestly didn't even see the rest of the treasures it went past, but I don't think there was a wand option, was there? We'll see.
I don't know, it's too fast. I thought I might have seen one, but yeah.
Okay.
Wait and see.
So 10 plus the Turtle Spike 12 plus Wicked Stab 18. It could be 19 if he replaces the weapon. That was a really fast everything phase. Is he just believing the swindle will get him the damage he needs?
I mean, there can't be that many spells left in the deck, right? There's Extortion.
Yeah.
Oh!
All right. I mean, it's fine even if he doesn't hit the lethal out. Like, he can remove Onyxia with Fizz Flash or even just leave it, honestly. It's not that threatening on its own. He can go again with the Smuggler.
Right. Or VT. Oh, no, he's already attacked with the Rattlegore, yeah, of course.
The problem is, if you don't remove Onyxia, suddenly Gnomish Army Knife becomes too scary. So I think at the end of this, we might see a Fizz Flash.
I think of any 10 costs that get you lethal right now.
Nope.
Smells like breakfast.
It's the 8s that have charge.
Ooh.
Lock Halar. That's... Oh, because that's the only one. Okay. Okay, Wanderbust. Bunch of 1/1 Rattlegores would be cute, but here, that's the one!
No way! No way!
And he's alive, just barely. What's his expression? He's like...
There's still stab. I think there's one stab left in the deck, right?
I think so.
Oh!
And the Gyro Blade is a little bit of damage as well.
Yeah, it keeps him low. Oh
Big
my
minion.
God. It's big.
Yep.
It's very big.
Yep.
So what's the rub?
Far more than a Shield Slam can deal with. And it actually takes Onyxia and like 4 of her whelps to deal with that.
Right, which is not a possibility because the weapon will finish it off next turn. Gnomish Army Knife plus the Onyxian Drake, though?
He's alive.
Oh my God, he's actually doing it. Oh, Chogsu, no.
He can't even swing face to get the Army Knife, the Gyro Blade, to just pop the Drake without giving Lightsteal. He has one tradable and a Dream here.
Well, he could play the Cutlass, right, instead of trading it in order to just not give the lifesteal.
But then wouldn't you use rather Dagger then? Or the tradable?
Sure. This way you push 4 damage, which brings them down to 6. So a swing from the weapon plus Wicked Stab next turn counteracts hero power, still delivering lethal.
I guess, but wouldn't you really rather have a card in hand? I don't know. Yeah, if that's the only breakpoint, then that matters, then fair enough. For Alan here, it's so tempting to play Onyxia. Because if he hero powers, he's still within the range of the Wicked Stab, right? Because of the breakpoint you talked about. Okay, so whether or not it's Onyxia, he would have been dead to Wicked Stab. Let's see. He prays. It's a 1 in 6, and that's a Foxy Fraud. Ay.
You know, I gotta say, I'm kind of starting to wonder if it's actually even there in deck. It might be. I'm trying to think if he used it earlier on in the game or if that was in the last game. I think it might have been in the last one. Deck Tracker does not like ranked cards, unfortunately.
I mean, I'm wondering too, if Alan was in prayer mode and Chonsu had that sad of an expression, I feel like there was still an out.
I think so, yeah.
But now that window has closed because Chonsu only has regular dagger and Alan's hero power can outlast it little by little. God. And that is the stab! One turn too late!
Oh, Chonsu! No. Oh!
The rest of the deck is complete air. Nothing left, no smugglers, and Alan, by the hair on his chinny chin chin and mustache, I suppose, defeat. Oh my goodness. That wand for that Rattlegore, which didn't even exist in the first place. Oh my gosh.
What an absolute scam merchant. Like, Alan is just from another planet. There is no one else that could have even possibly survived that. It honestly felt like he manipulated the game to give Rattlegore just to tear any hope away from Chonsu at the end. That's how you truly destroy an opponent in Hearthstone. You don't just win the game, you break their spirit and they'll never be able to beat you again. But Alan, in the end, getting the expected win, even though it's only by like 1 turn, 1 health, 1 mana, whatever it is, he gets the win in the most unlikely of circumstances, and he goes up 2 games to 1. The expected outcome, as I said, which does leave Chonsu with still a reasonable counter queue in the Paladin.
Yes, I mean, even though it took a very, very long circumnavigation around the expected outcome, we finally got there in the end, and that leads us to a game 3 where Chonsu still has a pretty good counter queue with the Paladin. But if all goes according to plan, it means that Alan will end up with the potential to then go for the Rogue into the Paladin, which is a highly contestable matchup. We'll see, though. First, let's see what is immediately in front of us, which is the Libram Paladin, which I do put strongly in favor versus the Warrior because I think it just has a little bit too consistent of threat count to get there. For the Warrior to be able to remove everything, even though they have Shield Shatter. Like, it's not often that the Paladin will build a board that's weak to the Blade Storm. They won't overextend into Brawl. And Lightforged Cariel being available as soon as possible to get that hero power for additional damage on the minions going through is a big deal.
So right out of the gate, I'm kind of tempted by the middle portion of this hand. Like, Rustrot Viper obviously is fantastic to just deal with the Outrider's Axe, stop them chewing through all your minions. Cariel, I necessarily quite so enamored with, but like you say, it is just a very, very high value card if you get it right at the start of the game, even just with the hero power. So even though it comes at the expense of a slightly weaker mid game, or early game for that matter, we'll see whether it works out for Chonsu.
Yeah, I did like the keep of Cariel and the Viper for the reasons you laid out, but I was surprised to see the Bannerman tossed away just as a pretty good cycle tool, because at that point you kind of just say, okay, I don't have a 1-drop, kind of sad, but with this hand he can curve into the Bannerman, and then usually by then you'll have another minion to play on 3 and then the Viper into the expected Outrider's Axe. But in the end, he does just end up with a Broom on turn 1. Fair enough, there's not much he wants to rush into anyway, so let it get in there for the damage, and he can buff one of these with the Stoneheart Vindicator, which picks up a Libram of Wisdom.
Yeah, not bad. Just start cheapening the Devout Pupils in deck, juicing up the Lady Liadrin as well. Even if it's the immediately weakest of the initial buff spells, it's fine. It's still pushing the damage. And doesn't necessarily force Alan to go for an answer yet, but, you know, it's getting annoying, this damage total on board. It probably warrants some kind of removal.
Yeah, and the Libram of Wisdom is in some ways also just the best one to have early on against Warrior. When you have a hand like this which doesn't necessarily curve out so well, you can convert that Wisdom coming back every turn into a little bit of value, which is why Alan, we're going to see him, I believe, not clear the 2-2. He does, however, go for Shield Slam over Sword and Board because he respects that he is not going to have very much armor available to him. Also has second Shield Slam, so keeps his removal assets varied here. A little bit too much for Minefield on its own to get through, but the Sword and Board into Minefield is a perfect clear.
I think it's very nicely timed. If your opponent has the expected follow-up of Aldor Truthseeker next turn, I think that's still fine. You could just go for Cutting Class to draw through more of your deck.
A double Librams of Wisdom, obviously not an on-curve play, but Chonsu's still able to fill out the mana with the hero power every turn, and every Libram of Wisdom he gets to fit in extra is just creating more problems for Alan to have to deal with because his removal is not unlimited, while the Librams are. Yeah, I like not bothering with Shield Slam here.
Yes, yeah, agreed completely. You're going to find more uses for that later on, especially with the Buckler picked up. Chonsu really wants to start loading up the damage on these next 1-2 turns in order to play around Kazakasan from his opponent, just make it painful for them to tempo it out. But I think with the hand offered to him, he's kind of going to struggle to do that. I guess the best he has is Coin Libram of Hope next turn, which, to be fair, does trade very nicely into Kazakasan.
Yeah, I like that he's not playing the Devout Pupil either. That's a bit overextension, in my opinion, into a brawl. He also had the option to coin Cariel, interestingly, but with the specific hand he had with Viper and Barov only before he went for additional draws, those are not minions you particularly want to buff with the hero power, so I think it's totally fine that he delays the Cariel a little bit. Curious to see if he will go for Cariel or the Libram of Hope though, but after having seen this board clear, I'm almost certain it's going to be the Libram to just make the Kazakasan painful, like you said.
Agreed. You'd need Aldor Attendant in order to be able to play the Devout Pupil alongside it, I think, which isn't quite available. I think it's definitely still Libram of Hope instead of just an Aldor Truthseeker play and save the coin.
Yeah, I on second inspection, the fact that he gets to play both Truthseeker and Devout Pupil, this is definitely a lot better, right? It's still a board that is not vulnerable to Brawl. I think even with hero power, I think it's still fine 2 out of 3 times. You get a good outcome, and it presents enough threats on board that you can challenge Kazakasan. But the problem is the Kazakasan is still bringing out the treasures, and one of them is the Onsta Wand again. Holy Book, pretty decent as well.
Yeah, I'm taking Book here. Like, Puzzle Box to potentially play around all the Death Rattles or the giant buffed up minions, but I still think Book is just better to get yourself a giant Divine Shield Taunt.
Right, and that also just silences a buffed minion, like only one, but I think one is enough here. This one is interesting. Probably Poison, but that's actually 3 removal in a row that he's taken. Maybe it's redundant.
Right.
But
Banana Split.
It's kind of dependent on at least one of the last 2 treasures giving him board development, but it's a reasonable expectation. Baba with Banana Split. If he did take it, I didn't catch it.
I think I like Boombox here. I don't know. I just like Boombox more than Bubba. I don't know if that's
okay. For me,
it's better.
It would depend on whether or not he took the Banana Split.
Okay.
But last pick was a Krusty, so actually almost all of the options for removal. And the Mutanus is 1 turn too late, but it actually still has a good target here if Chonsu wants to go for it. Yeah, that's going to chomp up an Onyxia. And if it's not exactly 1, this is still a problematic board for Alan to deal with.
It is, yeah. He's going to need to manipulate a Brawl, which is very tough, specifically because of these annoying 1/1s on the board, stopping that Bladestorm from doing what it needs to do. And like you said, the wand off the top is really what he wants.
Is there a split provoke angle here?
Oh, good point. Split, trade, and provoke one of the other ones?
So you trade into the 6/8, the Divine Shield, and 2 1/1s go in. It's not great, but it's the best he's got.
Yeah, and unless you want to trade the provoke and try and just hit exactly wand, which is very risky, of course.
Yeah. He at least knows that Chonsu's burst damage is essentially limited to buff spells plus what's on board because he's not running BGBM. I guess Cariel also represents 4 damage. Pretty good, all things considered. He can use the Outrider's Axe to gain an additional draw, but it looks like he is going to bulwark up and be safe.
What's he considering? Liadrin? Is that
Yeah.
ever lethal here? 14, 16, plus another 6 potentially. Yeah, that could get there.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure if
Right.
you would have the hand space, but fair enough. Just playing it safe here, but this gets pretty nicely answered by just Cariel and Swing, and all the 1/1s can chew up the bulwark by herself, but it does leave the two Tentens on, or sorry, the two Kazakhstans on board, and that also makes Gnomish Army Knife a very scary prospect for Chonsu.
So is it ever just... I mean, you can draw a card, I suppose, with the Bannerman, but does it end up being Barov and trade in the 1/1s?
I feel so bad though to leave the Mutinous dead to just bulwark Swing.
Does, yeah.
Really close. So in the end, Chonsu's choosing not to respect the one treasure that'll come off the top, just shaving off the bulwark as efficiently as possible, and I am assuming push 12 face, because if you can't clear both the Kazakhstans, I don't see a reason to clear one of them.
Absolutely, yeah. These are only dealing 5 apiece at the moment to your face with the immovable object in play, so I am absolutely on board with this line. Alan in some big trouble now, and finding another banana split. Is that what he needs here? You can go banana split.
Trade.
Oh,
Like-
the Blade Storm's so close.
Yeah, I can't figure out a clean breakpoint for Bladestorm here.
Right.
And any Bladestorm that would kill the Mutinous would also kill your Kazakhstan. So at that point, you would probably just trade the Kazakhstans in the Mutinous after you split one, right?
So you could, as you said, go for the double trade banana split line. Or is it better to just take a risk with Outrider's Axe, draw a card, and hope to hit exactly Wand? Or maybe Poison if you picked that in as well?
The problem is if you start with Axe and then are forced on going Banana Split, you don't actually get to clear the whole board, because
Right.
you can't play Bladestorm to clean up the 1/1s, and that leaves buffable minions on board if Chonsu does find the Adren. But I completely respect needing to take the risk, because just like completely clearing the board without developing doesn't feel like a winning line either for Alan. Okay, he is, however, just going to go for the trade and clear and forego the banana split altogether. He has Holy Book, which can give him board presence to maybe have a split target later on. But Chonsu right now still has tons of board development. No smite in the list, so no way that Alan is ever dead from off board here. But Chonsu can develop so much with Truth Seeker and Libram of Hope, but I'm thinking he probably wants to press the hero power at least. Okay, gets it on
Yeah,
Bannerman, which is huge. We can still go Truth Seeker and Librams.
Love it. Be representing lethal next turn. It's very, very difficult for Alan to answer all of this. And even if there is a wand, this kind of feels like overkill, even though it's the only way that saves him.
True. Like, if Alan can find a way to survive even while leaving a minion on board, that could be the difference maker, because if he misses on one, we could see Holy Book Frozen Buckler and he'd still be alive.
Yes, just.
Yeah. Choosing not to go wand here because he's trying to break parity, right? Behind the taunt, you could say just hero power, but we are looking at this Barov and Samuro, and that certainly doesn't feel safe, so he is just going for the buckler.
Agreed completely. And so now you probably do end up going for the Barov. You're not lowering the attack of your own minion too heavily, so that's not the biggest concern. And honestly, you probably just go Samuro as well, right?
Yeah. I think it's fine. As a tempo up. Okay, but just takes the swing. So he pushes a little bit less damage face, but maintains a Samuro in hand if there is like an Anoyo Horn to have to contend with. Okay, that's a board swing. Wand into Boombots.
Oh man, it's so close.
It's on a razor's edge. This is crazy. Chonsu just doesn't have a way of killing Alan, and the weapon is at parity with Alan's hero power. Somebody needs to break serve at some point. The Samuro can clear this up, And Chonsu will only take half damage from the boom bots, so it's fine.
Yeah, I think you'd happily do that before they trade into your Libram of Hope. It's much more important to stick that.
It's so funny because we talk about how boom bots deal 2.5 on average, and now they're dealing 1.25 on average. Those are just not Hearthstone numbers that exist.
They're like actually 2 on average if it rounds up. Like, does it actually stay about the same? Kind of weird. Or 1? Yeah, whatever.
I don't even know how this works.
Samaro's surviving though somehow against all the odds there.
Yep. Rusty! And banana splits! Chompa chompa.
Yeah, it technically keeps you alive from your perspective, just praying they don't have a buff. But as we can see, Chonsu, weapon swing, Samuro, plus the hand of Adal. Because Samuro survived those waves of boom bots, Chonsu's able to get the win there. That is a bad beat for Alan. But again, even though these are ridiculous ways that the games end up finishing thanks to Kazaka-san, this has been the expected result in pretty much every game so far this series.
Yep, very, very roundabout way of getting there. But Chonsu with a little bit of a fist pump, calming down. I like to see this. You know, Chonsu has been one of our most enthusiastic players, and it's great to watch that. But it's not been affecting his play negatively at all. I think it's been very, very clean on both sides here. Very back and forth as we expect from 2 of our best current performing players in APAC. And it all comes down to this, Derek. As we hypothesized at the very beginning, the Libram Paladin for Chonsu versus the Quest Rogue for Alan. And this one could go either way. My theory is that the Quest Rogue should come out on top because of the efficiency of their removal, but who knows? Maybe it just takes one big board swing from Chonsu, like landing a timely Samuro could be huge, and also just an early enough Cariel can really neuter the amount of damage that Alan's able to put forth. And from there, Chonsu should win on value in the late game.
Absolutely, yeah. Like, obviously, we talk about how weak Paladin is to Sap. There's a good chance that you only see one of those in the entire game that just comes from Scabs later on. And at the same time, this deck is a lot more flexible than it was back in the day. Like, the addition of all these cheap draw options, thanks to the Holy Knight, the Stoneheart Vindicator as well, allow you plenty of drawing through your deck. You're more likely to hit those Devout Pupils so that you can go wide on board as you're going tall at the same time. And Rogue really struggles to deal with that. If you can go Libram of Hope plus Devout Pupil in a turn, that is difficult for the Rogue to get through unless they are already ahead on board. So we shall see. An interesting tech inclusion in Mr. Smite from Alan here, which is a cool one to see, and one that probably isn't going to be the most impactful in this matchup, I want to say, because there's usually a lot of taunts in the way, so you're just winning by being ahead on board, more so than burst damage. But you never know. It at least means that Chonsu has to be kept on his toes, and very often even just the threat of a charge minion is worse than the actual minion itself.
Right, if you can land like the miracle discounts as well from the Skulker if you shadow step it on Mr. Smite, technically playable with BGBM. Haha. But it'd be pretty funny actually if Chonsu had Mr. Smite, as some Libram Paladin lists are running, because I think that would be much more relevant on that side than it is in the Quest Rogue, because Quest Rogue's health total is a lot more static than Paladin's. Like, it goes down and it never goes up. Okay. Double Truth Seeker for Chonsu. If he can stabilize the early game, that's looking pretty promising into the Libram of Hope. But that's a big if, because we are looking at a pretty nice curve for Alan in the opener. He can even start Spy Mistress if he wants, because first SI card isn't coming for quite some time.
That's true. So what, Spy Mistress, Neophyte, and then Quest Coin Operative?
Right, and you also leave yourself some draws to maybe just go Quest Skulker by that point as well. Like, the upside of the Spy Mistress is that you can trade down potential, like, top deck 1-drop from Chonsu. The fact that it's not come down on turn 1 is pretty telling that it's not currently in hand, but there is still some value to denying, like, buff spell potential from Chonsu. In the end, though, Alan, after long internal debate, goes for the quest, and I think this is still fine.
Yeah, I guess this has the benefit of allowing him to go coin operative, so that if something does come down he wants to immediately kill, he can do so, get a stealth minion, and then follow up with Spy Mistress Neophyte afterwards.
Yeah, it depends on what comes down, right? If Chonsu top decked Aldor Attendant and play that, you can't quite kill it with the Operative, but you could with the Spy
Right.
Mistress. But against every other outcome, which is most likely hero power because you saw them do nothing on turn 1, and also the Knight of Anointment, the Operative is better. And it does work out nicely for Alan here because I'm pretty sure he's going to go for the play you just laid out. Oh no, it's actually just a dagger play. Very conservative approach from Alan here.
To see. I mean, I was honestly considering if it was Neophyte, because that plays around Stonehearth Vindicator, being able to draw and then play the card as well, because I believe that makes it cost 1 after it sets the cost to 0 and then is brought back up to 1 again. But if they just have a noble mount in hand, then obviously you get punished for that instead. So this is probably the safest way to go about it. Now, I think Alan is probably just looking at 1 and 2 in Spy Mistress and Neophyte and hoping to get more value with a VT on the Operative later on.
Yeah, that's right. I definitely don't like Operative just stacking into a 4-2 and not getting the stealth. That stealth, I feel, is going to have so much value as a trading tool later on because there's just no easy way for Paladin to interact with it outside of Samuro. I don't think Alan quite has to go in with Wicked Stab yet, but he disagrees. Wants to leave 0 targets for buff spells, which, you know, with the context of Chonsu's hand, you could say is pretty good because he has Devout Pupil and at the very least would have had access to replaying Libram of Wisdom.
Yeah, I mean, you could still make a decent read, or at the very least, you can't rule out them having Noble Mount in hand because they just, you know, they had no 1-drop, they had nothing to play it on turn 2, nothing to play it on turn 3. And so by killing it off immediately, it means they can't value trade your Cult Neophyte on that turn.
Okay, Alan hovered over Coin Neophyte, but going into turn 5, it doesn't feel like it's shutting off anything in particular. However, it still has value just as a 3-2. I wouldn't have begrudged Alan for playing it, but he is just going to hold on for now. And now Chonsu finally gets some big pressure on the board. This gets most punished by a Fizz Flash Distractor because he's played both Librams. I honestly thought he might hold on to one in case there was a Fizz Flash. It is just going to be Assassin instead. Still pretty clean.
Yes, you can't fit in Scabs as well, so yeah, it does just have to be Coin Assassin here. And Chonsu, I mean, you can see from his body language here, he's feeling this one, as he should. His hand is absolutely fantastic at this point in the game. Hitting not 1, but 2 Aldor Truth Seekers means this Libram of Libram of Hope is going to be incredibly cheap heading into turn 6, turn 7. In which case he can just slam that down. The Broomstick means that if there's anything stuck on board, he can immediately clear it off at the same time. It's just everything you want to be doing in the mid-game.
Great right now, the Broom, with the Devout People going down to 0 with the replayed Librams of Wisdom. It's just insane here, and that's already one Assassin used by Alan. The fact that Alan's quest progression has been relatively slow so far, and he couldn't quite capitalize on a super fast start, has left Chonsu with the strongest possible mid-game with the double Truth Seekers, which he was so upset to see at the beginning. However, Alan has this passage which can help him find the other assassin potentially. It's still expensive though, so I wonder if he's just going to take a turn to ET with Smites. Hey, it's not terrible.
Yeah. Okay, the 1 health is really annoying now that Penflingers are no longer in the list. And then Scabs next turn is actually also looking to be very, very powerful indeed. But I mean, there's just so many ways you can go about it. You could like heal up with Libram of Hope and then trade in. You can go Carriel to kill it off and buff up this minion here as well, and further cheapen your Librams, allowing you to go double Libram of Hope next turn if you wanted to on turn 8. I just don't think Alan can keep up against all this.
I don't remember the last time I saw someone play 2 Librams of Hope in 1 turn. I mean, if you can do that, then yes, Paladin's a good deck. I'm sorry I ever said anything. All right, he needs Assassin. He needs progression into Fizz Flash. He needs a Miracle.
Honestly, he's going to be toying with that concede button right about now, I think. He, of course, doesn't know how bad of a situation he's quite in. And he is able to get rapid quest progression here, especially if he can get Fizz Flash here in order to bounce back this taunt. Okay.
Okay, so that's the Librams of Wisdom deleted for Chonsu until Lady Liadrin comes in hand. Not a huge deal for him because he can actually discount the Librams of Hope one more time because Cariel's stuck and even fit a Noble Mount into this turn or a Hero Power and a Devout Pupil. Oh my god, this board redevelopment is just disgusting.
That really not a trade on the 3/3? I mean, I guess just getting in the face damage. Without Scab's Shadowcrafter in Alan's hand, it just does not matter. There's no chewing through all this. It's absolutely illegal.
It's crazy. Okay, my kingdom for a betrayal, says Alan. I don't know. It's not even that good. You can chew off the shields, and then the 1/1 is positioned to make betrayal worse somehow if you could generate it, but I don't think he can.
Okay,
Smuggler.
I wouldn't suggest this for any other player, but if Alan can top deck Wand next turn, maybe he can get there. He's done it already once so far this series. And so maybe despite not having even played Kazakhstan, he can get there, I believe. Despite
not even having it in the deck.
Yeah, he'll get there somehow.
All right. Yay, Rush Minion. Oh my god.
Okay.
It is a super cheap scab, so 1 Fizz Flash. And so he can bounce 1/8/8. He can trade 1/4/5 and stay alive on board.
Impressive
Only
turn,
just.
actually. He literally needed the rush to actually even survive the turn here.
True.
Which is pretty clutch.
So 13 plus Noble Mount. Oh, is Betrayal not even in Standard? I'm sorry. No. I mean...
Yeah, my suggestion was much more reasonable, Gia. Come on, keep up.
At least it's in Standard. Fair enough. Well, for Chonsu here, he knows all the other gizmos, plus one that he hasn't seen, which worst case scenario for him is a 3rd Fizz Flash. And to best play around that is to... probably you have to value trade the big scabs, actually. You're too scared of Shadow Step into generating more Fizz Flashes, I think. If he goes all face, I don't think he even leaves himself lethal outs. Oh wait, Cariel would be? Yeah.
What, 5:30? Yeah, okay, Cariel would be a lethal out. But I don't think you need to. I think he's still winning this game enough on average to the point where you can just trade your way through to a victory. Like, I think he's been going phase too much already. I think last turn he should have traded into the SI7 agent to make his board harder to actually finish off with the Noble Mount.
Yeah, I agree. On all fronts, even though there was a lethal setup without Cariel in hand, I just think it's a little bit too cavalier, as you so often put it. And this trade definitely rewards Chonsu because that Shadow Step on Scabs would have been a nightmare to have to deal with. 4th Fizz Flash Distractor. Okay, Shadow Step on Smuggler at this point would get a 6 drop, right?
Sure.
Smells like
Last one was a 5, was the Fleet Hoof, so.
Yeah.
Shavara.
Is that what that's called?
Oh, is it not Shavara? Oh, sorry, I have no idea.
Oh, Shavara? No, maybe it is. Maybe it is.
In any case, it's not got a keyword that is relevant here. So Alan is just praying. Probably give them the broom. Wait, no, you know they have the 8/8. But the others are too scary. Not seeing it. Can't kill anything without taking damage.
Uh-huh.
Okay, gonna replace the gyro blade.
Sure, yeah, okay.
Sometimes it hits the 4/6 and then he could have like put the Noggin Fog on the 2/2 and killed that.
Okay, he found a way to kill something, but he's still just dead. Any extra damage at all?
Right. It's 15 on board. He is alive at 1, and he did give the broom, so that's not damage, but there is just no outs to survive after Chonsu took the value approach. Trading off all relevant minions here, sure.
I mean, I gotta say, Alan absolutely dodging bullets at the end of this series. Like, I know it's over anyway, but he is playing it out to the absolute bitter end and finding lines I didn't even consider to be able to stay alive. Still trying to find some kind of a miracle out. If he can get himself Assassin, Shadow Step Assassin, or Smuggler into, what's it gonna be, a 7-drop now?
Yeah, I don't think there's relevant rushers there. It's 8 where it starts to get very spicy.
Right. With Moog, Forge Fiend, something like that?
I think he has to trade for the last remaining assassin and then just try and step that. And then he cannot even survive on board, I don't think.
Yeah, he can't clear then.
Yeah, there's just too many minions. Okay, so... is there a 7-drop with taunt that's big enough to survive here? I mean, he can get a 7 and an 8, right, with Smuggler and stuff, but not after trading.
Yeah. He was just hard digging for the Assassin and hoping to find a key minion on the Smuggler as well after the Assassin would cost 0 to kill off the 2 8-drops, find a taunt or a rush and clear off the board that way. He's still going, he's still fighting out in the last moment that we are going to get to see Alan on stream in Grandmasters. What a legacy he has made for himself, and what a final goodbye moment we must have as he exits from the Grandmaster system. But for Chonsu, man, what an absolute nail-biter, finally breaking serve at the end there, winning the unfavorable of Paladin versus Rogue and getting through to the semi-final again after his victory last week. He is looking poised to finish at least second, if not first this season.
Paladin just looking to have a very high win rate in APAC because it's not been brought other than this time. Man, Chonsu really proving that he is just on a tear. Nothing can stop him on ladder, in Grandmasters. Even in the recent Masters Tour, I believe he had a pretty good result. Loving to see this big turnaround from Chonsu because we know he is a world's caliber player. He has been to the World Championship at 6 years ago by this point. Man, we're old. But it's really starting to turn around. Chonsu is hitting his renaissance right in the last possible season of Grandmasters. With this win, I think he puts himself in a very good shot to make playoffs, if not already guaranteed, on top of his 5 points from last week. Just very, very impressive stuff. And I'm very excited to see who can take it between him and Okashinsuke tomorrow.
That's going to be an absolute banger of a match. I think both of these players have really come into their own, especially so far in this admittedly short season of Grandmasters. Grr and Posesi, though, is another absolute banger where, unlike the last one where Chonsu was looking pretty good, Alan needed to get a win. Here, I believe both players are pretty much needing to get a win to have any chance of making their way through to the top. Posesi, sorry, is on 5 points right now, so there's a chance that he can scrape through to playoffs if he does end up losing. For Grr, however, no two ways about it. Right down at 3 points, he has to get a win here if he wants to get playoffs, and if he doesn't just want to be kicked out of Grandmasters right away without even having any chance at the World Championship through the Grandmasters system. And I can't wait to get into it. I think you and I have both been fans of Grr for a while. He's had some very creative losses, I will say, where he's played very, very well, but did end up losing in the end. Maybe this time it can turn around where he can actually get a win after some very good play. We'll see after a slightly longer break here. Welcome back to Hearthstone Grandmasters for the third series of the day, one which I have been assured, Gia, contains no warrior whatsoever. So we may be moving at a slightly swifter pace here, going in to Gur versus Posesi for our third match of the day.
Yes, this one is a very exciting one because I think we've been continuing this sort of pattern that started throughout the day of one player who has pulled away with quite a good amount of points, like we saw from okasinnsuke and Chonsu, who is the winner of last week, up against a player who is in desperate need of points to have a shot of making it through into playoffs, which unfortunately for the likes of Alan and DragonMan, so far the pattern has gone in the favor of the player who is quite far ahead indeed. Here we do have Posesi, who is not safe by any means just yet, but Gur, who is in very, very desperate need of points because he's only on 3 points total so far, having only gained 1 point prior to this week. And if he's going to make it through to playoffs, I do think it has to be at least a second place and preferably a win through on Sunday.
That's quite right. Yeah, Gur has had, again, a kind of weirdly reminiscent season in Grandmasters to what he's had previously, where, you know, previously he was able to avoid relegation, which is impressive in its own right. But we've just seen these trends where, I don't know, it feels like he's getting unlucky for the most part. He finds these avenues to try and salvage the game, finds these outs, but they just don't quite seem to be working. But at the same time, getting through to playoffs last season, as we said, and just qualifying through to Grandmasters whatsoever is a very impressive feat in its own right. And so far, despite not being the most well-known of players, despite not having an especially impressive performance at a Masters Tour, top 32 at 2 of them is good, but not necessarily a blow-away victory by any means. I think we've been very impressed with him. He definitely exceeded my expectations coming in as a pretty much unknown entity.
That's right. I think Gur has been always consistently showing technical prowess when playing. Perhaps what has let him down has been more of his deck choices. I'm not quite sure what's been going wrong, but some of the most memorable Mizaki Mage, Quest Mage even back in the day, and Garrote Rogue plays, I believe, have been from Gur. He's a player that definitely has the APM to support these types of decks. He showed us exactly what he's capable of on the Miracle Priest just a few weeks ago. But now he's gone for a much more standard lineup. I don't really think Priest has quite a consistent place in the lineups for LHS. He still has it though, on top of not only that, but a face hunter as well as his counter of choice towards Druid, I'd have to imagine. Still checking on what the bans are on either side. Yes, Gur is indeed leaving up Druid, so he feels as though Demon Hunter is perhaps the least targetable of the classes, and wanted to have that hunter as a counter queue into the Druid, but because of that, Posesi got rid of the hunter from Gur.
Yes, I think that does make sense to me as a kind of ban philosophy here. It's always going to lead to some weird bans when you do have a lineup as out there as Gur's. I'm still kind of skeptical of Gur's lineup, if I'm honest, even though he has gone 2-0 so far, so he is doing something very much correct. The Priest is just a deck that I'm not necessarily convinced on overall in this metagame, specifically in Last Hero Standing, where, you know, it does have that potential, as you talked about, to just sweep and beat anything if it gets these perfect hands. But at the same time, it very often is just not doing what it's supposed to do in terms of being a counter queue deck. There's few decks that are just hard counters in this metagame, I think, which is what you are looking for most of the time with a Last Hero Standing lineup. And that is reflected in his results so far, as I can tell. Seems to be doing not great with his Miracle Priest 2 and 5. I think overall just having narrowly scraped through both of his previous series so far this weekend. Whereas Posesi, on the other side, seems to have deviated to a much more standard lineup overall, with only the Priest in there, I guess, himself, that is a little bit out there in its own right.
Yeah, and it's also interesting to note the contrast of Priest between what Posesi was running in the past and what he is running now, which happens to be the same as Gur's. No more rally package for either of these players. They're just going for the Malagos tried and true. And both of those decks require a lot of quick thinking, but for sure the Malagos is a lot more predictable in its outcomes, and I feel it's one that you can get more used to because you have far less generation in the deck without Sethic. And I think that's a deck that could potentially really reward players like Gur, who is the type, in my opinion, to home in on one or two decks that he really, really enjoys and stick to them. And so far it's done decently for him in previous seasons. This season, there hasn't been the greatest sample size, but I think he'll still be able to pull something off with the Priest. It's the Hunter that I find truly inspired as a bring, and because it's been banned away, I do think that Gur's best shot into the Druid from Posesi might be the Priest later on. But for now, we shall start with Druid on Gur's side, which is of the ramp variant. Oh, sorry, no, it is the Kazakhstan, but still with the tokens in there. So Glowfly Swarm, probably your first priority actually against Questrogue.
Yeah, I'm loving this starting hand. Honestly, I would consider a full keep here, right? You can go for Nature Studies into Fungal Fortunes, turn 3 Moonlit Guidance to try and find Glowfly Swarm. The Innovate, I suppose, is maybe not needed then if you have the coin to get out the Glowfly as well. But basically just to give yourself, as you said, maximum chance of finding the wide board right out the gate. Sounds fantastic.
I was definitely interested in the Moonlit. On top of that, after you brought up very crucially that it can find you the Glowfly, which is the big missing piece of this puzzle. But Gur says maybe he can find something a bit more on curve to play on turn 3 because he does have the Nature Studies into Fungal locked up. And there's the Glowfly already. We could just see turn 3 Glowfly instead.
True. Yeah, just Bloom Glowfly on turn 3 is probably going to be game winning as long as he hits 3 spells and doesn't find an unfortunate Kazakhstan off of this Fungal Fortunes. His hand should be plenty full to do that.
Oh, he has the Overgrowth as well if he wants to deviate from the Glowfly game plan. Very much dependent on what Posesi goes for, whether or not he can hit Disruption that can put Gur off of it, like a Neophyte. But without such an option, I think Posesi's going to be face down with the full board of Glowflies on turn 3.
Okay, well, he's off to a decent start himself, though, to be fair. He's drawn a couple cards, has some minions in play to trade off 2 of the Glowflies, and then with Secret Passage probably to follow, or maybe step and replay the Greyheart stage, he has a reasonable shot of finding SI7 Agent, Extortion, just some way to start answering these minions before Arbor Up comes down in a couple turns' time.
But answering only 2 feels like too little too late. But Gur is actually not even going for Glowfly. I am shocked. He would have, of course, overloaded because he'd have to have played the Lightning Bloom.
Yeah.
It still seemed very powerful.
I agree. You go Bloom Glowfly, you go Moonlit Guidance, and then you go Arbor Up. Very possibly Solar Arbor Up if you find the other Bloom off the Moonlit Guidance as well.
But he's deviated, perhaps thinking that over the course of 2 turns, maybe too many tokens would have been traded. Still takes a tokeny option, though, off of his Nature Studies. And with the Overgrowth, he does open himself up to the opportunity of Glowflying into directly Arbor Up the very next turn, which also has its merits.
Informant just a little bit ugly here, having no buffs so far. We could be looking at, again, as I said, just Shadow Step and replay the Greyheart Sage. But that's not necessarily that much more tempo than just playing Secret Passage and whatever you get off of it.
That's honestly not very much tempo at all. It's just about resource generation. But for Posesi here, having to use Step on not an SI card is a little bit painful. Ends up with Neophyte, which is not actually going to put Gur off from any relevant breakpoint because he's still going to go Glowfly either way. And if Posesi, who had the amazing Neophyte timing yesterday, has any read on that, he might deviate instead. But the alternative was either SI7 Smuggler for a Wisp or just Secret Passage, which doesn't seem nice with only 2 mana remaining. So it is still going to be the Neophyte.
Or Passage for exactly Shadow Step to play around the Glowfly Swarm, which I think is a little bit too optimistic. So yeah.
Ambitious. Well, Full board Glowfly, Arbor Up, and Power of the Wild in hand, and Solar Eclipse. He can do all of that because of the Lightning Bloom. Posesi needs Extortions, Agent. Not these. Okay.
Okay, that's not terrible.
This is the first SI I played.
Right, yeah, no Gizmo even. That's awful.
Oi. If he goes Passage again, he can hit double Extortion, but that's pretty optimistic. And at that point, I feel like it's better to just go Agent. But man, is it terrible. He still leaves 3 Glowflies on board, and he has to trade away his Neophyte and the Spy Mistress to be as safe as possible.
Oh, Neophyte plus Passage. I was kind of considering this because if you hit exactly Extortion or I guess Shadow Step, there's a lot of value, and he does find one of them. Okay, fair enough.
True. No Shadow Step.
Sorry, yeah, it still stops Solar Arbor, but it doesn't stop just Arbor Up on this following turn, which is almost just as bad.
Clever though that he only takes the value trade because he knows that Arbor Up on its own will not allow the Glowflies to take any value trades here. So Posesi manages to scrape by with a little bit more face damage. It's a very clever play, but doesn't feel like it's gonna be enough to win the game because even if Gur just goes like, can he do anything with Bloom? Not quite. Even if it's just Arbor Up, he's still pretty far in the lead, right?
Yeah, the only other thing he could do is Solar Power, which, to be fair, does actually allow him to take value trades here.
Now that you mention it, yeah, that is just better. I agree. Because with the Arbor Up, I think Gur would be forced into taking probably 2 trades to play around Battlegrounds Battlemaster. You could get away with 1 trade and still be alive against that, I think. Yeah, at 3 health, but maybe not worth the risk. Instead, he goes Moonlit Guidance.
Wow, did not expect this.
Yeah, me neither, because now he's not able to either like rebuild the board by playing the tokens from Arbor Up or take value trades.
Gonna be left with nothing on board.
And I really like the solar power line, and not just because I'm a fan of Lord.
If I was a better boyfriend, I'd understand that joke.
Her album is called Solar Power.
Oh, there we go.
And for anybody who might have read that line wrong, Daruk is not my boyfriend.
Oh, no, yeah, sorry. separate girlfriend, yeah, who also likes Lord. Apologies.
Okay, Posesi's turn could be Wicked Stab, Scab, Smuggler, Wicked Stab, but that feels really bad. We could just see Informant, Wicked Stab. It's only a 4/4, but you juice up the Smuggler a little bit and set up for maybe more of an ambitious Scabs on the next turn. Everything seems bad into Scale of Onyxia, but that's sort of just the state of Hearthstone at the moment. You cannot build a board that survives Scale of Onyxia.
Yeah.
Okay, wanted to see what the Gizmo first. Yeah.
Better Scabs next turn does make sense.
And he gets a pretty good Gizmo, so he gets to maintain a Wicked Stab at least.
Okay, so you've got your Solar Arbor. Is that what he was holding on for by not using the Solar Eclipse? It's kind of questionable if it's even better than the other lines. Like, just Scale on this turn and then Solar Arbor. Yeah, I was going to say Scale this turn, Solar Arbor next turn, or maybe even Blowfly Bloom Arbor Up.
Oh, true. That does build the best board, and he can remove the 4/4 right now. I'm kind of still on board for the Scale line because we are getting to the point where Posesi's removal can deal with a 2/1 the same way it deals with a 4/3. That being like Assassins, Wicked Stabs. So Gur is just going for the scale line and takes the full value. I do prefer this as opposed to pushing 2 damage face. He gets to keep 1 extra 2/1 around.
Okay,
Right.
so Scab's now active on this turn in the form of Wicked Stab, Gabs, SI Agent, SI Assassin, I think just works for maximum board
Right.
clear. And then with a swing of the weapon, that's actually only 1 minion left on board.
True. I was looking at Smuggler instead of Wicked Stab because that would also just further cheapen the Assassin.
Smells
True. Yeah, true.
But in the end, he's not going with the Assassin at all, which fair enough. It's only going to get cheaper from this point, and leaving 2 minions is not the end of the world. He's not dead to Solar Arbor against that. But he ends up with not a great gizmo here. I'm pretty sure Posesi was hoping for Spyomatic or Undercover Mole. But maybe stealthing up his 1-3 even has some merits. Oh, I'm not sure, honestly. Okay. Gonna hold on to the gizmo. And so we are
Right.
looking at Solar Arbor
Yeah.
for not that much damage. We could just look at trade scale again, because Gur's just kind of chilling.
3 health on everything is so ugly.
Yeah.
Going for scale.
So if it is Solar Arbor, then you probably start with Moonlit, but he's actually going Solar Moonlit. He can still Solar Arbor after this because he has Bloom. And he's really lit. Oh, another Bloom. Okay, he can do everything.
Bloom.
Okay,
Oh, Vate?
yeah, he can Vate, Moonlit again. So he gets the full value, and then he can still Bloom Solar Arbor.
You could go Vate. Like, so you still play scale at the end of it all after having just
Yeah,
like,
oh
wasted
my
50
God.
cards.
This just seems like a very roundabout way.
It really does.
But yeah, the time is there.
Oh, man.
Oh, wow. Wow. He's just leaving all the damage as well.
Firefly?
Yeah, he's really dead set on having the Solar Arbor be lethal or nothing.
Yeah. Right. So Posesi does, I think, still have to clear. You can't just go all in on the game plan if you don't have Arbor up. Especially based on the way your opponent has been playing. And so, Noggin Fog Generator, the 1/1, plus just Informant Assassin, allows you to clear off 4, which means even in the case of Solar Arbor, you're still just about alive.
Yep, just barely. Because the breakpoint to survive here is 3 Glowflies. 4 of them equals 24 damage, and Posesi is not healthy enough to survive that. So that's the line, I think. But Gur will just win in attrition in that way because Posesi will not push any face damage, and Gur is able to trade off the rest of this board after it takes VTs and then play scale, I think. Maybe I miscounted. There's a lot of health on the 7/7 to be fair. And there's also the Spy Mistress.
Yeah, but I mean, at this
So-
point, he can literally go scale Bloom Arbor up if needed, which
True.
after like trade into all the 1 costs, you could then go scale double trade into the 7/7 Bloom Arbor, and then you have 2/4 attacks to finish off the 7/7 and the Assassin.
Alternatively, you could take the trade scale, trade 1, 2, 4, 5, 6 of them into the 7/7 and 4/4, and then just finish with Bloom Glowfly number 1,000,000. It feels like.
Dude, what was the point of playing Wild Growth if you're going to give yourself -2 mana every turn anyway, just playing Moonlit Guidance at the start of every turn? Like,
I don't
it's just
know.
completely reset the benefit he had. I don't know what he's looking for that he doesn't have.
I think he just takes the Vate again, and then you go Vate because you still want the 10 mana. And okay, he's thinning his deck, Derek. That's what's been happening here.
Oh my god.
Yeah, and whether he takes the Scale Bloom Arbor line or the Scale full trade into Bloom Glowfly, I think that's just one too many waves for Posesi to get through. Gur has just completely reinvented this Kazakhstan token druid. It's just straight up token druid.
I mean, kind of, but he didn't go Bloom Glowfly. Like, every instinct I've had in this matchup has been the exact opposite of what Gur has done. We could not have disagreed more about the way this game had played out.
Yeah, I mean, because he didn't develop the board, he's not threatening lethal, and now he gets Posesi a lethal out. He just stealths the scabs, and he's chilling, right? Plays a mole. Like, he can even Fizz Flash a 2-1, it's fine. But I think I'd rather that he play Mole, Stealth on Scabs, Gyro Blade, and the Spiromatic. Give them, ouch?
Kind of wonder if you just give them Fungal, because, like, how are they going to draw? What are they going to draw that they don't have already, and they have 10 cards in hand?
I don't know. Like, if I were Posesi here, I'd have no read whatsoever on what Gur has.
Right.
In fact, he just gives him Arbor up because Posesi knows that Gur has just not set up lethal.
Oh my god.
Oh no, Gur! Like, the hero power at the end of last turn just felt so frivolous. Like, you don't do that. You Vait, you Bloom, you Glowfly, or you Arbor up before having traded the scales, and you set up the lethal. But right now, Posesi is simply winning.
Solar Arbor Bloom Arbor gives you, what, 6, 8, 16 damage you can push on this turn, which is not lethal. You could... What's the cheapest cost card in his deck, actually, at this point? Still 1 Bloom?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
What the heck?
Akasan? Really?
All right. Oh, was this all a plan to get 0 cost Book of the Dead and then draw
book?
it?
He's all in on drawing book. No book.
Yeah.
No book. No book.
No book.
No book.
No book.
He's just lost.
He's just how?
How?
Like, if he got book, he was actually still alive with like Bloom Capture for highest cost, and then it costs 0 when it gets in your hand, but it costs 14 when it's in the deck. But what the heck? There were so many turns. He could have Arbor up there. He could have Glowflight again. I don't know.
And I mean, I would love to be Alan right about now, to be told exactly why I'm an idiot, the breakdown of why every play Gur made was correct. But I've got to be honest, that felt terrible from Gur. From our perspective, like, you and I both agree that, like, every play we would have made differently, I think, at this game. Like, the coin into Overgrowth at the start, I think, was reasonable, because you can set up for Glowfly a turn later, Solar Arbor the turn after. You're still making very, very powerful plays. But he was just so hesitant to put any kind of power on the board. He refused to play with the cards he actually had in his hand. Instead, he was just hell-bent on discovering more cards with Moonlit Guidance. I don't know what he possibly could have been digging for with, like, the 4 that he played over the course of that game. But whatever it was, he didn't find it. And in the end, it was all in on book to survive just the turn.
I don't know. I mean, you can make the argument that, like, fitting in a Moonlit Guidance in your turn is just optimal if you have the spare mana to do everything else relevant in that turn. And, you know, up until the very last moment, he did, because he could have gone for another Innervate, another Lightning Bloom, and still done something relevant on board on top of cycling with the Moonlit. But it just seemed like Gur never wanted to be overloaded at any point after turn 3 or something. And the refusal to go in with a board just gave Posesi so much time to get the incremental board damage, and then finally seal it with a Scabs that Gur knew was in hand and that he could not interact with. It just felt very confused on the part of Gur, and hate to see it, but all right, I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt, because I know Gur is an absolute beast on Miracle Priest. We've seen what he's capable of on this deck, and I want to give him a chance to redeem himself.
So right out the gate, we've got a Horn of Rathion, which is never bad, right? Just to give yourself a higher chance of hitting the minion, even if it's not insight, which is much better. So Horn plus Gift, I would consider holding on to in this instance. But he's just going all in on trying to find the minions via another means, which is pretty surprising.
Bit of right chuckle from Gur as he saw the cards that came back from the mulligan, which is all the copy effects and no tutor effect. He still has a chance to find one with the cycle from the shard and the thrive into a potential horn or insight. But if he does get insight, it's actually going to be impossible to corrupt in the near future. So we shall see.
Studies? Ooh, okay.
Takes gift of the Naru, which could, you know, in the near future count as cycle. But right now he's doing a whole load of nothing. That's a horn.
Oh, there we go.
Down the horn.
Yeah. So even though Nazmani is still better here, I think, Malagos just to get the 2 1/1s is not the end of the world. It buys him a little bit more time just because he's keeping up.
Yep. And Posesi will have full knowledge that that's Malagos in hand because the only 3 minions in the deck are that 1 dragon and the 2 Nazmanis. Okay. Was renewed to dig for something. Palm reading would be ideal. All of the grave.
Yeah, I think it's going to be cool. You could still get Thalnos or Loot Hoarder.
Am I going full Raven if I suggest Shadow Form? I don't think it's terrible. It pings neophytes. It pings like Fire Mistresses over 2 turns. It can deal with this 2/4.
Are we really going to spend 2 mana on a hero power? Like, ever? Like, I know next 1-2 turns maybe, but would you not rather have a chance to draw a card or get a powerful death rattle?
I mean, if he was going to spend the mana on Shadow Form being played, I thought it would be this turn. But it looks like Gur doesn't even want the damage hero power.
Right.
Which makes me think he only took that because it's like the cheapest option that doesn't generate anything else. The Call of the Grave didn't, like, could create another mana sink in hand, which I can appreciate. But, man, he really needs to hit a Nazmani or a palm reading.
Posesi on the in the meanwhile getting all kinds of fizzy with double sap in hand. That means it's going to be very difficult for Gur to really stick any kind of board presence at all, even if he can find himself the Nazmani, which he can now dig for with Gifted the Naru. Very, very crucial point that Posesi decided to start pushing that damage.
Did he ever Psyche Split to copy the operative?
Rush? Give it stealth? Oh, yeah. Okay.
We've seen this from okasinnsuke.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
You just buff it and stealth it every turn?
Mm-hmm. I mean, he will take quite a bit of damage in the meantime, but this is a line that does something, and the other lines were just kind of digging and hoping to find something that does something.
Oh, not having anything to attack into really hurts with this double Greyheart, though.
Yeah. Neophyte is very painful for Gur, though, and Posesi should know that. Gur has been setting up for some sort of buff turn by preempting a stealth, and in the meantime, Posesi's just going in with all the pressure that he can. On paper, this is a heavy quest rogue favorable, in my opinion, because of all the removal available and the limited threats that the priest can put together, especially ever since Zyrella has left the standard lists.
Okay, I think you start Gift because it can heal your own minion as well, which is very nice for a value trade.
Looks great.
BT and do that again.
Looks like it. Choosing to VT Neophytes. I do think that is probably the most threatening Shadow Step target at the moment. Devour?
Okay, yeah, sure.
Why though? Just to spend mana?
Now to get the most health.
Okay. Sure. It's relevant if he gets Bless in the near future, which he does.
Ooh.
Okay.
This is such a weird pan out. Posesi just has no way to interact with this at all. It's just going to be growing bigger and bigger every turn, slipping in and out of the shadows like Batman, taking them all out one by one.
Wait, I haven't watched it. Okay. However, the flip side of this is Posesi's currently 4 off lethal with double wicked stabs in hand. Gur needs to be very careful. He doesn't have unlimited healing. There's a lot with Renew and Desperate Prayer, but he's not currently able to remove everything from the board. However, that is a power word Fortitude. Man, he would kill for another Psyche Split here, but all he has is meager gifts of Luminance at the moment. So,
Well,
best thing from Renew, probably still Psyche Split, right?
Right.
Ruin? No, that kills his own minion. Apo.
Apo's
Yeah.
insane. He heals for infinity every turn.
Yes! Yes,
That's
he does!
insane.
He's just created a win condition out of thin air.
Posesi's going to have to like straight up 30-0 him now for there to be any chance.
Oh man, this is so crazy. Like we saw a similar thing happening. I can't quite remember whose game it was,
Right.
but somehow I feel like Posesi was also involved. Where I'm not sure. An unnecessary SI7 operative. Like here, it was very justifiable for Posesi, who was still trying to get a lot of rush damage going through. It was that first game that we saw it that it felt unnecessary, but yeah, the constant regeneration of stealth and now the lifesteal. Gur has just built his own gnomish army knife.
Is this just a cardinal sin in the matchup that like you're not supposed to play the operative ever? That can't be right.
I mean, I don't know. If you need it for pressure and quest progression, then I absolutely think it's justifiable, but it's just become a disaster for Posesi. He extorts his own face to get the quest progression. It's that desperate.
Well, yeah, to be fair, so how much damage can he set up? Because Gura is not necessarily healing back to 30 from Posesi's perspective. So
Right.
he can stealth a 9 attack. That's 18 with a potential top deck of BGBM. And I think every win here revolves around Battlegrounds Battlemaster for him, realistically.
Agreed. It's a question between Spyomatic and Hidden Gyroblade, though, because the Gyroblade represents more immediate damage in the next turn, and it very well feels like Posesi could have the window closing for when he could get lethal, because at some point, Gur can find a palm reading, try and generate Soul Mirror, something that can deal with the board. Thrive?
So if Gur can find Fortitude here, he can heal this minion or buff this minion up to 22 health, then 24 with the Bless. So there's still not quite outs for lethal, or with the Shadow Form, would it get there? It's really close to just being lethal on this turn, potentially.
True. Okay, palm reading. Plague, does Plague do anything? No, I don't think it's enough. Horn will get the Nasmani guaranteed, but it's quite late at this point.
I think it probably is still the Horn. Like, Nasmani can do some broken stuff next turn.
But I do think that Gur has to bless right now to gain enough health off of the lifesteal.
Agreed.
Because he knows that at least 11 from the stealth minions is going face, plus the Gyroblade, which is 14, and then 2 Wicked Stabs. Not super likely to be in hand, but he has to be aware of it. It's not quite 30 overall, but the Battlegrounds Battlemaster could turn everything on its head. Not there, though. Greyheart Sage to draw it, then you don't have mana to play Wicked Stab. But 22... 7. Even if he draws the BGBM from the Greyheart Sage, it's not 30-0.
But he can get kind of close, actually, just with double Wicked Stab, because what has he got? In terms of just pure stealth next turn, if he leaves the mole stealth, he'd have 11, 14 with the Gyroblade, 12 with both the Wicked Stabs. It's not quite there. Really close, though.
Yeah.
Plus the Skulker. It was like 2 off, potentially.
Oh, there was the BGBM.
Oh.
He had to make hand space to play that too, but I think even if he had gotten it off the first draw of the Greyheart stage, he was 1 off because he couldn't afford to also play the Gyro Blade. Okay, so he's just trying to survive. Give them a psych.
Right?
No, I don't know.
Close.
I honestly don't know.
Oh, Neophyte is huge.
Yeah, that's insane.
Neophyte step? Oh, okay. Well, he needs to get playing. He's roping out. He got the Neophyte down. That's the important bit. And he decides to step the Greyheart.
Did he get to replay it? Didn't.
No.
Okay. So with 1 Neophyte Aura, Gur can still play most of this, I think, because he can go Nazmani and Gift, and every spell played is still going to be net mana by that point. Needs to get moving real quick. Real quick, Gur. Is this not a Nazmani turn?
Right?
I think so. Because, oh man, he needs to find a Discover effect to deal with this board.
Going now? Oh, he's like a third of the way through the turn. Oh my god. Oh, okay.
I don't think there's a way he can get lethal right now, because I think with the Neophyte Aura, the Malagos is going to be too expensive, especially since you have to generate a new dragon to actually play the Draconic Studies.
Oh, he's just hitting Malagos every single one. What?
Okay.
But then it's Brightwing. Okay, that's bad. And nothing's going to be playable here.
Exactly, because of the Neophyte Aura. Oh, power
except Fortitude. That goes below 0. Ah!
It does. Okay, so he's able to clear Neophyte and this Biomatic, but Posesi has, well, lethal! Very lethal!
Just lethal. Oh my god. What a ridiculous game of Hearthstone. Like, I thought Gur was maybe going to be able to just stall out the game until he buffed up his own minion big enough to get there, and he almost was. If that Nazmani turn had been able to go on just that little bit stronger in terms of the pop-off, the potential was really there, but man, I've never seen a pan out like that before, and congratulations to Posesi.
Yeah, for real. It was that Neophyte that was so clutch. Like, Posesi could have died, honestly, that turn if the Neophyte Aura were not in effect, because Gur had drawn the full hand of spells with Malagos. He still had some Discover options, I believe. 1 more Bless that went unplayed. We could have seen him just generate an Elec Mount, play that, and bless it up for like a 30-0 or 29 plus the 1/1, a copy of this Informant that's been on the board for ages now, to get the lethal. It's just such a very tense situation on board. The stealth really coming into effect big time on both sides here, because there was simply no way for either player to interact with them, because Gur hadn't picked up Shard of the Naru as the big deal that early in the game. It was just post Malagos, and that meant that he couldn't interact with the stealth scabs.
Well played by Gur, to be fair, to even get into that situation, I want to say, because when you have a starting hand that completely whiffs on Nazmani Bloodweavers, you do have to get creative in terms of actually being able to stay in the game, and he most certainly was creative in that game. And so moving on to the potential final game of the series, the potential final game of Grandmasters, full stop for Gur, is going to be this Mozaki Mage. It's a deck that can get there in terms of the full sweep potential, absolutely. Posesi's remaining decks after the Hunter was banned away are Rogue, Priest, and Druid, all winnable matchups for the Mozaki Mage, but you're going to have to get some pretty good draws and some better play than we've been seeing on the Mozaki Mage so far today in order to get there.
Yeah, I'm choosing to delete the Glowfly game from my mind here and evaluate what's right in front of us. And I see a brain freeze as the first sort of question is, do you value that removal against Quest Rogue so highly that you're giving up a precious spot that could be Encounter's Flow? If this were First Flame, I would definitely consider it more heavily. But Brain Freeze, you have to combo to activate to even deal with like an SI7 agent. So I think this ends up being a full toss for Gur.
Okay, enough hand for both players coming back. The flow, obviously fantastic for Gur. Posesi getting himself a nice quest progression-y sort of hand, just extortion face on turn 2 probably now, alongside trading the other one. Does start to get some pressure online whilst also getting the quest going quickly.
I mean, he could extort both bases. That's progression for you.
Oh, true.
But I don't know if it's quite so desperate just yet.
Oh. Would have been very egalitarian at least, but fair enough.
All right. Neophyte for Posesi. Not going to come down in the near future, I don't think. But actually, it does shut down Flow on curve this turn. And now that he's picked up a coinable card alongside it, he doesn't even like spend his mana inefficiently. I'd be interested.
It's really close because you could go for the argument of play SI7 on this turn and then go like Skulk and Neophyte next turn to try and play around. I guess it doesn't actually even play around the Fire Sale at that point, does it then? Because they'd be up to 5. So I guess start with this, see what gizmo you get, and then when it's that, yeah, coin out the Neophyte. I like this a lot.
Makes Gur's life very inconvenient because it shuts off not only Encanter's Flow this turn, but by virtue of that, the Spring Water on the next turn because Gur might still just go for Flow. However, because there is the Siphon mana for the honorable kill, Gur can very likely water into Flow or just Flow Barrier and everything still works out fine. Meanwhile, Posesi's pressure isn't too quick whatsoever.
It depends on what gizmo he gets here, a mole or a Spirematic, and it's demanding some kind of an answer from Gur, lest things get very scary. Gyroblade, yeah, okay, I guess you could just start swanging face with it.
This is the middling option. I agree, the minions are the best, but you had 2 bad outcomes in the Fizz Flash and the Noggin Fog generator, so fair enough. The problem is the minion pressure is just not enough to offset a barrier, and I'm pretty sure that between Barrier Flow this turn into Spring Water the next turn, Gur should almost certainly have a way of dealing with the board by that point.
Agreed, yeah. I don't think Flurry is necessary yet here either, as that's a really nice clutch way to deal with Scabs, a big informant later on as well. And speaking of Scabs, hey, turn 6 ready to go with stealth as well. So Gur is going to need to get some pep in his step if he wants to be surviving in this game, because even though he's had a nice start reducing his mana with the Siphon mana, the Incanter's Flow as well, this is very scary as well. And it's not necessarily just answered by a Fire Sale as well on its own.
Right, takes a little bit more than that. Posesi with the top deck Informant just gets the perfect quest completion and mana expenditure. However, Gur hits a minion from the Spring Water.
Oh, no!
Oh, no, not again!
Posesi, you get that grin off your face, you bad man.
Yep, you went from dancing dad in a wedding to angry mom. Not doing homework. Ignite Flurry. Okay, I don't begrudge him feeling like he needs a bigger swing, just drawing towards a Fire Sale, because the problem still remains that he'll have to deal with Scabs somehow the next turn, and dealing with it only comes in the form of delaying it with Flurry. So he's holding on to that and willing to tank for now this enormous amount of damage.
Yeah, slightly awkward positioning, obviously, for Posesi. Means he's pushing, what, 12, 15, 17, 20 on this turn, if he wants to. And I think I actually like just playing the Battle Master rather than the Scabs. You want to push this damage while you can.
True, cash it in right away. This is a board that still demands Fire Sale, at least, to deal with it. And he gets to milk extra damage from the Gyro Blade as well before he regenerates a Gyro Blade from Scabs.
Yeah, and this means that next turn he can just deviate away from the Scabs once again and just go Secret Passage into Wicked Stab. Straight up for lethal, unless Gur can find lethal on this turn, which I just do not think there's any combination of cards that gets there for him, to be perfectly honest.
Just Got a couple shots at Fire Sale still because with the hot streak, he'll have a lot more mana available to him. But with the +1 spell damage, he can still weave in a ping theoretically on the Battlemaster to clear, but that's not Fire Sale. Another studies.
Even then, I kind of felt like it could have started with just Incanta's flow at the start of that turn, just to discount a Fire Sale. You get, like you say, with Biscuit and the...
Ooh, okay.
and the hot streak as well. You have plenty of mana to work with, but now finds the answer for the board, finds the answer for the BGBM as well in either the ping, the brain freeze, or the Thalnos. All will do the job nicely.
And I like the Thalnos. Let him weave in the Mana Biscuit and get an additional draw. So first, Gur prays that he survives, and second, he prays that he top decks Mazaki.
Kind of a bad top deck for Posesi because it does mean he has less chances of hitting that Wicked Stab for lethal. Neophyte is not bad as a backup though, especially with a Shadow Step. It means that Gura's turn is never going to be lethal. It's just going to have to be trying to survive. And we know trying to survive is so likely to work. Gura knows it as well for that matter with just scabs into the second Gyro Blade. I really struggle to see a way out of this one for Gura.
Right. If he can clear the board and play Barrier somehow with 2 Neophyte auras, maybe.
He's already played.
Oh, there's only one? Okay, he has to generate one from Ruined Orb. I don't know. Just not happening. It's just over.
It's just over. He can go... Freeze... Multicaster, or like freeze Biscuit Multicaster, something like that. Freeze 2 mana Biscuit just to literally dump hand space, and then Multicaster. And even then, yeah, there's just no way he can afford to play the barrier as well, even if he generates it.
Double Neophyte's too strong. He doesn't have mana to do everything that he needs to here. Posesi has asked too many questions, and Gur does not have the answers. And Derek, I hate to say it, but I am coming back to game 1. It has not been erased from my memory. This is LHS. If Gur had just approached that Druid game differently, this quest rogue would be out of the picture. We could have seen an entirely different landscape to this series. And that's all in the past, though. Posesi is going to be the winner. Clean sweeping once again. It didn't even look difficult.
Yeah. Playing some very, very clean Hearthstone overall for Posesi. Like, the one thing that maybe we could pick him up on is, like, playing an SI7 operative, which I still think was probably just correct, and he ended up winning the game anyway. But for Gur, it's a weird way for him to go out in Grandmasters. Not the performance that we would have liked to have seen, as you said, based on that first Druid game. And again, in those later games, just unable to even get anything on the board at all, as Posesi clean sweeps with his Quest Rogue. It does mean that it's the end of the road here for Guri and Grandmasters entirely. As we were saying, can't make playoffs and can't make last call. Could still potentially get to the World Championship, of course, as this year is very much about all the different routes that are available to getting through to the World Championship, be it via Grandmasters, Grandmasters Last Call, or the Masters Tour system as well, in addition to the Chinese Gold League, which is, of course, not open to these players. But for Gur, it's still possible that he could get there with a strong Masters Tour performance. He's had a couple already to his name, so it's far from out of the question. But for Posesi, our world champ, our reigning world champion here in Asia Pacific, he gets himself up to 6 points, I believe now, after that win, which means that he is now, I think, just guaranteed to be able to get through to the top 8 and into playoffs now.
Huge for the chances at having a repeat world champion glory. So very nearly came to that achievement last year, but is now out of the running of making it to playoffs, as I did see his tweet recently, just saying that even though I don't have the chance to make playoffs anymore, I'd like you to all support my constant friend and practice partner in Alutemu. And Alutemu retweeted with a thanks in the most casual way possible. I really love that dynamic between them. And it's a very fitting contrast that we raise up, because it's Alutemu up against Mighty in the last series of the day. Posesi doing his hardest to put us back on schedule and maybe not have Europe a little bit too delayed. And Derek, that might be the case still, because for our last series of the day, there is once again no Warrior.
Oh, we might still make time. It's going to be tight. We've got about an hour until Europe is scheduled to start. So I won't waffle on any longer. We're going to go to a final series of the day right after this. Mighty versus Alutemu for the final match of APAC. It is the final series of the day here for Hearthstone Grandmasters. It's going to be Alutemu versus Mighty to send us off before we head over to Europe. And all things considered, a very symmetrical series, I suppose you could say, with both players with essentially identical lineups. The only subtle difference being Kazakhstan Druid for Alutemu versus Ramp Druid for Mighty. And both of them banning away said Druid, so that evens out that difference anyway, leading into a very interesting game one that I'm really glad we get to see, because, you know, we've seen Demon Hunter versus Rogue, we've seen Shaman versus Rogue, a lot of these counter matchups. I think what we have here is kind of one of the accidental queues, if you will, one that you would rarely, if ever, counter queue into, which is Demon Hunter versus Shaman, a matchup that I think is actually pretty close, all things considered.
It is close for sure. I honestly would still put the Demon Hunter ever so slightly in the lead, but the classic interaction we talk about of just an early Wild Paw Cavern can turn everything on its head. The Cavern freezing the Demon Hunter is also a very big deal to note, because a lot of the lethal potential that the Demon Hunter has actually comes from them swinging face, whether it be with Eldrazi Warblades or just reapplied Furies from the Jace or the Kurtrus combo at the end. Of course, playing Kurtrus on that turn itself refreshes your hero and thus allows you to go face unfreezing it. But that interaction doesn't always come to fruition depending on the timing of the caverns. I put so much emphasis on the minions from Shaman because on paper, I don't feel that the burst damage from Shaman is ever enough to get there. One, because the Demon Hunter has access to healing, and two, because the Shaman barely gets to hold on to so many combo pieces in hand because they're gonna get glided.
That's right, yeah. It's very difficult to actually get there in the end, and I do find, though, that the minions from Shaman kind of find a way to get there because these early turns for Demon Hunter are so much less efficient in terms of removal than I kind of remember them being back in the day when you had Moarg for 2 that just almost guaranteed early board clears as a necessity. Whereas now, you know, if you get down a Novice Zapper and a Serpent Shrine Portal, or of course, as you said, the dream of a Wild Paw Caverns, sometimes it sticks and gets in quite a lot of damage at the start of the game. And even then, in the later stages of the game, the Demon Hunter can take a little while to actually kill the Shaman, and just a little bit of burst, even if it's not the full 30, 15 to 20 burst from the Shaman is very doable indeed.
And of course, we can take a look at the list from Mighty. This is not the fancy Kazakhstan Demon Hunters that we've been seeing earlier today, whether it's in the form of cutting the Fell package altogether, like DragonMan had gone for, or the version that runs both the expendable performers and the Kazakhstan at the top end, like we saw from Mega Gliscor. This is just the old list, tried and true, the most popular one from the Masters Tour. Still finds room for a Rustdot Viper in there to aid warrior matchups, among others, and also just as a tradable, it's a good card to have in Demon Hunter. This is the type of deck that honestly wishes it could run 32 cards. Strangely enough, even though you're so obsessed with drawing cards, you would think that you would run more of a trimmed down deck, but it's because this deck is such a Swiss Army knife in terms of the many ways it can approach matchups, the many types of game plans it can go for, from control to combo, that players find so many alternate builds to it. And I would say that flexibility is also the reason why it's considered second only to Kazakhstan Druid in the meta.
Alutemu as well has had a bit of a weird brush with Grandmasters this season. If we want to talk about points overall, I believe he has just managed to scrape his way through to the top 8 guaranteed. As I think actually overall we have our top 8 set in stone, given that all the players who are out of contention, who potentially could have crawled their way in, have all lost their games so far today in the form of DragonMan, Gur, Trahezen yesterday, Alan today as well, none of them managing to get through. So I think Alutemu is guaranteed through to playoffs. What he's playing for now is, of course, better spots, because if you finish first or second, you get a free win heading into playoffs, as opposed to an automatic loss if you come in 7th or 8th. And also just the top half get qualified through to Grandmasters last call. So finishing top 4 is a lot better than just finishing top 8. So still a very important win for Alutemu, even if he still has a shot at the World Championship through playoffs next week, or 2 weeks from now, sorry, even if he loses here. And to start things off, as we said, he is going for this Burn Shaman. Pretty simple build overall, nothing too flashy here, as we've seen from some of the other players over the weeks with Instructor Fireheart, or I don't know, just some of the other tech cards that you can slot in there to go a little bit more Swiss Army knife, as you've put it before. I like this very much trimmed down version of the deck that just goes all in on the burn package with a little bit of minion presence as well.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up all the different ways that you can qualify through to Worlds, because I can actually imagine Alutemu doing all 3. Imagine he just wins playoffs, he also wins Grandmasters last call, and he finally gets a Masters Tour win, which could lead him into a seasonal championship. In fact, he doesn't even need to win. He just needs to continue being one of the highest match win players in the Masters Tours. That's just the kind of track record he has going for him. But up on the other side in Mighty, continuing the drip, of course, is just a newcomer who has absolutely exploded onto the scene. He's just the leader in terms of points in APAC right now, despite him being largely an unknown entity, has definitely proved that he is a very strong player here. And with a lineup that has looked solid every week, and now just the very standard decks, I think that Mighty has what it takes to take down one of the greats of APAC. But for the opening mulligan, I don't expect Mighty to keep anything but the quest here. You could make an argument for Fel Barrage to deal with a Wild Paw Stag, but it's just literally 1/3 of that card. I don't think it's quite good enough. I think you should focus more on finding this card right here, the Glide.
Yeah, Alutemu, get ready to have a taste of your own medicine. The Glide King in last year's Grandmasters, undeniably, might be getting Glodden back to the Stone Age in this game as double Glide right out of the gate. I mean, obviously you're only using one, but it at least gives you the option to not outcast if that possibility did arise.
True. I think Alutemu himself did recently tweet, which one do I play? A hand that had literally 3 glides. Nahirun trolling him said the one in the middle. Like, obviously Zapper is the most utility later on with a big combo, but it just seems like it's very far off from played in the near future that I was once again interested in Steward of Scrolls. I feel like I'm the biggest Stewards stan in the game right now, but Alutemu is just going all in right now. He says, okay, we're taking Zapper because we're playing it right now.
Man, I love it. Like, you know, we are calling this matchup, I think, slightly unfavored, and I'm sure Alutemu would agree. And so if your opponent doesn't have exactly Fel Barrage, which they're not going to keep in the mulligan, as we saw, because they chose not to, this just pushes so much pressure at the start of the game, follows up with a Serpent Shrine Portal on turn 3 for yet more pressure. A lot of the hands that Mighty is going to be keeping or looking for in this game don't deal with this very well at all.
Yeah, it's a lot of pressure that it's the type of pressure that I think Mighty at the first available instance, like if he picks up an Immolation Aura, would use that to clear, which means that that's minion pressure removed without a Fel Scream Blast. It means that they've already done their damage, and it's going to take quite some time before Mighty's actually able to heal up relevant amounts with Eldraki Warblades. And in that window, Alutemu can potentially keep pushing damage with further burn spells, with development of another Serpent Shrine, or even if he just finds Wild Paw Cavern or Multicaster, he can sort of just deviate back to game plan A for the Shaman. He won't have a turn 2, of course, because of all that overload, but it's fine because Mighty himself didn't appear to have a turn 2.
Right. Yes, it was a bit of a slow start. He had a Studies top decked in hand, right? So he could have been able to potentially go I-Beam. I don't think anything else would have been playable though, right? Like not Dreadlord's Bite or the Chaos Leech, neither of which would have been quite playable. So it did look like that damage was going to stick. And again, we have to bear in mind that even though it was a 3-2 that was summoned, it still could have been much bigger, which would have made the clearing possibilities even less for Mighty on the other side. Waiting for word as to what is happening here. Hopefully it's not a repeat of what we had a couple days ago, yesterday or last week, sorry, where we have to redo the game. There have been a few connectivity issues on the server so far. I don't know if it's to do with our players or the game itself, but we'll try and get it fixed out, because that was I think quite a singular way to start the game there for Alutemu, and one that is unlikely to be repeated, and one that I think does give him a good shot of getting there.
That's right. I didn't quite get to catch Alutemu's mulligan, but I'm pretty sure he held on to at least one Lightning Bloom, which does open you up to that possibility of going hyper aggro if you hit the Studies or the Zapper in the deck plus some spell damage, well, preferably in the form of Serpent Shrine Portal, because you actually get minion development. But keeping the Bloom also leaves you open to very early Wild Paw Cavern, which we talked about as being the main win condition for the Shaman, or at least the best opener that they can have. Alutemu found a pretty nice middle ground even without the Cavern, and I hope we get to see the pan out of the game, because I am super interested to see how Mighty responds to this early pressure, because the type of hand he kept was for the average outcome of the game, I would say, versus Burn Shaman, where they're just playing Sleet Breaker and then they're waiting to do something impactful on turn 4, by which point you glide them and punish it. And looks like we are back, thankfully, and Mighty still doesn't have the quest played, and because of that, probably won't even go for Studies this turn. or he could play it to preempt the glide and just have it discounted for turn 3. But it looks like he's saving it to actually find an answer for these 3-2s.
Alutemu doing us all a favor, trying to get this game done before the disconnectivity issues come back. Just smacking in face, passing turn, absolutely. And like you say, with Mighty going for the Aldraki Warblades here, he's starting to heal up a little bit, but it is after having tanked a monstrous amount of damage, and damage that is not slowing down anytime soon. Voracious Reader could be good, but I want to say it's a bit of a low roll in this exact instance.
Yeah, I think so too. Alutemu just wanted high attack, honestly. IBM. Just stabilize, fully
Really?
clear the board.
Have a good nog. I guess clearing the board is worth a lot.
Yeah. It's because Alutemu's overloaded going into turn 4, where you know they're very unlikely to play Wild Paw Cavern. That I think it's fine that Mighty just goes for full stabilization and then follows with Glide, but he's upset to see that there's any minion development at all.
Things slowing down a lot here for Alutemu, though. Macaw can get him more card draw, but as we can see, it's unlikely to stick around for the turn anyway. As I guess, actually, to be fair, Mighty does have a decision here to be made about the Glide, because your opponent just made a okay turn. I kind of wonder what reads you can make, because the main thing you want to stop them from doing is obviously Wild Paw, but you can't necessarily get a good read on that here.
Yeah, definitely not. I'd say the expected follow-up turn, or the best thing they can do if not Wild Paw, is Multicaster, just to keep the cycle going. And you can make the argument for gliding to prevent a multicaster, or just glide after a multicaster, so you shuffle back everything they draw, which in theory is more powerful. However, if he delays the glide, that means this turn is just a pass. It's like hero power. And on turn 6, he'd much rather go Kurtrus. So because of this turn having to be so awkward, with all of those timing plays we talked about, I think it's fine that he just goes for the glide here, gets the quest progression, and hope to get the Kurtrus back sooner rather than later. But he gave Alutemu a multicaster. Uh-oh.
Yeah, it's really the last thing you want it to happen. He does get a very good hand back himself, to be fair. Card draw, clear, it's pretty much everything you're looking for. But with Alutemu getting, what, the full 3-card multicaster? Oi, 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 it's such a good start here. And honestly, actually, you probably don't go Novice Zapper. I was going to say you follow up with it here just to push more pressure, but given you have no idea of their clearing potential and 2 burn spells in hand, I like holding back.
Mighty does have access to quest progression again if he just wants to play the leftmost cards. It's a bit of a problem that he can't fit in the Fel Barrage as well, because I'm sure he doesn't want to tank the 6, but now he finds Need for Greed drawn this turn, which means he can play that, finish quest, and go Fel Barrage to deal with half the board. Maybe it's not even Fel Barrage.
Oh, wow, this is getting spicy.
He just has Arcanist Fel Scream now, and hero power for the full clear.
But did you do that with Magtheridon in hand is the question.
I just don't see Magtheridon as a win condition in this matchup, because it's getting frozen.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, it's less the win condition. It's more just getting yourself another powerful clear whilst also healing. Like if they go for Wild Paw Caverns next turn. I don't know. It's close.
Oh, it's true, but I actually feel like we're in the point of the game where the Shaman doesn't put forward too many threats. Like the minions they want to play are things that draw cards. So I was interested in Mighty getting the healing while there was actually more than one target on board for Felscream Blast. But I suppose this is still a window for Alutemu to go for Wild Paw Cavern, which is incidentally what Mighty kind of wants to see here, because he saved the big clear for hopefully 3 minions.
So how much damage are we actually looking at here? If he finds another Novice Zapper, that would be 3 plus...
It'd be 10, right?
Yeah, okay.
Not quite there yet. He can still just pick the Zapper and play Wild Paw, or he could go Thalnos plus Wild Paw. That's all still within his mana constraints for the turn and puts a cycle effect on the board, even though he won't necessarily maintain the spell damage. I feel like one more card in hand is more relevant at this point.
Agreed. Yeah, I think you have to expect some kind of a board clear from your opponent here. It's so likely they can at least clear off some of these minions, and then you have to find something more to be able to close out the game.
But those 3 minions being on board actually affords Mighty even more healing because he gets the full 9 from Fellscream Blast if he likes. There's a chance he also progresses, or rather finishes the quest if he starts Need for Greed and hits a tradable.
True. Yeah, good point. I guess if you're not playing the Magtherodon, then yeah, you do open up a lot more mana.
Oh, sorry, he already just had the Viper in hand as a tradable, so he can finish quest. But instead he's going Magtherodon and still gets the full healing, which, you know, going for it this way, it means he doesn't have to face tank the staggered for the full clear, which is a big deal in terms of health saved and also not being frozen at the end of the turn. So,
I wonder if that turn should have started Immolation Aura, though, with the Jace in hand that could be potentially played next turn. I guess with no Chaos Strikes or Furies played, Jace isn't quite good enough yet, so he's just playing a slightly longer game.
oh, interesting. I didn't expect him to trade the Need for Greed, though, because that looked like his ticket to quest completion the next turn, but maybe Mighty is just thinking Glide is good enough for that job. Fair enough. No wind chill for Alutemu, so if he actually wants to not immediately tank this 12, he has to play Snowfall Guardian, which feels super inefficient on 1 minion, but the rest of his hand just isn't doing anything. It's all combo pieces, and he can't go in this early, I don't think.
Yeah, and I don't think I like using the combo pieces to kill the minion. Like, even though you can activate the Frostbite with Novice Bolt Frostbite, it's way too expensive. I think that just deletes your win condition at that point.
Agreed. He just has no reach after that. However, playing Snowfall has more problems than just being a 4/4 here. It actually means that Macaw top decks are significantly worse. This is not a cycle battle cry anymore. Alutemu hoping for specifically multicaster before he hits Macaws at this point.
In terms of the Outcast cards available, Mighty is looking at 1 Spectral Sight as the last one, so he is guaranteed to hit that, which does not guarantee quest completion in its own right, but it at least leaves the possibility open for Glide afterwards.
Although it feels bad to glide the cards you have just drawn, but it looks like he is dead set on holding onto the Jace, and that makes a lot of sense given that he has played quite a few fell spells indeed. So it has to be the Chaos Strike to finish quest here. And it's a bit sad that he doesn't have the mana left to go Fell Scream, Fell Barrage for the board clear, but it's all right. He is able to clear a decent amount of pressure. His face might be frozen the next turn, but that's not the end of the world.
Oh, Rostrop Viper to destroy the weapon is very tempting, but that has to be traded, right?
Right. He just needs multicaster. I mean, Brucon even is okay here because he has Bloom to play it, even after the trade. Aside from that, are there any immediate damage outs? If he gets any spell damage, it's just 15 from hand available. If he gets Overdraft, it's for a 12, 17, I think. Not going to be lethal, but he actually just traded into multicaster and gets a wind chill. It's the perfect outcome.
Yeah, it's absolutely huge here. He probably, would rather freeze than remove the weapon with the Rostrop Viper, as honestly, he's kind of getting close to that 25 damage burst point. It's still a little bit ways away, but if he gets another spell damage plus an overdraft, it's really quite close.
trades overdraft in the end. Honestly, I was looking at just dumping the landslide because there's a very real possibility that he doesn't get the hand space, but he ends up blooming out the Viper, which is fine because on the next turn he still has this overload to go and be added into the pool for overdraft, but it means that Alutemu is very much setting up for the kill on next turn, and if he doesn't get it, then it leaves a window for Mighty to heal up big time.
So obviously Jace is a consideration on this turn. With Immolation Aura, you could play the Fell Screen Blast as well, I suppose, but I'm trying to figure out if you can ever go Kurtrus in this instance instead. If you just go Immo, Fell Barrage, Kurtrus, you leave 6 power on board, which
No.
might just be too scary. Yeah, 15 damage, that's quite doable, I guess.
Yeah, I think it is far too scary. And the upshot also of going Immolation with the Fell Scream and Jace, you clear the board and you actually move your glide into outcast position. So you can even go Kurtrus glide next turn, which, you know, if Alutemu hasn't hit his lethal, you disrupt Alutemu's hand and also draw a ton of cards that are discounted after the Kurtrus. So he doesn't commit the Fell Scream, though. Says he doesn't need the healing, and for now, I think he's safe. Yeah, he does get additional from the first Fell Scream and the I-Beam that he played, that he discovered. I forgot about that. Definitely safe here.
Yeah, even with a pickup of another Zapper here, I don't think there's anything Alutemu could do to get this one closed out. So he needs to be looking at, obviously, potential for clear, but I don't think you can afford to play the Novice Zapper here. And so something like Breeze,
Wind Chill?
double landslide? Yeah, start Wind Chill sounds fine. Wow.
Looks like he's just gonna go in with the landslides. If you're playing Zapper, it's to make sure that the landslides can actually kill the Jace and the Magnerodon if he wants to commit the second one, but I would still be interested in playing Wind Chill here.
Gonna overdraft?
He could. Overdraft lets him like save the Wind Chill and also play Wild Paw Cavern.
Right.
He's taking a hybrid approach to getting back on board, which is not unreasonable given he's just seen Jace, which is the best board clear.
Or maybe even go Wind Chill still and just go like Wind Chill, Overdraft Face and Wild Paw Cavern. Or maybe Overdraft the minion still just to cycle an extra card. And then, yeah, Wild Paw. Makes sense.
I could see the face game plan, honestly, because he could have still maybe glided the Magnerodon next turn, but maybe Alutemu just wanted to have his mana as flexible as possible in the next turn. But Mighty, having seen that, should be over the moon. This is just so much damage that Alutemu has expended not on Mighty's face. Like, the reach from Alutemu is quickly running dry here. Meanwhile, Mighty has a very clean turn to go for Kurtrus. Doesn't even need to glide. Can just be Need for Greed here.
Wow. Fair enough. There's no more Eldraki Warblades, I don't believe, which is what he'd really love to see in the next couple turns. But just clearing off this board, setting up for lethal of his own. Again, it's sad that Jace has come down because it feels like he's going to need a little bit of help from Demon Render Kurtrus to actually hit lethal now. But that's fine. I think he should have time given that Alutemu has basically hit a brick wall now.
The problem remains as to how to fully clear this board. Mighty doesn't want to end up with a frozen face, obviously. So you could search in the studies for an I-Beam, which would allow for a full clear alongside Immolation Aura. Chaos Leech a bit expensive, but the Spectral Sight just lets him get to literally the bottom of his deck by next turn. Okay,
Taking
he is
the
just
freeze.
fair enough. He doubts it was right, but I don't think he could have really done anything better given the studies results. But he's totally fine. Maybe he's expecting worst case scenario like Alutemu has the other Zapper. I think one came from studies and then all the burn spells. But even against that, he'd be alive.
Yeah, he still had another Arcanist in his deck, I think, which maybe is what he was thinking he should have done. To try and find that to go with Fell Scream Blast or the Immolation Aura that he used.
Fair enough. Alutemu here. Only play is probably Hero Power and Snowfall Guardian.
Yeah.
At this point, I don't think playing around Glide is a concern anymore. You are just trying to somehow stick some minion damage.
Yeah, it's just surviving until Brew can, I think, at this point. Like, you have to pray you don't die to Kurtrus on the other side, plus the combo with the expendable performers. And then you have to hope you get fire, and then you somehow manage to get the, 16, 20 damage of lethal you still technically have available.
And that does actually outline the last 3 cards in Mighty's deck, right? The Kurtrus, the expendable performers, and the Arcanist that he was missing. And if it's Arcanist, he gets a nice Fellscream Blast. I guess the Snowfall has 1 too much health on it that the Fel Barrage cleans up nicely at the end of it. Is there a different...
What did that Frostbite do? Did it set up for Rukan top deck to kill it off?
Potentially, yeah.
Oh, a bit weird.
Yeah. I'll come back to that because Mighty's turn here is pretty interesting because I can't figure out a way that he can fully clear the board and not have to tank the 6 damage in doing so. Like if you Fel Scream the totem and hero power that, then the Arcanist Fel Barrage is still 1 damage short of dealing with the 6/5 Snowfall Guardian. And same thing if you go in the other order, as far as I'm seeing.
Yeah, I guess just find Kurtrus is the best way to do it then.
True. Just use the bat instead.
Yeah.
Reasonably likely to hit it. He finds
Oi,
performers.
oi, oi.
No time, even if he gets Kurtrus
he's
here.
roping out.
Oh no.
Oh, he misses
no!
away. Oh, that's 10 damage out of nowhere.
19. Last battle cry, however, is just the Snowfall Guardian. Short.
That just fine though. Like, okay, so you send everything face. They can't swing, which is great, obviously. Oh no, but they can if they play Kurtrus, which is bad then all of a sudden. But you freeze everything.
Yes. And so even if they have Kurtrus into combo, they don't have the board space to get all of the performers through. I think it's fine.
Exactly.
Okay. They could have...
Sorry.
Like, and he got the Taunt Totem now, so even if he did get the performers, not all of them would be able to kill off. I think Alutemu is 100% safe here if he just goes Macaw. Considering whether to swing first, like you were saying, before freezing, and I think it's fine to cash in the damage now because you can probably expect the board to get cleared even if it's not pushing lethal by some sort of performers / Kurtrus play. And if he plays Frostbite again here, he can set up for a break point where Brukan off the top plus Bolt is lethal even without minion damage. But he doesn't play Frostbite, I guess because there's still the armor to account for from Mighty's hero card.
Okay, so Barrage kills off both the totems, especially the Taunt is the important one.
Yep.
Kurtrus, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they were up to 10. I think that's 8. Okay, so you are going to have to sacrifice in either a couple of the performers, if you want to go down that line, or both minions into the Parrot.
Yeah, he can also like play the Deadeye here, actually, and just refresh his hero power a fair few times. Not lethal, I don't think, but like Deadeye... Hero power, rush hero power, rush hero power, and then performers. By that point, you have 3 board spaces, so you can get 6 more procs. I think it's a little bit short of being lethal, but it's the best you can do. Probably cash in all the damage while you're removing everything in the meantime, but there's simply no time to go for it. Okay. So it's just not going for it. But that means that the staggered sticks around, so he'll be frozen next turn, and he can't quite push all the damage next turn. But he had to remove the 10-2 because he was just dying if he left all that damage on board.
Oh!
And he missed the face damage!
Oh, just shame concedes at the end. Like, I guess Alutemu, was he guaranteed to get lethal there? Or either way, I mean, wow, that was a weird end game from Mighty there. I've got to be honest, like, there was some obvious mistakes like roping out at the end, but some of the decisions along the way, I don't know. There's obvious questions that need to be asked about his approach there.
I think the mid game was very clean. Made a lot of sense how he approached quest progression. I liked the timing of his Jace, but you brought up a very salient point in that the Jace had to be played for board clear and before any Furies were really in the mix, which meant that Mighty did need the expendable performers reach at the end to actually close out the game versus Alutemu, because I think he was actually even deeper than Fatigue than Alutemu at that point. And Kirchus versus Brukan head to head, if it's just a Fatigue war, Brukan wins. So Mighty did need a bit more reach towards the end, and I think just got a little bit tripped up in terms of calculating how much he could actually do with the amount of board space, which, you know, to be fair, we also could not figure out the exact amounts, just rough estimates. And it just happens sometimes that you're under so much pressure trying to get the perfect amounts right that you don't have the time to get the basic plays through. And that's a shame, but Mighty's gonna have to shake it off and do what he does best, right? Come from behind, reverse sweep. It's still possible.
Yeah, it always feels to me like Mighty has kind of been on the brink of having this mental state, because quite clearly there it was just informational overload at the end, and it was the pressure of being on stream, the pressure of needing to find the perfect play, and instead of finding a good enough play, he just kind of fell apart at the end. And so every other time we've seen him on stream, I feel like he's come close to that, but he's been able to recenter himself, get his head back in the game, and play pretty well, play pretty level-headedly. Now I start to fear in this series that it might be getting a bit too much with the, you know, the pressure of needing to do so well, trying to finish top of the group, and leading to misplays like that, just roping out and not being able to make the correct decision in time, or even just a good enough decision, even if it's not necessarily the best one. But he does still have a chance to pull this one back. It is going to be the Burn Shaman of his own, however, which is why this is such a devastating loss for him, because the best shot he has is a 50-50, and a 50-50 against a player who has been one of the most consistently best Burn Shaman players I think we've seen across all regions. Alutemu has really liked bringing this deck week after week in GM, and I've loved his play throughout.
Yeah, I think he's one of the players that sort of justifies the deck still, because I think Shaman has had a real roller coaster in terms of its popularity. Like right before the Masters Tour, everybody had their eyes on it because it was so popular on ladder. At the MT, it seemed to underperform and thus kind of got a little bit off the radar again, but somehow it's just come back in full force for the Masters Tour, being quite a flexible deck and one that gains a significant amount of win percent in the hands of an experienced player like Alutemu. But the mirror, my gosh, this plays out so differently from any other matchup in the meta, because I'll tell you this, it's not so much about burn, but as it is about just copying Snowfall Guardian back and forth, that battle cry. Board space is super important. I'm pretty sure you should never ever press your hero power button unless you're desperate for a wind chill target. But basically, the last person to have an available mass board freeze is going to be so far in the lead, because they get that face damage through, and then the burn spells are generally enough to close it. If you can get minion damage in the early game, that's nice to have some breakpoints, but it's very rare that that actually happens, because in the Burn Shaman mirror, in my experience, like both players will be concerned about using removal spells or some of their burn to remove like early Wild Paw Caverns, but once that 6 mana breakpoint rolls around, the board simply does not matter anymore.
And so, because of the fact that the game plan is so distorted from what you would usually be doing with Burn Shaman, how does that roll back to affect the mulligan? Are our players going to be looking for anything outside of the usual caverns and maybe set up a multicaster?
There is perhaps more of a premium on Snowfall Guardian compared to other matchups, but I wouldn't go so far as to say keeping it in the mulligan because it is still so expensive. I do think Wild Paw Cavern, if you have Lightning Bloom, is a very reasonable keep. If it's Cavern on its own, though, I would consider tossing that, even though it's a very common keep even without Bloom in other matchups, because like even if you set it up on turn 4, your opponent has theoretically access to Bloom Snowfall Guardian, and following that up with macaw, and none of that ever gets to go face. Sometimes even having too many staggards can be a detriment in terms of the board space, because once you're trying to deal lethal over the top when your whole board is frozen, you still need to play like a spell damage minion from hand. And if you don't have the room to do that, you might not have the lethal setup. So I think the highest priority is card draw. First and foremost. So if you're able to get like Primordial Studies as the setup for multicaster, still keep that. Probably still keep Sleetbreaker. But the board, I think, is just a very salient point, because overextending into it and relying too much on minion pressure gets so heavily punished in the matchup.
It really does, and we'll see if our players are cognizant of that fact as well. After this short break, we need to do a couple more test games to make sure all connectivity issues are sorted out. So when we come back very, very shortly, the continuation of the final series of the day between Alutemu and Mighty. Welcome back to Hearthstone Grandmasters. Apologies for digesting a mouthful of nuts live on stream, but I haven't had too much of a chance to eat so far. So excuse me for that one. However, speaking of nuts, Alutemu versus Mighty, two of the best players that we have here in Asia Pacific, and a great first game for Alutemu. Things falling apart a little bit for Mighty, but the Burn Shaman once again for Alutemu just looking nigh on unstoppable.
I don't know if it's the fatigue getting to me, Derek, but I'm broken up by just a couple jokes about nuts. But okay, I'm going to try and get my head back in the game, because we did talk a lot about the Burn Shaman mirror and how it is so dependent on making sure that you have enough freeze effects for the entire board, namely the Snowfall Guardian and the Macaw Battlecry copy effect, to make sure that none of your opponent's pressure can ever go face, because it does reach a critical mass where after the Snowfall Guardian gets upwards of 7 attack, the next one is 8, and then the next Macaw is even bigger, and back and forth, that just one of those attacking phase plus 2 to 3 burn spells can represent lethal. But the early game is where you do still have the capability of getting on board, and we could see Mighty go for potential Thalnos for cycle, but he does just take a Zapper here.
Yeah, honestly, I was actually considering Mini Mage there, just to go Mini Mage on 2 and then start shooting them in the face with like Serpent Shrine, another spell damage plus Lightning Bolt potentially. But Mighty's got even more aggressive ideas in mind as he just goes Tempo Zapper on turn 1.
And this is interesting because you can kind of say, okay, this is the only portion of the game where my board might get to still attack phase. But the thing is, like, both players have access to so much removal spells, given that all of the burn spells are also capable of being pointed at minions here. There's flexibility in the combo for Burn Shaman in that regard. And so you don't necessarily expect to get that much pressure going forward unless you're able to put like 2 to 3 minions on board at once, which is really hard to do this early on. But it at least like deletes one of the burn spells for Alutemu later on. Maybe it deletes a breakpoint. We shall see, because for now, Alutemu can just go Studies as a second spell school, sets up for a 2-draw multicaster, which is not bad, honestly. Lady Vash is nice as well to make sure the curve is filled out perfectly.
Yeah, I like Lady Vash a lot here. It gets you, as you're saying, filling out the curve, and also just gives you a really good draw at any point later on in the game. Vash Prime is one of those slightly awkward Prime cards that doesn't add too much value to your deck, but in this particular matchup, is getting a bunch of combo pieces made way cheaper, all of a sudden really unlocks that OTK potential.
For Mighty, a pretty interesting decision to go for the Frostbite honorable kill rather than just Serpent Shrine Portal. Probably for many reasons. It lets him play Thalnos and hold on to the coin as well, and it means that he's not overloaded, which does give that Thalnos a breakpoint with the spell damage for the Serpent Shrine Portal to cleanly deal with the multicaster. So in terms of the early game back and forth minion exchange, Mighty does seem to have gotten the better of it, but Alutemu does have access to more resources, and it's not so hard for him to remove the aura of the Frostbite with just a Wind Chill.
Bloom literally just to delete the effect of the frostbite here, and obviously overload yourself next turn, but I guess also activating the overdraft potentially.
Interesting, because I don't hate the look of just going Sleepbreaker Wind Chill on the 4-3. But Alutemu has bigger plans here, using Macaw for the multicaster Battlecry. Didn't want to go Sleepbreaker because it would mess with the Battlecry order. And even though this is one potential mass board freeze expended, because the Macaw is not copying Snowfall Guardian, he draws enough resources that he's very likely to hit like second Snowfall or second Macaw, and that's fine. And with the way that the matchup's been progressing so far, players very willing to remove boards on either side, it might be less of a Snowfall Guardian back and forth.
Alutemu does not necessarily have to go for the overdraft here on this turn, because he could, of course, do it next turn to just unlock the mana crystals then anyway and essentially recoup the same amount of mana. And it could have just been Sleepbreaker to end the turn there. But honestly, I wouldn't be surprised with the way this is going, as you said, with his willingness to use these Macaws, if it's just another Macaw next turn or the turn after, just to get yourself doubling down on the multicaster, or even potentially Vash Prime, just to draw your entire deck for 0 mana.
Yeah, that is huge indeed. Mighty here with no good turn, honestly. This Macaw is copying nothing. I don't think he's played a Battlecry minion. And the Frostbite is honestly not even annoying for Alutemu here. It could just be Wildpaw Cavern, or it could be one of the Snowfall Guardians. The Cavern means he'll tank 4, but I don't think that's the end of the world. You remove the aura there and get those 3/4s rolling.
Yeah, I think so much more important to think of the long term and get these 3/4s online, because currently Snowfall Guardian is just not that good for Mighty. He's freezing the same amount of power basically on your side as on their side. It's not that big. You could kill it fairly easily or just freeze it in perpetuity.
Yeah, Mighty just not finding multicaster or even the natural wind chills in the deck or the sleet breakers is such a huge deal for him. He has cut 1 wind chill to make room for this devolving missiles, which may or may not help him against Snowfall Guardian, which I think is going to be Alutemu's play this turn. But after that devolving missiles is expended, if he doesn't hit card draw, he hasn't really bought himself time to do anything.
It's really close. I am sorely tempted by the Vash Prime, just because you have a decent shot of hitting Bolt, Serpent Shrine, Frostbite, something to be able to kill off one of these key minions, whilst also drawing through plenty of cards in your deck.
But leaving 7 on board with 1 spell damage with a deck that has no access to healing, but no Brukan in hand, I feel it's a little bit too scary. So he is going to start the train of the mass freezes, and currently Alutemu has access to even more than Mighty. Well, okay, if we discount the one that's hit the board, both of them have 2 each left, but Mighty's gonna have to react here. So in the back and forth, not counting immediate draws in the future, Alutemu will end up with the last board freeze played, which puts him in a spectacular position in the matchup. So once again, Mighty really needs the card draw. Oh, this is ridiculous. When we hit this point in the matchup, it's just bigger and bigger, Snowfall.
It does get kind of clowny, doesn't it? Now, I was going to say now at this point, it feels like surely you have to follow up with more more Snowfall Guardians, but now is the time apparently to let rip with Vash Prime for Alutemu, as he does hit a pretty juicy hand actually, an overloaded landslide to be able to kill off everything except the Snowfall Guardian is very powerful.
That's actually so clutch that he picked up removal and a way to freeze the Vash Prime, because he's now replaced the Snowfall Guardian Battlecry, which means the Macaw will copy the Vash Prime, which is also, of course, highly valuable. But if he hadn't hit the removal, he was staring at quite a lot of damage coming back the other way.
I mean, I guess given that he could have gone Vash Prime, Bloom, Macaw, he was so likely to hit something to deal with most of that board.
True. Yeah, 6 spells drawn by that point. Fair enough.
Right.
I guess it becomes a question of like hand space if you don't hit the removal on the first battle cry, but surely just some burn spells, dumpable face isn't the end of the world for Alutemu. So he is stacking up quite a lot of burn damage in hand. That overdraft, very, very clutch, and he still has Stalnos for spell damage. But Mighty, still no card draw, not a single multicaster or wind chill picked up for him. This Macaw will keep him alive on board because it's still copying Snowfall Guardian, but he is far from getting a lethal of his own.
Oh my god, I can't even calculate this damage. It's like 10, 17, 20
Has to, like,
in the hand.
Yeah, you go Thalnos, Serpentine Portal, Bolt, and then Overdraft, and then the other portal.
Yes.
Which is
10 from both of them. You overload for 2 more, so that's 5, 7, 17, plus another 5. It's 22, as I count it.
Wait, really? Oh yeah, there's spell damage on board from the Lady Vash. You're right.
Exactly, yeah.
It's a lot. Let's say that. But because it's not lethal, he has to clear this board, right? You cannot leave 19 on board. You're very likely to die on the other side. The landslide makes pretty quick work of that. So I think he can expend like one Serpent Shrine on the Macaw, and then a Lightning Bolt and Overdraft Face while you still have this overload that started in the turn for max damage. But the problem with that is Alutemu would leave himself completely board locked and highly vulnerable if there is second Snowfall or second Macaw.
Right, unless he saves back a bolt or something. It felt like he changed his mind halfway through this turn, to be perfectly honest, where he thought he was going to freeze, but then in the end just decided to go for the Serpent Shrine instead. Oh, man.
Oh, but Mighty, complete bricks of a draw. I mean, he can clear most of this, but the 7/7 sticking around, he can devolve it, but he simply doesn't have the resources to keep up. Honestly, that board sticking for Mighty was his best resource if he simply found another Mass Frost effect, which would have given him a huge minion and board locked Alutemu, but Mighty has no way to freeze it, so he's forced to clear, and now Alutemu has complete initiative. If only he could generate a weapon to make that a 7-3.
Yeah, what? Rock Biter weapon, and then away we go.
Oh, true. Yeah, surely Alutemu just has this in the bag, right? Look at the difference. 4 cards left in deck versus 16 off the legacy of a fully juiced multicaster into Macaw, into Lady Vash, into Macaw. It's crazy.
Yeah, I don't see this one going Mighty's way at all. It's just about how do you lock out any outs from your opponent whatsoever if they hit like multicaster, survive the turn, and then burst you down. So we want to be setting up lethal here for Alutemu as consistently as possible. Wild Paw Cavern seems a reasonable way to go about that. You could then follow up with Serpent Shrine plus even just Novice Engineer. I don't think, oh, sorry, Novice Zapper. I don't think would be ridiculous to get maximum pressure online.
True. Also just so close to hitting Brukan at this point. 3 cards left in deck. Mighty Serpent Shrine. I have never seen a burn shaman draw this bad. And I'm not even gonna knock him for like cutting a wind chill because the list I play runs 0 wind chills and I still get enough card draw because multicaster solves so many of your problems, but he hasn't seen a single one.
I mean, that's a very good outcome on the Shark, to be fair. It's the kind of draw that means if he can survive the turn and draw exactly multicaster, maybe he has enough mana to pull together some kind of a miracle where he clears the board and sets up lethal.
It's hopeful. Rakan for AoE isn't actually doing that much. I'm honestly tempted by Snowfall Guardian again here for Alutemu. Because he knows Mighty has 1 card in hand. But sure, you can also just set up lethal this way and have taunts in the way, so... Is that... I think the taunts are better than dealing the 2 AoE, right? Without any landslides to clean up the rest.
Yeah, I want to go face with these minions well anyway.
Also means that the Shark can't kill itself off and give Mighty coins in the off chance that he actually finds the multicaster and needs tons of mana. Really come back.
So next turn for Alutemu, he'll be one damage off lethal from hand, right? With just 10 ready. But with Mighty getting Bloom. Oh, man.
Disaster. That's just the contrast of the 2 Burn Shaman draws is unlike anything I've seen before. We did get to see the expected mid-game pan out of the Frost battle back and forth, but Alutemu deviated over to just drawing more cards with Lady Vash. And it's sort of the nature of the deck that once you hit 1 big card draw effect, it never really stops because you can just keep copying it with the Macaws. But Mighty never hit any of it and was not able to really even get his foot through the door, which is a huge problem because while Mighty is a known and already renowned reverse sweep artist, that is a very difficult prospect in Last Hero Standing, of which it's the first week he would have to accomplish that with.
It's incredibly difficult, as the matchups he would have to win is Rogue versus Shaman, a massively unfavorable matchup into Rogue versus Demon Hunter. Okay, that's a good one. And then Rogue Mirror, which is kind of even, obviously, as it's the Quest Rogue Mirror. So it's not good. He has a bad, a good, and a medium. Maybe it can still get there, but it's going to have to be the best Quest Rogue of his life to have any chance whatsoever of getting there. None of these little mistakes we've seen from him. He needs to tighten it up, get his mental right in the game, and make sure he's ready to go with this pretty standard build of Quest Rogue. I want to say diverting away from the the stealth package that a lot of players have gone for, and the Vanessa that Chonsu went for as well, were just kind of the most standard 30 cards.
That's right. And we do say that the matchup is Shaman favored because it feels like there's very little the Rogue can do to stick a board between all the removal available to the Shaman, whether it be single target with the Bolts and Frostbites, the mass removal with the landslides, or just perpetual freeze with Wind Chills and even Snowfall Guardian that can freeze a stealth minion. In terms of opening hands, though, that's a banger for Mighty. He has Foxy Fraud Swindle, he has Skulker. It's looking promising.
Kind of looking good all round. This is a nice start for Alutemu as well. If you can find a target for his Wind Chills in order to activate his multicaster. It's annoying, obviously, that he's not going to be able to find one this turn because of the stealth, so it looks like it's going to have to be a delay on the multicaster just for now. But it's the kind of hand that can get there. It's got a good shot of finding that kind of mid-game package you want with the Snowfalls and the Macaws.
Right. I think it's clever from Mighty as well to not go Foxy Fraud because he knows a Wind Chill is in hand, having seen a Sleet Breaker. He can go for it next turn, where maybe forcing the Wind Chill then would make a potential multicaster a bit more awkward. Or you just force the Wind Chill out now on Alutemu's own minion.
Oh,
right.
A fantastic draw for Mighty and a discounted Mr. Mighty.
Secret Passage is a nice pickup for next turn, though. At the 3-mana breakpoint, he can play an SI7, Agent, or Smuggler. But Alutemu, with the studies, now has the fully juiced multicaster available. He can bloom it out and bolt down the Foxy Fraud if he wants.
So clutch. I'm not 100% sure that you're supposed to play it on this turn. I think you probably are. I'm just looking if there's any landslide possibilities. But I guess that's just always going to be an almost guaranteed board clear in the mid-game.
Yeah. A bit problematic that he would be heavily overloaded into the next turn, so I can still see holding off on the multicaster as long as he keeps the landslide, right? It's a clever deviation, playing a stealth of his own, just as we saw with Gur and Posesi a while ago. Stealth is also problematic for the Quest Rogue itself to deal with, which means that Alutemu baits Mighty into developing more board here and sets up for a huge landslide to clear everything and potentially even play multicaster after all of that.
Operative over Smuggler? Yeah, sure. Okay, since it's the first level, that's probably better.
Is Flash not a disaster? That's pretty good to deal with a Snowfall Guardian, or at least make it go away for 2 turns. But it doesn't even feel like the game is panning out that way, right? Alutemu doesn't need to freeze the board, he can just clear it.
Yep, he's got himself Bloom. Landslide is already a clear thanks to the mini mage. Then it's, well, I guess you probably just go multicaster first, just to start the turn. I think I probably always do that, or Bloom multicaster. Oh, is that his first nature spell? Okay, fair enough.
I think so. And he can close the turn after Landslide with Overdraft Phase to unlock. I don't think that's a bad idea whatsoever.
I wonder if you save the overdraft for next turn so that you can overload 1 or 2 mana at the start and then overdraft?
Could be. Means you float 1 mana this turn, but the context of that sort of changes depending on how much you feel you're going to spend before overdrafting next turn. It's all a bit complex with the order. but it looks like he'll go Zapper Landslide, even though the additional spell damage isn't necessary to clear the board. It's just pushing more pressure, and like you said, he can still just overdraft next turn to unlock.
Yeah, it looks super clean, right? Zapper, Overdraft, Wild Paw Caverns. I don't know if I can see Rogue keeping up with that one.
Target eliminated.
I don't see it either, whether this overdraft is going face or more likely used to deal with the assassin. It's just too much value too quickly. There's an argument to going Frostbite to get the honorable kill here. I think it's unnecessary though.
I agree. I think Wild Paw Caverns is...
I mean, yeah, you can't quite do both, right? Even if you overdraft, it's too expensive. So, agreed, probably just, okay, trade one overdraft, then you can go Zapper Overdraft Caverns.
Fair enough. I was thinking you could start with Bloom there and go like Bloom, Frostbite, and then Overdraft Face plus the Caverns, but saving the Lightning Bloom as well, just for a lot of potentially good top decks, makes sense.
Right. Oh man, and for Mighty, it's just all the burst spells. This is not the half of the deck that he wants to see. He can sap a staggered. He can just play Mr. Smite because spend your mana. Yeah, I know. Close your eyes, don't look.
At least it's going face. It's not trading, which is, you know, not the worst kind of Mr. Smite, but it's not my favorite either. So now you actually can get a clean kill with the Frostbite to activate the honorable kill, right?
Alutemu was not even interested.
Yeah, imagine actually.
Okay. He does it in the end. Fair enough. I was actually wondering if that could ever end up being a Snowfall Guardian turn to set up more damage, and then you maintain all of the burst spells for going face. But there is still a world where you need the Snowfall if Mighty passages into the perfect, like, smuggler type of board. Pushing face with the 3-1, I think is very justifiable here. If Mighty wants to face tank that to clear it, absolutely you're happy as Alutemu. But
yes, I agree.
And
I think there's
he should hold the... Sorry, I was going to say, I think he should also just hold the Bolt because Snowfall Guardian would still be playable even without Bloom the next turn if he doesn't overload any further.
That's not a terrible top deck, right? To summon yourself a 4-drop, I think it would be at this point, and then just get Scabs in hand alongside the Assassin.
Yep. I love it when the Smuggler's next to Assassin, so you get the cheat on how much it actually summons, or like what size of minion it actually summons. First Blade of Rin.
Okay.
A sticky minion, at least.
Like First Blade of Reluse.
Last Blade of Reluse?
There we go. We found it together.
Yeah, seems like too little too late for Mighty.
Man, how much even is this? You've only got
15?
1 spell damage, so it's another 8. It's getting there.
16, rather. Yeah, 3 damage off. Very, very close indeed. But Alutemu himself is under no threat of lethal, even with the double Wicked Stabs in hand. Like Battlegrounds Battlemaster wouldn't push very much here.
Yeah.
I think it's fine to unstealth the Mini-Mage this turn too. Get the damage in there.
Yeah, I mean, I guess just thinking I get +2 damage next turn, it's always going to die when it comes down, when it unstealths. But at the same time, like, they can't actually guarantee clear all your minions at once. So if they clear that, they might not be clearing something else.
Exactly, especially with another stag coming forward as well. And he can't play Scabs and Assassin this turn, which is the problem. So I guess it's another turn dedicated to clearing the board.
I mean, it's a full clear on everything except the mini-mage at last, right?
True. True. You go Operative first, which means you can fit in Wicked Stab or Dagger alongside the Assassin. All of the burn damage expended on the board, which means that Assassin's getting rid of the 4-2 and the 2-4 is VTing the Totem. And Mighty does get to push a little bit of face damage. But even after all this board stabilization, let's say Alutemu doesn't find lethal, he just freezes it with the Snowfall, and there is no way for Mighty to interact with that. I mean, he can sap it back, but is it gonna be enough?
I mean, it's kind of looking like Mighty has an avenue back into the game now if Alutemu continues to draw pretty bad cards like that one. I do think it's worth freezing and getting down the Wild Paw on the same turn here with the Bloom rather than saving that for any kind of overdraft shenanigans, just because you know that Scabs can clear this, the Guardian, as you said, but not necessarily a Wild Paw as well, which could offer you lethal.
But he can just play the Staggered in hand rather than Blooming Wild Paw, which is like the same for the first immediate turn. Of course, you don't get the ongoing effect of the Caverns, but does that much more matter than this immediate turn? So if he overloads himself, does that remove any outs? I'm gonna say only in the situation where he has to spend mana drawing first with multicast or something like that. Because even if you overload this turn and top deck Brukan, for example, that would be playable.
Yeah.
Mighty's like, oh, what's going on?
Doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, and he still doesn't attack with the mini mage.
Yeah, in this instance, I think it's fine because like that is only ever going to get one attack because if you attack, then it's frozen next turn anyway.
That is true.
That gives you Scabs, Bounce, Scabs, and you've spent 8 mana, so you can't then play multiple treasures, unfortunately. But it allows you to bounce the Assassin instead of sapping back the Snowfall?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, this is great. It means he can also remove the Staggered, at least temporarily, with the Fizz Flash. I think it's a very clever spot that he doesn't need to step the Scabs itself just yet. And Alutemu still needs a burn spell. There's quite a few outs left. Overdraft would just do the job, right? Or is it short?
I mean, maybe, but Mighty can mess with that, right? I think this is Spiomatic. As much as you want to play Noggin Fog Generator to play around a Wind Chill, I think you can actually get a pretty good read that your opponent's hand kind of sucks here.
But it could be Snowfall Guardian, which leaving yourself board locked is super scary as well. Okay, he takes that risk, and that's a Studies. It's not enough damage unless it's Guild Trader, exactly?
It has to be Guild Trader? Ooh!
Yeah. Wait, is that enough?
It's exact.
Yeah, it's exact. It is. The mana's there.
It's exact lethal. Oh my god, no way!
That's crazy. So clutch at the end there for Alutemu.
Adorable as always, and incredibly potent as always. That was a very, very well played series of Hearthstone on the Burn Shaman. There were very few decisions, if any, that I really disagreed with once I'd seen his reasoning for them come out. And man, at the end of that was so much closer than I thought it was going to be. Mighty had a real shot of just taking the win on the spot there.
Yeah, that's right. I just haven't seen a pan out where Burn Shaman gets so good of an opening draw with the nice cycle on the multicaster and then sort of runs dry towards the late game. I'm not sure if Alutemu had missed on another Makar or something, but for Mighty, like the draw was not coming together either until towards the very end, right? He had like Wicked Stabs and Fizz Flashes that weren't doing anything in the early game, was forced to use it for removal and found himself a lethal setup, but Alutemu, unfortunately for Mighty, Mighty had just bought himself just enough time to find one last crucial card, whether it be another piece of burn or exactly Primordial Studies for +2 spell damage in the form of Guild Trader. He was able to lock out the game. It's another series today, Derek, where we have to ask ourselves questions like, if that game one had panned out a little bit differently, obviously, I think Mighty himself will admit that something of a meltdown happened there. Could the ultimate result have changed? Because we saw something very similar from Gur. And that question is even more salient within the context of LHS. But fortunately for Mighty at least, he will still be joining us in the playoffs, I think guaranteed. Got himself enough points in the previous week, and still 1 point this week is nothing to scoff at.
It's been a weird day overall, where on the one hand you could frame it as there's been some pretty messy play. Like I would say DragonMan, Gur, and Mighty all had pretty shaky performances compared to what we would usually expect from them. Maybe not so much DragonMan because we had no idea what to expect given it was his first time on stream, but it started to fall apart a little bit towards the end for him. But if you want to frame it differently, I think the better player came out on top pretty much every time. Like Chonsu Allen, I think we can argue a little bit more. That one was very close, coming down right to the end, and then a very good draw for Chonsu. But I think it was the deserved player pretty much in every series that came out on top. And that's exactly what we want to see. That means that it's looking like all of our players still in contention are all in great spots, not only for the playoffs, which I think they are all confirmed now, but also to get through to last call. Okashinsuke in particular right up towards the top. Chonsu having won last week through to the semi-finals again this week pretty much solidifies himself there. It's really just Alutemu and Posesi who are trying to get those final couple of spots in the top 4, and they may very well do so.
Definitely an exciting race to see who will just cement themselves with the good seedings into playoffs, who will be representing APAC in Grandmasters last call. I am super excited to see who will be sending through to kick all of those Americas and Europe Grandmasters where they belong, which is solidly below APAC. I don't care about Masters Tour results. We can argue about that another time. But of course, tomorrow, this is the very last chance to earn points leading through to playoffs in the first place. And I think all of our players are very deservedly so in the top 4.
Absolutely. But that means that we are all done with Asia Pacific. Again, a very long day here, running over into Europe's schedule here. And they're going to be starting as soon as they possibly can there with their own set of top 8 leading up into their semi-finals. And then, of course, Americas to round out the day. So for all of us here, thank you so much for watching today. We'll be back tomorrow with the semi-finals and the finals in the last day of Grandmasters before we head to the Masters Tour and then playoffs in a couple of weeks' time. So much exciting action happening all here on the Hearthstone Esports YouTube channel. So thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow, and enjoy Europe.
it! He did it! Oh my gosh!
72 damage both times. Both times he left damage on the board.
Oh no! Why are his cards green? Rafa, why are his cards green? He got there! Oh, sick!
It's so powerful, all these rushes. I can't even believe the value he's got.
Labby with a pop-off. Well deserved. He stays in for another series.